The story starts in an ice-covered inn, where one man, holding a drink, asks his companion if he has heard the rumors about a crazy guy running rampant across the battlefield during the war. The blonde-haired man reacts with curiosity and asks who this person is. The first man explains that the figure is only a mercenary, yet he fights as if he doesn't care whether he dies or not. After each battle, the mercenary reportedly disappears, only to seek out another war to throw himself into. The blonde-haired man repeats the idea of a mercenary who does not value his own life and finds it interesting. The man goes on to say that the mercenary is always heard muttering that he lived again, and that whenever the Empire is involved in a war, the mercenary is certain to appear. He adds that many believe the man is driven more by revenge than by money. As he sips his drink, the blonde-haired man comments that the story sends chills down his spine and asks who the mercenary really is. The first man admits he does not know for sure, but rumors claim the mercenary was once a prince of a fallen kingdom. On the other hand, a guy sits beside a boulder on ice stained with blood. A warrior approaches him and remarks that it seems he is searching for a place to die, addressing him as the third prince of Briol, Yuri Briol. He adds that the conclusion Yuri has reached is nothing more than self-torture. Yuri Briol is the dishonorable name of the very man who brought his kingdom to ruins, as well as the name of the sinner and the sole survivor of that fallen kingdom. 10 years earlier, at XX Casino, the 18-year-old third prince of Briol laughed aloud, remarking that fortune was on his side that day. Nearby, the court mage Irando, visibly flustered, expressed his amazement and asked how Yuri kept winning every round, always by the narrowest of margins. One of the players turns away in frustration, muttering that it is all just luck and nothing remarkable, while the others wearily rise from their seats. Noticing this, Yuri asks what is wrong and whether they are already finished, then insists on playing just one more round and eagerly proposes doubling the stakes. Irando leans in and whispers that they should leave now, warning that if they stay any longer, they will end up being late. One of the men, Henry, turns to him with a stern glare and asks if he really thinks they are unaware that he is scamming them. Another man, Kim, plants his foot on the table and accuses Yuri of using dirty little tricks. Angered, Yuri rises to his feet and slams his hands onto the table, repeating the words dirty little tricks and demanding to know if they have any idea who he is. Henry scoffs at his behavior, saying that with such conduct, he cannot possibly be a noble, and mockingly asks whether Yuri thinks he is a king or something. Kim scoffs at the idea of Yuri being a king and declares that if he were one, they would gladly pick a fight with him. Henry mocks him further, saying that provoking the Empire and heightening the tension toward war is exactly what the princes do, adding that it is a case of like father, like son. This remark completely enrages Yuri, who violently shoves the table aside in fury, leaving the men stunned. He urges them to listen closely, calling them a trio of brats, and while clenching his fist, declares that he is Yuri Briol, the third prince of Briol. With a dark chuckle, he says that they will be reborn by his hands, a statement that completely catches them off guard. Later that night, Yuri meets the Empire's princess, Yekaterina Ivarna Granzine, at a secluded location. He explains that his father summoned him for an urgent meeting, which is why he arrived late, and adds that he had already informed her through a carrier pigeon. He then asks her to forgive him just this once. Yekaterina asks whether he truly believes he is the only one who is busy, pointing out that she had to work hard to come here while carefully avoiding everyone. Yuri replies that he understands, but asks if she cannot be a little more understanding as well. Scratching his head, he adds that with his father leaving soon, he needs to be cautious, admitting that he is not supposed to share this information with others. With an irritated laugh, Yekaterina asks if she is merely one of those others to him. Startled, Yuri hurriedly insists that it is not what he meant. Yekaterina shoves the pendant to the side and demands to know why he gave this to her if he doesn't trust her, asking why he does not simply hand it to some other woman he can trust instead. She turns to the side, urging him not to contact her until she contacts him first. Yuri calls after her, telling her to wait and calling her name, but she walks off without looking back. Left holding the pendant, he wonders what he should do now, realizing that it will be far more difficult to earn her forgiveness this time. While unbeknownst to him, a man lurking in the shadows sneakily observes him and grins. After that day, the relations between Briol and the Empire that had already been unstable completely fell apart. The Empire stopped with simple provocations and began crossing the line, and the conflict between the two nations grew. One day, the Empire attacks Briol, and Yuri's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the invasion and the chaos it unleashes, bringing widespread destruction and death. He immediately rushes toward Briol's castle, now engulfed in flames, urging everyone to evacuate and telling those near the castle to flee. Standing before the burning stronghold, he realizes that the war against the Empire has begun. An eternity seems to pass, filled with countless sacrifices, with no end to the war in sight. Amidst the chaos, an underling begs Yuri to evacuate, addressing him as His Highness, while Yuri faces the attackers head-on and demands to know where the reinforcements are. Fyorce Briol, regarded as the strongest man on the continent and Briol's strongest weapon, with his absence, the war began to lean in favor of the Empire. At first, Yuri dismisses it as a coincidence, perhaps because he does not want to face the ugly truth. Yet after reflecting on his past and the many life-or-death battles he has endured, only one logical conclusion remains. Yekaterina betrayed him, as she was the only person to whom he had revealed everything. The moment his father left Briol, the Empire launched its invasion. Yuri wants to believe he is merely overthinking, but Yekaterina's response, an apologetic note, plunges him into despair. Just then, enemies close in around him, declaring that since he is the prince, Briol will be finished the moment they kill him. Yuri grits his teeth, realizing that the battle will not end. Even so, he resolutely faces the Empire's forces, cutting down anyone who stands in his way. Suddenly, a new wave of attackers emerges, startling him, and he wonders to himself if this is where he will die. A rival soldier strikes without warning, catching Yuri off guard and knocking his sword from his grasp. He clenches his teeth in despair, but in that moment, a loyal knight strikes down the attacker, saving his life. Yuri recognizes the knight as Laurent, who urgently tells him to escape. Yuri argues that he should stay, but another knight pleads with him to fall back, insisting that Briol has no future if anything happens to him. Biting down on his lip, Yuri finally turns and runs. One of the Empire's soldiers shouts that the Prince of Briol is fleeing and urges the others to chase him. By the next day, the Empire's knights are rampaging through the forest in search of Yuri, confident that he could not have gone far. Meanwhile, Yuri hides inside a hut, crouched behind stacked wooden crates, breathing heavily as he realizes he cannot remain hidden forever. He knows he must leave and decide his next move. His thoughts drift to his father, who still has not returned, and he fears that he may have already been killed by the Empire. Suddenly, the door creaks open, catching Yuri off guard. An armored knight steps inside and advances toward him, and Yuri freezes, thinking that if he dies here, Briol will be completely annihilated. He pleads with the man to let him live, asserting that Briol won't be able to resist if he dies here. Grief weighs heavily on him as he thinks of the knights who gave their lives for his sake, and he begs the man to spare him. To his shock, the knight instead apologizes, saying he cannot explain much, but that one day the Empire will pay for its sins. He warns that Imperial soldiers will arrive soon and urges Yuri to escape. Yuri then frantically bolts through the forest in panic, convinced that he must survive to reconstruct Briol and seek revenge. Yet that belief is nothing more than childish thinking, for reality proves far more unforgiving and harsher. Suddenly it begins to rain heavily, and Yuri continues his way in the forest, reflecting that everyone died and wonders to himself what all that blood was spilled for. He doesn't know, and he can't think of anything. The apology note of Yekaterina slips out of his hand, and he walks to the side, realizing that he is just punishing himself right now. Holding his pendant, he thinks that someday, someone will appear and kill him. Back in the present, Yuri sits beside a boulder on ice stained with blood as a warrior strides toward him, remarking that it seems Yuri is searching for a place to die. He adds that throwing himself into the most dangerous battles and relying on reckless tactics was all done so Yuri could finally find rest. To him, the conclusion Yuri has reached is nothing but self-torture, proof that his selfishness knows no limits. The warrior, his helmeted armor lit by glowing crimson eyes, declares that Yuri does not deserve death. Yuri remarks that the warrior looks ready to kill him and asks why he does not simply do it. The warrior responds by calling him by his full name, Yuri Briol, the third king of Briol, which shocks Yuri and makes him wonder how anyone who knows his past could still be alive. The warrior then removes his helmet, accusing Yuri of being responsible for everything and declaring that it was all his fault, all because of him. When Yuri sees the man's face, his eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes him as Laurent. Yuri reflects on the moment during the war when Laurent saved him and recognizes that familiar voice. It is undoubtedly him, yet he believes Laurent should be dead. Meanwhile, Laurent draws his sword and accuses Yuri of being the reason the kingdom of Briol fell, blaming him for the destruction of the Flandred household's generations of honor and oaths, as well as for the shattering of Laurent's own honor and faith in a single instant. With his sword raised, Laurent charges at Yuri. Yuri stands frozen, convinced that the man who should have died is now standing before him like a ghost, come to condemn him for his sins. Laurent suddenly drives his sword straight into Yuri's chest. As the blade pierces him, Yuri lets out a silent sigh, thinking that he believed death would bring relief. Yet even in his final moments, the crushing weight of guilt refuses to fade. Then his pendant begins to shine with a brilliant light, and his father's words echo in his mind, reminding him that the successors of Briol never abandon their honor, no matter the cost. Later, he wakes to someone repeatedly calling his name and sits up in bed, anxious and disoriented, unaware that he has returned to a younger version of himself. Seeing him awake, his father, Fiors Briol, who is seated beside the bed, says that he cannot believe Yuri slept for 3 days straight and asks if he is feeling all right. Yuri sits up and scratches his head, expressing surprise at seeing his father, while internally thinking that his father should be dead, so he wonders how he could be here. Suddenly, a shocking thought strikes him. Lowering his head, he asks quietly whether he has ended up in hell, saying that he might deserve it, but that he cannot believe his father would be there as well. When his father asks what he is talking about, Yuri takes his hand and gazes at him wistfully, his eyes shimmering as he says that it makes sense in a way, since someone who constantly preached about honor must have lived quite a decadent life. Suddenly, Fiors smacks Yuri on the head and sternly demands to know what nonsense he is spouting. Rubbing his bruised head, Yuri complains that his father cannot seem to break that habit of hitting him, even in hell, adding that he should repent while there is still time. Suddenly, a leaf drifts past his eyes, drawing his attention. He quickly turns toward the window, and his eyes widen in shock. Outside, he sees a fountain and 2 maids calmly going about their chores. He thinks to himself that if this were hell, there should be sinners, hellfire, and demons mocking and tormenting him instead. Confusion fills his mind as he wonders where this place could be, and then everything goes dark as he loses consciousness. His father and brothers anxiously call out his name, but Yuri Briol, the 3rd prince of Briol, now only 13 years old, remains unconscious. At first, Yuri thought it might have been a dream or some kind of long déjà vu, but no matter how much he tried, he didn't wake up, nor did the world end. Instead, long-forgotten memories and events began repeating exactly as they did, so he had to accept that he had returned to the past. Back to the spring of the year when he turned 13, he was given one more chance. The next day, his maid, Ina, pulls aside the window curtains and tells him to wake up, reminding him that he asked her to do so and that it is time for his sword training. Yuri abruptly opens his eyes and sits up. He gets off the bed and tells Ina to prepare his clothes, then quickly stops her, saying he needs to wash up first. Ina asks him to calm down and, smiling gently, suggests that they begin by washing his face, offering to help as she urges him to sit. Memories of his harsh past and of Ina's death suddenly flood Yuri's mind, filling him with sorrow. He turns his head toward her and, with a crooked grin, asks her to slap him across the face. Startled, Ina hurriedly apologizes, anxiously asking if he is ordering her to commit treason. He calmly replies that it is not treason if he is the one giving the order. Ina hesitates and asks if he is truly certain, and he affirms it, declaring that Yuri Briol never goes back on his word. Later, Yuri practices his swordsmanship in the training grounds, his face still bruised, thinking that he had forgotten just how strong Ina was. When he notices 2 boys standing off to the side laughing at him, irritation rises within him. Not a single person offers him any ointment, and even Bernard says nothing about the mark on his cheek. Amidst his spar, he notices that the sword instructor Bernard doesn't even correct his stance and just makes him spar. He wonders to himself when he started teaching swordsmanship with only sparring. He reflects on the past when Bernard informed his father that, although the prince was born with a blessed talent, he was wasting it. He added that if only Yuri would just be a bit more diligent, he could be Briol's greatest blessing. Back then, Yuri sneakily heard their conversation and realized it all started then. Because he was uncooperative with training, they ended up only sparring ever since. Back in the present, Yuri reflects that after hearing those words, instead of trying harder, he only got lazier. He then calls out Bernard and firmly urges him to start teaching him properly from today. He brandishes his wooden sword at Bernard, stating that he, Yuri Briol, will now give it his all. With a faint grin, Bernard replies that he does not know what has come over his highness, but that he understands. He then releases an overwhelming surge of mana as he grips his sword and declares that from this moment onward, Yuri's real training will begin. He then fiercely lunges towards Yuri, who anxiously shouts for him to wait and leaps backward. As Bernard closes in, Yuri admits to himself that he had forgotten Bernard was once known as the Sword Demon before coming to Briolle. Later, after intense training, Yuri collapses on the ground, internally realizing that this is what true training under the Sword Demon Bernard feels like. He thinks that if he had not had his past experience as a mercenary, he would have been completely overwhelmed. Raising a hand, he reflects that although the training is exhausting, if it continues like this, he will improve rapidly. He thinks it is not bad at all. Meanwhile, Bernard stands stunned, unable to comprehend how this young Yuri managed to block all of his attacks, and wonders when his highness had improved to such a degree. At that moment, Ina arrives, slightly out of breath, telling his highness Yuri that he must stop and come with her at once, stressing that his majesty is summoning him. Yuri pushes himself upright and asks why his father is calling for him. Ina replies that Count Johans has arrived with his son. Yuri's eyes widen in shock as he instantly recognizes the name. Count Johans's son, Got Barkvar, was the one who betrayed the kingdom and opened the gates to the empire in his previous life. Confusion and anger churn inside him as he wonders why that brat is here now. Turning to Ina, he calls out to her and sharply asks where that brat is at this very moment. Later, during lunch at the dining table with King Fior Briolle and his 3 sons, Count Johans remarks that the third prince has changed greatly and that his physique looks much improved. The king dismisses the comment, saying it seems his son must have eaten something strange. With a light chuckle, Johans replies that if that is so, he would appreciate knowing what Yuri has been eating so he could give the same to his own son. Fior comments that Johans's son is quite clever as well, asking if that is not so. The count replies modestly that his son is still lacking in many areas. Got Barkvar casts an admiring glance at the first prince, who remains focused on eating his meal with proper manners. When Got turns toward Yuri, he finds Yuri already staring at him coldly, and he quickly looks away as sweat beads form on his face. Meanwhile, the second prince, Han, leans in and quietly asks Yuri if something happened between him and that boy. Yuri keeps his sharp gaze fixed on Got and bluntly tells his brother that this brat stabbed him in the back. With a mocking grin, Han asks whether Got really managed to stab the great Yuri Briolle. Yuri does not look away, inwardly noting that Got still pretends to be dignified while constantly watching everyone around him, unchanged from before. Irritated by Yuri's unrelenting stare, Got tightens his expression and finally shoots a hard glare back at him. Yuri scoffs inwardly and tells himself that he ought to fix his temper, reminding himself that this is for Got's own good, and that his past life must not be repeated. Reflecting on the past, he recalls that he fought Got around the same time in his previous life. It had been nothing more than a petty squabble, but he wonders if that lingering grudge was what eventually drove Got to betray the kingdom. Later that day at the training grounds, Yuri tosses a wooden sword toward Got and says that he has heard Got is fairly decent with a blade. Got looks down at the wooden sword in his hand with curiosity and admits that he has some skill, but asks why Yuri is bringing this up so suddenly. Yuri cuts him off, stating that this kingdom has no place for narrow-minded knights. Got responds with a confused pardon and points out that he is not even an official knight yet. Yuri counters that Got is destined to become a knight who will serve the kingdom. Got reluctantly agrees that it is technically true, but before he can finish speaking, Yuri suddenly lunges at him and declares that this is a duel. Though caught off guard, Got quickly blocks the strike with his sword and calls it an ambush, accusing Yuri of cowardice. Without hesitating, Yuri charges forward and kicks him in the face. As Got wipes the blood from his face, he addresses him as the third prince and demands that Yuri at least uphold the knight's code of honor. To his shock, Yuri suddenly hurls his sword aside, catching Got completely off guard. In the same instant, Yuri rushes in and delivers another kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Raising the wooden stick, Yuri points it at him while reflecting inwardly that in his past life, Got sold his father's honor to the Empire in exchange for information. He calls out to Got, saying that his father is a great count and a respected knight, and demands to know why Got thinks such a title and position exist at all, and what he believes they truly stand for. The protagonist rests the wooden stick against his shoulder, reflecting that while he understands the desperation to survive in this life and in Briolle, No knight will be allowed to carry such weak convictions under his watch, including himself. He then extends a hand to help Got to his feet, asking whether the question was too difficult. Got hesitates and admits that he is unsure what Yuri means. Yuri says he will ask again and questions why his father is a count and who granted him that authority. Gripping Got's hand, he tells him that no matter the situation he finds himself in, he must strive to understand its true meaning and reflect deeply on those words. Got responds with a quiet yes, addressing him as His Highness. With a bow, Got steps aside. Han then approaches Yuri and compliments him, saying the duel was not half bad and that Yuri is actually quite skilled in a fight. Yuri asks in disbelief whether Han truly thought he would lose, and Han agrees with a chuckle. Letting out a sigh, Yuri wonders what his brother even thinks of him. Han answers bluntly, saying what else could it be, calling him the kingdom's biggest troublemaker and gambler. Yuri nods firmly and says that he is not going to live like that anymore, adding that Han should stop messing around as well. Curious, Han asks whether something has come loose in Yuri's head, and Yuri responds with a warm grin. Later that evening, completely worn out from sparring, Yuri drops to his knees, panting, says that he is done, and collapses onto the ground. Bernard walks over to him, praises his excellent effort, and announces they will end training for the day. Bernard then addresses him as His Highness and tells him that it is about time he began learning a mana cultivation method. Yuri sits up with curiosity and asks if Bernard intends to teach him his own. Bernard shakes his head, explaining that his method is not suitable for someone of Yuri's caliber, and says that Yuri should instead learn the Briol method. When Yuri asks why, Bernard explains that it is a refined mana technique, noting that its energy flow is well balanced and its efficiency is excellent. But the protagonist reflects inwardly that in his past life, he had mastered the Briol method, pushing it close to its limits while living as a mercenary. As Yuri stares intently at the wooden sword in his hand, Bernard asks with curiosity whether he is thinking about something else. Yuri replies that he is, then turns to Bernard and asks him to recommend someone from the Royal Guard, someone who may not yet be highly skilled but possesses exceptional potential. Deep down, Yuri contemplates another technique, one he had never been able to attempt in his previous life. Bernard rubs his chin and considers the matter carefully before saying that if they are speaking purely of potential, then Jared stands out the most. When Yuri responds with surprise and asks if he means that guy, Bernard confirms that, in terms of potential alone, yes. Yuri reflects inwardly that he had encountered Jared near the end of the war in his previous life. His skills had been mediocre, and he had seemed so pitiful that it was a wonder he survived for as long as he did. Back during the war, Jared knelt on the ground with his sword shaking in his hands, muttering that it was unbearably frustrating. Sitting calmly amid the chaos, Yuri asked what he meant. Gritting his teeth in despair, Jared said that if he could turn back time, he would train relentlessly. With a faint grin, Yuri told him to stop spouting nonsense. Now, Yuri reflects that Jared must have possessed remarkable natural talent, but he never honed it. By the time the war arrived, neither of them had sharpened their gifts, and both had become little more than rusty blades. Back in the present, Yuri rises to his feet, dusts off his clothes, and walks away with a grin, remarking that he should meet Jared, his so-called knight of potential. Inwardly, he thinks that it is time to knock some sense into him. The following evening, Yuri approaches Sir Rosso, who is standing in the hallway, and greets him enthusiastically, asking what brings His Highness there. Yuri casually waves a hand and says he merely wanted to check on how the knights were doing. With a light chuckle, Rosso replies that everyone is working hard and that none of them can compare to His Highness. Yuri then looks down over the railing, watching the knights spar and train diligently in the arena below, and silently acknowledges that they all seem pretty on fire. He asks where Jared is, and Rosso, realizing he means the rookie, points him out and says that he is over there. Yuri sighs as he watches Jared sparring with his companion, internally realizing what Bernard meant. He reflects that while it is important to truly hone one's skills in training, Jared is doing only the bare minimum. Yuri mutters to himself that this is how Jared ended up becoming a rusty sword. He then turns to Rosso and instructs him to prepare a wooden sword, emphasizing that he wants to practice sparring as well. Rosso nods in understanding and asks who Yuri intends to spar with. Yuri gestures toward Jared and tells him it is that slacker over there. Soon after, Yuri stands across from Jared, wooden sword in hand, ready to begin the spar. The surrounding knights cheer Jared on, encouraging the rookie to do his best, while Rosso loudly reminds him to stay on his toes. Despite the support, Jared looks hesitant and unsettled. Yuri addresses him as Sir Jared and says he has heard that Jared possesses great potential as a knight. With a faint grin, he asks him to show what kind of knight he truly is. Jared agrees reluctantly, and without giving him a moment to prepare, Yuri rushes in to attack, saying that he hopes Jared does not disappoint him. Jared quickly blocks the strike with his sword, and the spar continues as onlookers comment that it is just as expected of Jared, praising his sharp and precise movements, while also noting how surprisingly well the prince is holding up. In the midst of the exchange, Jared senses that something is wrong. Watching Yuri's steady, unrelenting attacks, he realizes that the distance between them never changes. It dawns on him that the prince is deliberately matching his pace, synchronizing his movements to Jared's own. As their swords clash, Yuri asks whether this is not boring, remarking that it feels more like a performance than a real fight. He then asks if they should start fighting seriously. With a grin, Yuri suddenly unleashes a powerful strike, which Jared barely manages to block, gritting his teeth under the impact. Yuri smiles inwardly, thinking that Jared blocked it just as expected, his reflexes sharp like those of a beast. He continues his assault with relentless swings, but Jared stays alert and deflects every attack. The constant pressure forces Jared to clench his teeth, and he thinks to himself that he has been holding back. With that realization, Jared strikes back forcefully at Yuri's sword. Yuri grits his teeth, struggling to block the blow, and admits inwardly that he knew it would not be easy. Even with the memories of his past life, Jared is still a seasoned knight. Yuri never expected to win, but he is determined to land at least a single hit. Seizing an opening, he swings his sword and darts past Jared, managing to land one clean strike. Excitement surges through Yuri while the watching knights erupt in amazement, unable to believe that the attack actually worked, praising his highness for the feat. Meanwhile, Yuri grips his sword with a grin and provocatively asks whether Jared is holding back. Jared replies that he is not, yet inwardly, he finds the situation unsettling. He knows he is clearly pressing his highness, but for some reason, it feels as though he himself is the one being driven into a corner. Jared steps forward and swings his sword with ferocity, but Yuri sharply deflects the strike, mocking him by saying it was close. A menacing aura spills from Jared as he tightens his grip on his sword, irritation surging within him as he thinks that this is becoming unbearable. Sensing the shift, the surrounding knights anxiously call out Jared's name, worried that he has lost his composure. They point out that he is using a mana technique against the third prince and urgently tell him to snap out of it. Consumed by rage, Jared unleashes his mana technique and strikes at Yuri. Yuri narrowly evades the blow, but the attack grazes his hair, slicing through it and leaving him momentarily stunned. Jared immediately snaps out of it and calls out to his highness in panic, while Rosso shouts at Jared, calling him a lunatic and asking whether his highness is alright. Yuri waves a hand and says he is fine, insisting that this is simply how sparring goes. Rosso quickly points out that he is injured. Tying a cloth around his head, Yuri urges Jared to pick up his sword again, saying that things were just starting to get fun and that there is no reason to stop now. He clashes his sword against Jared's and launches a relentless barrage of attacks without giving him a moment to breathe. Seeing Yuri's newfound resolve, Jared grits his teeth as he struggles to evade each strike, realizing inwardly that this prince is different from him. Yuri is pushing himself to his limits, and even beyond, forcing himself ever further with each exchange. Jared feels as if his blood is boiling, realizing that he has never experienced this sensation, even when facing opponents far stronger than himself. Yet this young prince is stirring something fierce within him. In the midst of those thoughts, Yuri leaps forward and swings his sword, and Jared barely avoids the strike by bending backward at the last second. Enraged, Jared releases his mana technique once more and launches a powerful attack. Yuri blocks it with his sword, but the impact is overwhelming, and it shatters the blade into two broken halves. Yuri lets out a sigh, then breaks into a grin and declares that it's over. Jared, still exuding mana, pants heavily as he grips his sword. The protagonist extends a hand toward him, saying that he learned something from Jared today. Jared takes his hand and shakes it firmly, replying that it's nothing at all and instead praising Yuri for his excellent performance. Internally, Jared reflects that Yuri displayed a fighting spirit and an obsession with improvement, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. He can't help but wonder how such an overwhelming drive could exist within such a young prince. Noticing Jared's expression, Yuri asks what he is doing and, with a faint grin, wonders why he is just standing there, reminding him that he had made the prince bleed. Jared immediately lets go of his hand, hurriedly apologizes, and dashes off to the side, leaving Yuri to sigh as he watches him go. Soon after, the protagonist collapses onto the ground, and to his surprise, the surrounding knights begin praising him, excitedly chanting that the duel was incredible. At that moment, a man arrives at the training ground, and upon seeing him, one of the knights calls him captain and asks when he arrived. Sand, the captain of Briol's royal guard, calmly replies that he had just arrived. He then intently glances down at Yuri, who is lying on the ground, exhausted. A few days later, as Jared makes his way across the courtyard, Yuri, who is leaning against a pillar, asks whether his shift is over, catching him off guard. The protagonist then steps away and motions for him to follow, explaining that there is somewhere they need to go that day. Jared trails after him with clear reluctance, insisting that he still has training to do. Yuri glances back at him, asking whether he has corrected his mindset, and adds that it is all thanks to him in the first place, so Jared ought to return the favor. With a sigh, Jared hesitantly agrees at last, and Yuri appreciates it. The protagonist internally contemplates that Jared has some strength in his body now, and it's still not enough, but for now, this should be sufficient. As they walk, Jared hesitantly asks where they are headed. Yuri turns back and tells him to stay quiet and simply follow. Growing curious, Jared wonders if Yuri is planning something dangerous, but Yuri answers with a grin, telling him not to worry since they will be bringing one more person along. When Jared asks who that would be, Yuri loudly calls out Hernando, Briol's court mage. Upon hearing his name, Hernando turns around, scratching his head and grinning as he asks what is the matter, His Highness. Yuri explains that he needs to go somewhere and urges Hernando to assist him. With a soft, reassuring smile, Hernando replies that he would love to accompany him, but he has somewhere he needs to be at the moment. Yuri then offers to pay off his gambling debt, which completely stuns Hernando. He looks at Yuri in disbelief and asks if he is serious. With a grin, Yuri agrees, saying that he can pay off the debt Hernando owes him from last time, and asks if he has ever seen him lie. Hernando replies that outside the gambling den, he hasn't, which initially excites Yuri. However, Hernando quickly clarifies that he means he has never seen Yuri outside the gambling den, leaving Yuri embarrassed. With a forced grin, he internally wonders if he really was that bad. He then steps aside, promising that he will settle the debt and instructs them to follow him. Hernando pulls a contract paper out of his blazer, telling him that in that case, he must sign this contract. This leaves Yuri speechless, and he internally contemplates that the title of Briol's third prince is only worth this much. He then grips his head in frustration, then turns around and urges Jared to guarantee it, which startles him. Yuri frustratedly clarifies that he is saying that Jared should be the witness to his words, and Jared reluctantly agrees. Hernando chuckles and agrees to accompany them, asking where they are going, surprised that His Highness is taking both a knight and a mage. Yuri explains that they are heading to Sword Mountain and declares that from now on, their goal is to loot the Ancestors' dungeon. They proceed down a hidden passage with Jared leading the way, a burning torch held high in his hand. Hernando scans the surroundings in amazement, remarking that he never knew such a path existed beneath the palace. Jared then asks what lies at the end of the cave, and Yuri answers that it leads to Sword Mountain. The words leave Jared stunned as he repeats the name in disbelief, recalling the legendary tale of the progenitor, to which Yuri calmly affirms. The protagonist internally reflects that in his past life, after the Empire seized control of Briol, a dungeon was discovered within Sword Mountain. It was said that the legacy of Briol's progenitor lay hidden there, and its excavation caused a great uproar at the time. Yuri recalls that this path had only ever been used as an escape route, which was why Briol's legacy was handed over to the Empire without ever being put to use. But this time is different from the past, when he was consumed with fleeing. In this life, Yuri resolves to give everything to moving forward instead of retreating, determined to witness with his own eyes the legacy his ancestor left behind in Briol. Shortly after, they reach the end of the passage. Yuri opens the door, and they step out of the hidden path and into the forest beyond. Hernando looks around and remarks that it should be a straight route to Sword Mountain from here, then asks His Highness where he obtained the key to the door, emphasizing that it is clearly an artifact. Yuri internally reflects that it had been hidden in the corner of the study, just as it was in his past life. Back then, he paid a heavy price for not knowing its purpose. He lets out a quiet sigh, thinking that some memories are far more bitter than he would like to recall. He dismisses the question, remarking that it is none of their business. Moments later, a branch scrapes Hernando's hand, and Yuri immediately tells him to be careful, warning that the plants here have sharp leaves and instructing both of them to stay close and follow him. As Yuri leads the way, Hernando quietly calls out to Jared and asks whether His Highness has been eating something strange lately. Jared replies that it certainly seems that way. Hearing them, Yuri sharply urges them to hurry up, while Hernando lets out a small giggle, noting that Yuri's temperament has not changed at all. Suddenly, Yuri senses something amiss and swiftly gestures for them to stop. He quietly informs them that a pack of direwolves is nearby. Peering from behind the bushes, he explains that the wolves move in groups, and there is no telling how many more may be lurking around. Jared asks how he knows this, and Yuri casually replies that he read it in a book, which leaves Hernando utterly stunned. Yuri then tells them that the wolves have not noticed them yet and that they should slip past quietly. As Hernando steps forward, he accidentally crushes a stick beneath his foot, the sharp crack echoing through the forest. He lets out an awkward chuckle and apologizes. But before he can say more, a menacing wolf suddenly lunges at him. Jared shouts his name and slashes the beast down with his sword. With a composed expression, Yuri praises him for recognizing the dire wolf's coarse fur and using a mana method, remarking that it was not bad at all. However, he adds that they have drawn the alpha's attention. A thunderous roar splits the air, and in an instant, the rest of the pack emerges, surrounding the three of them. Gripping his sword tightly, Jared urges the two of them to stay close behind him. When two direwolves leap forward, he nimbly evades their attacks and cuts them down in swift succession. Impressed, Hernando praises his skill, remarking that it is only fitting for a royal guard of Briol. Yuri acknowledges Jared's ability as well, but as he watches him struggle against the encroaching pack, he calmly adds that it is still not enough. The protagonist then calls out to Hernando, stating that his father places nothing but trust in his abilities and that he believes it is time for Hernando to prove him right. Realizing what is being asked of him, Hernando's expression sharpens as he unleashes a surge of flames, asking with a grin whether Yuri truly intends to use a battle mage to his fullest. While confronting the wolf, Jared turns his head and asks what Hernando is suddenly talking about. Hernando does not answer, and instead releases a burst of fire that strikes the wolf lunging at Jared and kills it while he quickly leaps aside. Later, after dealing with the monsters, Hernando remarks that he did not expect creatures other than direwolves to appear. Completely exhausted and panting heavily, Jared agrees, noting that although they were delayed, they have finally arrived at the peak of Sword Mountain. Standing at the peak, Jared asks if this is really the correct place, pointing out that there is no sign of a relic and that there is absolutely nothing around. Yuri walks over to a boulder, stating that this is indeed the right spot, though they should be seeing something. Suddenly, he notices a crimson gleam on the ground and tells the others that he has found it. Sitting down, he begins removing the soil covering it and instructs them that they need to pull it out. Jared quickly moves to the side, urging Hernando to help, but Hernando hesitates, commenting that for a mage, wounds on the hands are a disgrace. Shortly after, they manage to dig the sword out of the soil, revealing a crimson crystal embedded in it. Yuri studies the sword intently in his hand, while Hernando thoughtfully remarks that it doesn't look like it was buried at all, noting that it appears brand new. Yuri's attention then shifts to the word guilty etched on the blade, and Jared, curious, asks if this is the founder's relic. Yuri responds that he doesn't know. Suddenly, the peak begins to tremble violently, catching them off guard. Yuri, however, grins, stating that it looks like they are about to find out. In an instant, the peak shatters beneath them, and they plummet downward. They suddenly tumble into a dimly lit dungeon, with Yuri crashing onto Jared, who lets out a pained groan as mana flares around him. Yuri internally notes that Jared must have protected himself with a mana method, finding it fairly impressive. Meanwhile, Hernando, his magic still lingering around him, stands calmly to the side, marveling at how much deeper the dungeon is than he had imagined. Yuri turns toward him, accusing him of prioritizing his own safety, but Hernando merely chuckles, replying that it was an urgent situation. Sensing something wrong, Hernando suddenly notices a massive, ominous figure in the distance and urgently calls for His Highness to look. Yuri ignores him, remarking that changing the subject will not distract him. Hernando shouts that it is a ghost, and when Yuri finally turns around, he is startled to see the towering figure advancing toward them. He quickly steadies himself, recognizing the presence as a Death Knight, and urges Jared to get up as he still lies on the ground, groaning in pain. Yuri shouts at him in frustration, reminding him sharply that he had already told him to get up. Startled, Jared hurriedly sits up, anxiously asking where he is. The moment he spots the Death Knight advancing toward them, he instinctively unsheathes his sword and steps forward, urging Yuri to stay back while reassuring him that he will take care of the enemy. Yuri internally acknowledges how quickly Jared reacted, impressed by his composure. He then reflects that a Death Knight, just as the name suggests, is a knight who has returned from death, and that once a fallen knight is reborn as one, its strength far surpasses what it possessed in life. Yuri steps toward the Death Knight, startling Jared, but calmly assures him that it is fine, claiming the knight is not dangerous. When Hernando asks how he knows this, Yuri replies that he can feel it and explains that the Death Knight is guarding the Founder's dungeon, so there is no reason for it to be hostile toward him, someone of the Founder's blood. He then looks directly at the Death Knight and asks if that is not the case. The knight unsheathes his sword, catching Jared and Hernando off guard as they anxiously call out to His Highness, urging him to be careful. The knight then swings his blade fiercely toward Yuri, but it ends up piercing the floor. Hernando blurts out in panic that he cannot believe His Highness's head was split in half. Completely unharmed, Yuri turns to him and tells him to watch his mouth. Hernando hastily corrects himself, insisting that he meant His Highness's hair was split in half. The Death Knight casts a menacing glance at Yuri, remarks that his condescending attitude is exactly the same as his, and then calmly sheathes his sword. Yuri curiously asks who he is, and the knight replies that his name is Erich Briol, which startles Hernando and Jared. Anyone from Briol would know that name, a peerless swordsman who conquered the continent with a single sword and the founder of Briol, the land of knights and its first king. Yuri curiously asks the knight if he is the first to come here. The Death Knight confirms it, explaining that unless he is a descendant of Briol, he wouldn't be able to draw that sword. Yuri intently glances at the sword in his hand, wondering if it truly is the peerless, treasured blade once wielded by the founder himself. The Death Knight tells him that it is indeed the very sword he used. Noticing the look of discomfort on Yuri's face, the knight asks why he is making such an expression. Yuri replies that he simply feels apologetic for touching the Death Knight's belongings without permission. Addressing him as a descendant of Briol, and menacingly urges him to state his reason for coming here. Holding the crimson crystal embedded sword in one hand, Yuri extends his other hand toward the Death Knight, introducing himself as Yuri Briol, the third prince of Briol, and earnestly urging the knight to pass his legacy to him. The Death Knight turns to the side and begins walking, stating that the time has come to fulfill his duty, and solemnly declares that he will grant Yuri what he seeks. As the protagonist follows the knight's lead, Jared hesitates and comes to a stop, his thoughts in turmoil. None of this makes any sense to him that they had entered the founder of Briol's dungeon, and now they were calmly conversing with a Death Knight. This was nothing like what he had imagined a royal guard's life would be. Lost in his thoughts, he fails to notice Yuri turning back to look at him and asking what he is doing and whether he plans to follow. The question startles Jared, and for a brief instant, he is struck by a vivid sense of déjà vu, as if glimpsing a future where Yuri sharply tells him to stop spouting nonsense. He grips his head in frustration, thinking that none of this makes any sense at all, and that he must be starting to see all kinds of strange things. Shaking the thought away, he calls out that he is coming. Soon after, the Death Knight leads them to a cluster of ice crystals embedded deep in the ground and takes a seat before them, facing the three as he declares that he hopes they are worthy. In the next instant, the ice crystals begin to glow, releasing an intense, radiant light that forces Yuri to raise his arm and shield his eyes. Suddenly, he finds himself standing amid endless dunes, a sword clenched in his hand, and wonders where he is. Before he can gather his thoughts, a figure holding a sword strides toward him, and for a moment, he suspects it might be the founder. His eyes then widen in shock as he realizes the approaching figure is not human, but a mannequin. The mannequin lunges without warning, striking at the protagonist, who narrowly deflects the blow with his sword. Then, to his astonishment, the mannequin unleashes a mana method. The mannequin gestures toward the mana gathering at its chest, then channels it through its body and into its sword. Yuri watches intently, wondering if it is deliberately showing him how to manipulate mana itself. When the mannequin signals to him again, Yuri curiously wonders if it is urging him to imitate the process immediately, even in the middle of combat. He lets out a short chuckle and scratches his head, inwardly scoffing at the absurdity of it. He scoffs that his ancestor truly was out of his mind, expecting him to learn mana control on the spot and throwing him straight into a real fight before he had even mastered a mana method. He thinks that this is something only someone living a second life could even attempt. Dropping to one knee, He places his hand against the ground and focuses, and mana slowly begins to seep from his palm. Staring at his hand, he asks the mannequin if this is how it should be done, which clearly startles it. Without waiting for confirmation, the protagonist forces the mana into his sword, telling the mannequin that since he is still unsure of the proper method, they might as well proceed like this for now. The mannequin responds with a wide, approving grin. Yuri reflects inwardly that he must become stronger. In a future not far off, the Empire will reveal its ambitions and invade Briol once more. This time, he resolves to crush them by any means necessary and vows never to repeat the mistakes of his past life. Tightening his grip on his sword, he steels his resolve and declares that he will absorb and master the swordsmanship of Erich Briol. In that instant, the mannequin lunges forward in a sudden assault, but the protagonist reacts swiftly, deflecting the attack with precise, vigilant movements. On the other hand, Jared awakens in what appears to be a training ground and looks around in confusion, remarking that it does not feel like a dream at all. A sudden commotion reaches his ears, and he swiftly turns, unsheathing his sword and calling out for whoever is hiding to show themselves. Moments later, a figure steps into view at a short distance. Jared freezes as he realizes he is staring at his own doppelganger, and an uneasy thought crosses his mind that this must be the Death Knight's trial. Furrowing his brows, Jared demands the doppelganger's name, asking whether it, too, is Jared. The doppelganger calls out his name and warns him not to defy his fate, sending a chill through him. It claims that Jared only became a royal guard to secure a comfortable life and urges him to keep his distance from the third prince. The figure adds that the more Jared resists his destined path, the more miserable his life will become. Jared lets out a deep sigh, reflecting that if this had been his former self, he might have agreed. Yet, deep down, he recalls Yuri's words about how boring it was, how everything felt like nothing more than a performance. The memory draws a grin from him as he replies that it seems the doppelganger does not know a few things, perhaps because it is nothing more than a fake. He adds that a sword once swung cannot be taken back, and in other words, no matter how much the doppelganger dwells on his last strike, it will only cloud his mind. The doppelganger unleashes the mana sword spell, scoffing at his arrogant way of thinking, and fiercely lunges to attack him. But Jared meets the attack head-on and deflects it with his mana sword. As their weapons collide, Jared internally notes that the doppelganger's strike is nothing but simple. He internally wonders how swordsmanship is solely focused on defense, refusing to take any risks. With a light hop backward, Jared states that his former self is dull and uninspired. He then swings his sword with ferocity, slicing through the doppelganger's chest and forcing it to drop to its knees. Suddenly, the figure's body twists and warps as a viscous, eerie liquid spills out, morphing into a massive, grotesque creature. Staring at the transformation, Jared wonders if this horrifying form is its true identity. Despite the menacing figure before him, Jared internally comments that the hulking frame sure is flashy, and he is certain that His Highness is also in the middle of the fight right now. As he releases an intense surge of mana, he silently hopes that Yuri will overcome his own trial as well. Meanwhile, amid the dunes, Yuri lies sprawled near a cliff while the mannequin advances, swinging its mana-charged sword with overwhelming force. Before the blow lands, Yuri swiftly seizes his sword and swings it with full force, striking the mannequin head-on and triggering a violent burst of mana. The mannequin leaps aside as Yuri straightens, gripping his mana-infused blade. He reflects on how much time has passed and realizes how close the danger was just moments ago. Still, thanks to relentless sparring, he finally learns how to wield the mana method properly and channel it into a decisive sword strike. Suddenly, he notices cracks forming on the mannequin's sword, and before long, it shatters completely. The mannequin begins to disappear, waving its hand in a silent farewell. Seeing this, Yuri grins, guessing that means the session is over, and internally thanks him. Shortly after, he opens his eyes and finds himself back in the dungeon, looking around to confirm he has returned. Hernando turns to Jared, asking if he is all right. The Death Knight, observing Yuri, comments that it seems he has had a good dream. Yuri asks the Death Knight what that was all about, and the knight explains that it was part of Erich's plan. He tells Yuri that Erich left it behind for a Briol heir who would one day come seeking this place. Yuri reflects internally that in his past life, Sword Mountain was completely destroyed by the Empire, and because of that, no one from the Briol family ever reached this spot. He then inquires if the founder had used this mana method, but the knight declines, explaining that it is the final legacy Erich left behind, a technique forged from all the enlightenment he gained while traveling the East in his later years. The knight reveals that Yuri is the first to inherit it. Yuri asks with curiosity why this legacy was passed down in such a manner instead of being handed directly to the royal family. The Death Knight explains that the dungeon does not open until the time is right. He adds that the very fact that the dungeon has opened now means the moment to wield this power has arrived. When Yuri presses further, asking when that time is, the knight calmly states that it is not his place to answer and urges Yuri to discern it for himself. Yuri then unsheathes the sword in his hand, his eyes drawn to the word guilty etched on the blade. He turns to the Death Knight and asks what the name of this mana method is. The knight reveals that Erich named it Soul Severance, prompting Yuri to repeat the name aloud. The Death Knight then commands him to kneel on one knee, declaring that he is about to pass the legacy of their ancestor onto him. As Yuri kneels, the Death Knight places his hand firmly on his head, instructing him to never fear his enemies, to act on what he believes, and to fulfill Briol's duty to the very end. Yuri solemnly agrees. Suddenly, the knight clenches Yuri's hair tightly and leans closer, emphasizing that Briol never abandons its honor, even at the cost of death. With those words, he vanishes, leaving Yuri with the weight and resolve of Briol's oath. The next morning at Briol's castle, Ina pulls back the curtains of Yuri's room, announcing that it's morning. Yuri shields his eyes with his arm, sighing, while Ina turns to him, asking if he's tired since he came in so late last night and warning that he might fall back asleep if he lies down again. Yuri sits up, scratching his head and yawning loudly as he stretches his arms, explaining that he visited the Royal Palace archive last night. Ina, curious, asks why he went there so suddenly, and he replies that there was a specific record he needed to find. There was a record he needed to find among the historical records on the royal family in the palace archive. He discovers a note revealing that the founder, Erich Briol, had a brother, a man who abandoned his honor and disappeared from history without even leaving a name. Glancing at the sword resting nearby, Yuri internally reflects that this man must be the Death Knight and likely the original owner of the crimson crystal-etched sword. Ina interrupts his thoughts, urging him to change clothes quickly, reminding him that His Majesty is asking for him. Yuri steps down from his bed, asking why, and Ina replies that she doesn't know the reason. But after meeting with Sir Hernando, His Majesty summoned him immediately. Yuri clenches his eyes, internally cursing Hernando. He reflects on the moment they entered the secret path, and Hernando had called him over, saying he would report what happened today to His Majesty. Yuri turns to him, questioning if that was really necessary, and Hernando chuckles, affirming that he believes it is. Back in the present, Yuri clenches his head, frustrated that Hernando reported everything. Later, he approaches his father, who is sitting on the throne, and asks if he called for him. Fior Briol affirms, stating that Hernando informed him, and adds that not only did Yuri leave the palace without permission, but he also discovered the founder's dungeon in Sword Mountain. Yuri remarks that it just turned out that way somehow. Fior then asks if he found the sword in the dungeon as well, and Yuri agrees. Fior strides toward him, noting that he has heard about the changes in Yuri from his personal maid to Bernard, Saint, and now Hernando. Furrowing his brows, he places a hand on Yuri's head and urges him to explain what brought about this transformation. Sweat drips down Yuri's face as he grips the sword at his waist tightly and takes a slight step back, prompting his father to ask if he does not wish to answer. Yuri responds that it's not that, but Fior presses further, asking why he is stepping back with that expression on his face. Yuri admits it's because his father clenched his fist. Fior relaxes his hand and urges him again to speak. Yuri explains that he had a dream in which he committed a great crime, and Fior, intrigued, asks what kind of crime he committed in that dream. Yuri explains that the sin was failing to protect Briol until the very end. In his dream, Briol was amidst a great war, and many people were massacred. He tried to turn things around, but failed. After the kingdom fell, he ran around without honor and perished. He explains that after waking up from the dream, the necklace that his mother had given him was gone. He thought that perhaps the dream was a warning from his mother. Fior asks what the cause of the kingdom's fall was in his dream. Yuri internally thinks it's way too early to mention the Empire right now, since he is changing the past right now, and there is a possibility that the Empire won't invade. He then remarks that he is not sure it was an army he could not identify. The king remarks, "All right," and adds that he doesn't know if that was just a nightmare or Lily's warning, but he is glad to see that he is doing better. Yuri internally wonders if he really is, and contemplates that he is simply doing all he can to repent for his sins. Fior then asserts that there is one more thing they need to go over and urges Yuri to bring his sword. Fior Briol is a genius said to have wielded the sword as soon as he was able to walk on his 2 feet. Having been the first in many paths, he was able to write down his name in the continent's history with his martial prowess. Yuri internally contemplates that at this point in time, he is supposed to be the strongest out of the continent's top 10. In other words, he is the continent's most powerful swordmaster. Later, Yuri arrives at Fior's personal training hall, noting that it's his first time there. Fior comments that he had thought none of his sons possessed any real talent in swordsmanship. Yuri confidently replies that he believes he has considerable talent. Fior sighs silently, scoffing at the word talented, then brandishes his sword at Yuri and challenges him, asking how he defines a swordsman's talent, strength, speed, reflexes, or perhaps wisdom. Taken aback, Yuri asks if someone possessing all of these qualities would make them a good swordsman. Fior firmly denies, explaining that above all else, what truly matters is an element, a force capable of pushing a person beyond their limits, something even stronger than fear or a sense of duty. Suddenly, he fixes a menacing glare on Yuri, startling him as he senses his father's aura shift. Fior then sheathes his sword, admitting that he isn't sure how to put it into words, but perhaps the term calling would be the most fitting. Taken aback, Yuri lowers his sword and, with curiosity, asks if it is like fate. Fior remarks that he isn't sure whether it may or may not be. Yuri glances at the sword in his hand, reflecting that in his past life, he was not destined to walk the path of a swordsman, but he wonders what it will be like in this life. Fior strides closer, asking what Yuri thinks, pressing him to consider whether he believes he is fated to wield a sword. Fior asks Yuri if he can feel a calling toward the sword, questioning whether, even in the distant future, when he faces death, he will still find himself holding a sword in his hand. The weight of the question presses down on Yuri, and he slowly shakes his head, confessing that he senses nothing at all. As he lifts his gaze, his heart skips a beat. His father looms over him, radiating an intense and menacing presence that completely catches him off guard, leaving him momentarily frozen. Suddenly, Yuri feels as if countless menacing crimson eyes are watching him, sending a chill down his spine and catching him completely off guard. Memories of his past, the loud cries, the searing pain, Briol engulfed in flames, and the chaos of war, flood his mind all at once. He sees an older version of himself, a boy confronted by the Empire's knights who recognize him as the third prince and ruthlessly attack. Staring at the scene before him, Yuri glances down at his hand in disbelief, overwhelmed by the question of why he has been brought back to this moment, back to when Briol was under siege. With wide eyes, he takes in the chaos around him. Suddenly, a knight lunges from behind, sword raised to strike, but Yuri senses the danger at the last instant. He spins around and deflects the blow with his weapon, then follows through with a swift counter, slashing the knight down. One of his soldiers rushes to his side, shouting that they will hold the enemy back and urging him to run while they buy time. Yuri hesitates, staring at the sea of flames and destruction, watching his soldiers clash desperately with the Empire's knights amid the burning chaos. A faint grin crosses his face as he wonders if everything has been nothing more than a dream. The thought that Briol might be fated to fall helplessly overwhelms him, filling his chest with despair at the idea that he cannot stop it. Yet, gripping the sword etched with the word guilty, he strides toward the enemy instead of retreating. He refuses to give in, teeth clenched as he steels his resolve, reminding himself that he has already sworn an oath and vowed never to fear his foes. With each step forward, Yuri recalls the Death Knight's words, urging him to act on his beliefs and carry Briol's duty through to the very end. With that resolve, he charges straight into the enemy ranks, striking without hesitation and cutting down anyone who stands in his path, and blood splashes across his lips. An enemy suddenly thrusts a spear at him, but he narrowly evades it and drives his sword into the attacker's neck. Breathing heavily, he hears the enemy shout, calling him the Prince of Briol, declaring that he is already a dead man walking, and demanding that he surrender at once. Yuri grits his teeth and declares that the people of Briol do not discard their honor, not even in the face of death. Remembering the Death Knight's words to carry Briol's duty through to the very end, he throws himself forward to meet the enemy head-on. Back in the present, that vision lingers in Yuri's eyes, a sharp gleam flickering within them. His father places a hand on his shoulder and asks whether he can hear his voice. Startled, Yuri snaps out of the vision and returns to his senses. With widened eyes, he hurriedly tells his father about the army, the Black Army, while frantically looking around. Fior grips Yuri's shoulder, urging him to calm down, and tells him that what he witnessed was nothing more than an illusion. Yuri tightens his trembling grip around the sword, inwardly questioning how it could have been just an illusion. With a quiet sigh, Fior admits that it seems he was mistaken after all and declares that Yuri is destined to wield the sword. A grin spreads across Yuri's face as he affirms and tells his father that he has made that decision. Looking at his father's face, he internally wonders why he is suddenly making that face and notes that someone might think he is going to die right away or something. He then extends his hand and lightly touches his father's arm and lets out a small chuckle, telling him not to worry so much, which catches Fior off guard. With an excited tone, Yuri proudly declares that he truly is a genius after all. In response, Fior suddenly raises his fist and smacks Yuri on the head. Later that day, Yuri arrives at the training arena with a noticeable bump atop his head. Bernard turns to him, sarcastically asking whose masterpiece that bump is, and Yuri remarks that it's his father's doing. Bernard remarks that it seems His Majesty did it rougher than usual, but that doesn't mean he is going to go easy on today's training. Yuri says he understands, then reflects inwardly that Bernard remained in Briolle because of his father. He asks if Bernard stayed on the condition of dueling His Majesty. Bernard confirms that it is true. Yuri then asks whether Bernard would stay if he requested it, even without the promise of a duel with his father. Bernard chuckles and flatly refuses, prompting Yuri to internally label him heartless. Moments later, Bernard grins and remarks that it seems His Highness truly wants him to remain. After a brief pause, he adds that if Yuri can show him something worthy, something convincing, he might reconsider. For example, the swordsmanship of his ancestor, Erich Briolle. Startled, Yuri asks if Bernard truly expects him to teach the founding king's sword technique. Bernard nods while scratching his chin, admitting that it has sparked his curiosity. Rubbing the back of his head, Yuri apologizes and says he cannot do that. Deep down, he admits it makes sense for someone known as the Sword Demon to ask such a thing, but it is still beyond him. Bernard simply replies that it does not matter whether Yuri has mastered it or not, adding that he had already considered that possibility from the start. Yuri unsheathes his sword and admits that Bernard is right, adding that he has not mastered it yet, but that is not the real reason. He explains that the technique would not help Bernard. As he speaks, he releases his mana method, telling Bernard that this sword technique is inseparable from the mana method itself. Bernard stares in astonishment, remarking that he has never heard of a technique so completely fused with mana. He adds that, ordinarily, mana methods are meant only to reinforce sword techniques, not to become one with them. With his eyes closed, Yuri withdraws his mana and calmly affirms that this is precisely why he cannot teach it properly. Without the mana method, Bernard would only be receiving half of the whole technique. Bernard nods in thoughtful agreement, which catches Yuri off guard and makes him ask in surprise if he truly means that. Placing a hand over his chest, Bernard replies that it does not matter, even if it is only half a sword technique. He adds that if Yuri is willing to teach him even that much, then he will remain in Briolle. Bernard expresses his confidence that he can still gain something from it, even if it is only half of the complete technique. Yuri internally admits that Bernard truly is self-assured. Grinning, he agrees on the condition that Bernard stays in Briolle. Bernard accepts, steps aside, and draws his sword, urging Yuri to show him the technique. As Yuri releases his mana, he nods and declares that this is soul severance. At that moment, Bernard casually adds that there is something he has never told Yuri. He had intended to stay in Briolle all along. The revelation startles Yuri, while Bernard chuckles and explains that His Majesty has already ordered him to serve for at least another 10 years. Yuri blurts out in frustration, asking what Bernard just said. Instead of answering, Bernard raises his sword toward him and asks if he plans to just stand there. Declaring that he will strike first, Bernard suddenly lunges forward. Yuri grits his teeth, annoyed that Bernard chose now of all times to reveal that information, and swings his sword to meet the attack, their blades clashing loudly. Later that day, Yuri lies awake on his bed, staring at the ceiling. As his thoughts drift, a quiet realization settles in. Little by little, the future he once knew is beginning to change. He reflects on a future unlike the one where Briolle fell. The fact that Bernard remains in Briolle, even though Yuri has not yet done anything, is proof that the future is already shifting. The weight of changing fate presses heavily on him. Yet there is no denying that things are changing, slowly but surely. It is not enough yet. Clenching his fist, he steels his resolve, determined that this time he will stop the Empire, no matter the cost. Suddenly, his attention shifts to Ina, who is standing nearby with a worried expression. She tells him that no matter what happens, he must not get into trouble this time. Yuri sits up in confusion and asks what she means, wondering if he has something planned already. Ina replies that, of course, he does not know, because he gets into trouble every single day. With a tired sigh, she explains that he has an important meeting tomorrow, the Senate meeting, which immediately startles him. She adds that His Majesty personally ordered Yuri to attend at this time and asks whether he was truly not informed. Yuri scratches his head and mutters in irritation as Ina tells him the meeting is scheduled for tomorrow morning. She adds that she has heard most of the senators will be present. Holding his hand, she looks at him with concern and says she is certain there will be frightening and stubborn people there, pleading with him not to punch anyone or cause trouble. Yuri pauses, internally wondering if that was what she had been worried about all along. Letting out a small chuckle, he reassures her not to worry, telling her that he does not act like that anymore. Ina tilts her head and asks if he is truly sure. Yuri nods confidently, affirming that he is. The following day, the Senate meeting convenes in the Grand Hall, with every seat filled except for the king's. Duke Jitari slams his fist against the table as he voices his opposition, and Yuri can't help but acknowledge internally that Ina was right as Jitari is objecting from the very beginning, with several others backing him. Gernard Jitari, the Duke of Uges, speaks firmly, declaring that it is unacceptable for a prince to learn a mana method that has not yet received official approval. Yuri reflects inwardly that what should have been a discussion about governing the kingdom has instead turned into a stage for openly challenging the king's authority. Only now does he truly understand why his father avoids attending these meetings. Gernard insists that it would be far more appropriate for the prince to study the Briol method instead. Another senator echoes the words not approved, stressing that the technique was supposedly left behind by the founding king himself. Gernard presses further, questioning how anyone can be certain it truly belonged to him, prompting another man to raise his voice and demand whether he is daring to doubt the prince outright. Gernard smooths his tone, claiming that he only wants certainty, and that his concerns come from worry for the prince's well-being. Yuri answers with a grin, remarking that holding an entire meeting to discuss his mana method is almost flattering, and adds dryly that he is deeply touched. Duke Gernard. Inwardly, Yuri dismisses him as a traitor who had bent the knee to the empire the moment Briol fell, a man whose words no longer hold any value. Shifting the focus, Gernard turns to Captain Saint and asks for his opinion. Saint hesitantly responds, saying that he cannot reach a conclusion yet. When pressed for an explanation, he adds that every mana method carries its own pros and cons, and that their effects can differ greatly depending on the individual who uses them. Gernard rises to his feet in frustration, arguing that even the captain of the Royal Guard admits there is uncertainty, making the method far too risky. Stroking his chin, he insists that a mana method like this should be dismissed outright. One of Briol's members hesitantly interjects, clarifying that this is not what Captain Saint meant at all, only that every mana method carries its own advantages and drawbacks. At that, one of Gernard's followers abruptly stands and shouts that it amounts to the same thing, declaring that the Duke's concern is simply that this mana method could endanger the prince. The other members exchange uneasy glances, and as Yuri watches them, he senses something is wrong. A moment later, they begin siding with Gernard, confirming his suspicion. Yuri realizes that Gerard has seized the momentum and has gained the upper hand. While it is true that a mana method can still be changed if one has not practiced it for long, that is no longer an option for him. After the battle within the founding king's illusion, soul severance has already embedded itself deep within his core. Worried, he closes his eyes, realizing he can't possibly explain everything, and internally debates what he should say. Suddenly, a man in a red blazer, Baron Calcio Arancha, smirks and remarks that Gerard's words sound quite convincing, startling both Yuri and the man sitting next to him as well. Calcio raises his hand to request permission to speak and casually asks how many of them have actually faced an orc in battle before. The other members exchange curious glances, wondering who the man might be. Gernard asks who he is and what title he holds. Calcio rises to his feet and, placing a hand over his chest, introduces himself as a free baron. With a sly grin, Gernard questions whether a mere free baron truly attended the Senate meeting. Calcio replies that he hadn't wanted to come either, but there was little he could do, adding with a sideways glance that it was Count Sidor who had invited him. Yuri reflects inwardly, recalling that Count Sidor is the frontier lord tasked with guarding Briol's borders. Indeed, Sidor was a lord who lived his life on the battlefield. He was famous as a true soldier and renowned for never attending noble events, Yet he sent a representative to the Senate. A member named Alex voices his confusion, wondering why Sidor would suddenly dispatch Calcio in his stead. Calcio responds coolly that Sidor owes no explanations to anyone, but as he surveys the high-ranking nobles seated there, absorbed in political maneuvering, he remarks that he can finally understand why Sidor chose to send him. He adds that the type of mana method used hardly matters on the battlefield, asserting that whether it is the Briol method or the Empire's Lion method, what truly decides the outcome is the wielder. Turning toward Yuri, he asks what His Highness thinks. Yuri agrees with the sentiment and says that, as a Prince of Briol, he sees no reason why mastering the mana method left by their founding ancestor should be controversial. He firmly declares that, regardless of any objections raised, he will continue to learn it. Calcio then states that if the prince who wields the sword has chosen to follow the will of the founding king, there is no reason for irrelevant individuals to make such a commotion over it. He adds that such objections usually come from those who have never even drawn a blade. Gernard snaps back, accusing him of speaking recklessly. Calcio promptly apologizes, asking him to excuse his lack of etiquette, and remarks that fighting orcs daily on the frontier tends to erode one's refinement. He then calmly repeats that the question remains the same: how many people present have actually fought orcs? The room falls into silence as Calcio presses on, questioning whether those monsters on the battlefield would ever care about mana methods at all. With a weary sigh, a man in a green blazer speaks up, arguing that even if Calcio's point is valid, the prince is still too young to make such a critical judgment. Yuri responds calmly, asking if that means his decision is deemed wrong simply because of his age, and whether they intend to discard the mana method and rewrite it altogether. He then adds pointedly that, even if they wish to do so, they have no idea that such a thing is no longer possible. Calcio remarks that it hardly seems as though the prince has any intention of backing down, then pointedly asks whether they plan to forcibly extract Yuri's core. The man in the green blazer snaps back in frustration, insisting that is not what he meant. Calcio counters by asking what the point of this discussion is, then turns to Yuri and asks if he agrees. Yuri answers with a faint grin, while Calcio adds that everyone here is doing nothing but sitting around and stressing him out, noting dryly that the royal capital must have far too much free time. Gernard slams his fist against the table, roaring that Calcio's words are outrageous, and accusing him of speaking as if the kingdom has too much leisure. He sneers that, if Calcio thinks about it, the frontier has been relatively calm lately despite receiving vast amounts of funding. Calcio meets his gaze without flinching and coldly asks whether Gerard considers it peaceful simply because hundreds are not dying every day. He adds that it seems the Duke has never bothered to read or listen to the daily reports detailing the soldiers who continue to fall on the frontier. Calcio states that even on the day he departed, 4 men died, and he personally covered his friend's corpse with a shroud. He says they had shared breakfast together that very morning. He adds that orcs never rest, calling them a grotesque kind of nobility that exists solely for combat and slaughter. Yuri reflects inwardly that now that Calcio mentions it, there should be unrest along the border with the Klein Duchy around this time. While Briol and Klein clashed, orcs took advantage of the situation and crossed the borders, causing serious damage. He asks Calcio whether their movements have changed. Calcio confirms that they have grown more ominous than usual. Yuri then asks about Klein, which catches Calcio off guard, and adds that Klein's army should also be stationed along that section of the border. Calcio remarks that the border forces suddenly retreated. Yuri inquires about the border towns, and Calcio explains that they are completely devastated, with people either killed or taken as slaves, painting a horrifying scene. Yuri sighs inwardly, realizing the timing overlaps with other events, and wonders whether it was a civil war or something else. He then asserts that the Duke's third son caused trouble again, which startles Gerard and his companion. Yuri then rises, declaring that today's meeting is over. Gernard attempts to argue, questioning enough. But Yuri, with a grin, asserts that instead of wasting time debating his mana method, they should focus on more pressing matters, like Klein and the orc threat, urging them to stop fussing over a teenage boy. Gernard grits his teeth in anger, clearly frustrated. Later, in his inn-room, Calcio contacts Count Sidor through an orb, and Sidor, with curiosity, asks if the third prince was responsible for that. Calcio confirms and adds that there are rumors that Yuri has changed completely. Sidor asks for Calcio's opinion, and Calcio recalls Yuri's words during the meeting, when he had asked if Klein's army was stationed at that part of the border. Smiling, Calcio tells Sidor through the orb that the third prince had a sharp, determined look in his eyes. Impressed, Sidor remarks that the third prince is certainly worth investigating and instructs Calcio to keep a close watch on him. Calcio remarks that not much about the third prince has been revealed yet, and asks if he should investigate further. Sidor responds that if necessary, he should. Calcio stands, affirming that he will take care of it, and Sidor tells him he will contact him again before vanishing from the orb. Calcio glances out the window at the calm townspeople going about their chores, reflecting on how peaceful it all seems, even as soldiers die at the borders every day. Suddenly, he notices a cloaked figure moving to the side and wonders if it could be the third prince. Even as he observes him, he quickly dismisses the thought, telling himself that it can't be. On the other hand, walking beside Yuri, Hernando remarks that just as requested, they managed to slip out of the palace undetected. He admits that his heart is racing and confesses that he used to run away from home quite often when he was younger. Yuri, walking alongside him, teases, asking if he ran away 3 times a day. Hernando chuckles and replies that it's close enough, claiming he was a delinquent teenager. Leaning closer, he whispers to Yuri that a little girl at a distance is staring at them and wonders if they have been spotted. Yuri shrugs it off, saying it's no big deal and that anyone can leave the palace whenever they want. Hernando lets out a light chuckle and replies that if he goes out alone, it's just a casual outing. But sneaking out with his highness makes it look like outright rebellion. He then asks what they plan to do next and whether Yuri intends to get into some kind of trouble. Yuri denies it, adding that even if he did, it certainly wouldn't be while Hernando was around. Hernando sighs with mock disappointment, remarking that it's a little letdown. He then curiously asks where they are headed, and Yuri answers with a grin, saying they are going to a casino, the largest illegal one in the capital. Startled, Hernando hurriedly reminds him that he had just said he would not get into trouble. Continuing on, Yuri assures Hernando that he has no intention of doing anything bad and urges him to lead the way, since he knows the location. With a sheepish grin, Hernando admits that whenever he gets blackout drunk, he somehow ends up there instead of going home. Yuri turns to him and makes it clear that everything they are about to do is for real. Hernando's eyes widen as he blurts out that his highness cannot be serious, internally struggling to comprehend how thoroughly Yuri has thought this through. As expected, everything already seems carefully prepared. A moment later, excitement takes over him, and he eagerly follows Yuri's lead, gleefully declaring that tonight they will shake the casino to its very core. Yuri reflects that, in his past life, among the people of Briol, a few caused quite a stir. The big-shot moneylender who also leads the underworld. A business titan who built the continent's most successful merchant guild. Lastly, an infamous legendary assassin who beheaded the underworld's leader, seized his position, and instilled fear throughout the streets of Briol. Yuri internally contemplates that the one who was killed was the person standing before him, the current top loan shark in the underworld, Goryo. As they step into the casino, Goryo appears with his entourage and courteously welcomes them, saying it is an honor to receive such distinguished guests. With a sly smile, Yuri assumes that Goryo already knows who he is, a remark that startles Hernando. Goryo chuckles in response, saying that, of course, he does, and adds that when the royal court mage and the third prince arrive in person, the least he can do is greet them himself. Yuri replies that it was a wise choice, then calmly adds that he did not come here just to enjoy some gambling. Goryo gestures toward the casino floor, suggesting they sit down and talk. Once seated, Hernando, clearly shaken and uneasy, leans toward Yuri and whispers in a panic, asking what he meant by not coming to gamble and reminding him that he never mentioned anything like this beforehand. Yuri quietly tells him to stay silent. Goryo takes a seat across from them, then asks whether they truly did not come to gamble and wonders aloud if they are here to borrow money instead. Yuri nods, stating that he intends to invest the money he borrows from him. Goryo muses that, in that case, Yuri might be planning to establish a private fund of his own. He adds that approaching him instead of a bank for the initial capital suggests Yuri is aiming for something far more ambitious. With a grin, Yuri cuts him off, remarking that such probing is hardly part of Goryo's role. Goryo lifts his hands in surrender, admitting his curiosity crossed a line and offering an apology. Yuri waves it off, saying it's nothing to worry about and adding that, if anything, he is the one who stands to benefit from this arrangement. Goryo nods and moves straight to the point, asking for permission to hear what Yuri intends to use the funds for. Yuri calmly explains that with the money borrowed from Goryo, he plans to purchase Magrania, a specialty spice from the Klein region, predicting that its demand will soon far exceed its supply. At this, Hernando stiffens in shock and anxiously asks what His Highness is suddenly talking about. Meanwhile, Goryo acknowledges that Mogrania is indeed an essential ingredient in making luxury fragrances, but asks whether it is really worth investing capital into, admitting that, honestly, he finds it doubtful. Yuri calmly replies that, as he said before, it will be worth it very soon. Meanwhile, Hernando glances at Yuri and reflects inwardly. He has heard rumors of civil unrest in the Klein Duchy and the growing presence of wandering orcs, yet he doubts those factors alone would be enough to drive spice prices sharply upward. He wonders internally whether Yuri is merely trying to secure a regional specialty before others move in. However, as Goryo studies His Highness's expression, he realizes that this Yuri is not the same third prince that people in Briol casually speak of. It feels as though Yuri knows far more than he is letting on. After a brief pause, Goryo decides to move forward and suggests settling on an amount. Yuri responds calmly, stating that he is speaking not as the Prince of Briol, but as an investor, and asks how much he can borrow from Goryo. After the deal is settled, Goryo places a document on the table and asks Yuri to sign the promissory note. Yuri agrees without hesitation. Soon after, he exits the casino with the paper in hand and tucks it into his cloak. Walking behind him, Hernando remarks in disbelief that Yuri really borrowed money from Goryo, and a substantial amount at that. Yuri simply nods. Hernando grumbles that it is completely unfair, complaining that Yuri never gave him any warning and clearly never intended to gamble in the first place. With a sly grin, Yuri replies that if he had told Hernando the truth, he would have dragged him straight to his father. The statement hits Hernando hard. Nevertheless, he walks beside Yuri, asking if they are heading to the Merchant Guild now, and the protagonist affirms, saying that he has a request to make. Inwardly, he reflects that Mogrania is essentially guaranteed to turn a profit. The only alchemist capable of producing it was a close aide to Duke Klein, but he was the first to fall in the Civil War. Therefore, until a substitute is developed, Mogrania will fetch any price on the market, and he can't entrust something like this to anyone. Shortly after, they arrive at an old hut, and Yuri points to it, asserting that this is the place, which startles Hernando, who remarks on how rundown it looks. Yuri steps forward and knocks on the door, calling for Elaine Wood. At the same time, Hernando hesitantly stops him, insisting he wait a moment and suggesting that an established merchant guild should really handle matters like this. At that moment, the door opens, and a woman steps outside, asks who they are, and introduces herself as Elaine Wood. Yuri introduces himself as the third Prince of Briol and says he wishes to entrust her with a task, leaving her visibly startled. As they head off somewhere afterward, Hernando frantically asks whether His Highness has lost his mind. Yuri, slightly irritated, remarks that Hernando speaks far too casually to a prince. Hernando retorts that anyone would say the same and asks how Yuri expects to buy Mogrania from a failing business like hers. Yuri reflects inwardly that Elaine may be a struggling merchant now, but it will not be long before her name spreads across the continent as the leader of a merchant guild no one has ever heard of. Unlike Goryo, who hides behind a facade of trust and resorts to vile methods when cornered, Elaine treats every promise she makes to her clients as sacred. A sly grin crosses Yuri's face as he thinks that while she may have been a legendary merchant in his past life, in this one, he will turn her into a mythical figure who surpasses all legends. Meanwhile, Hernando is taken aback by the eerie smile on Yuri's face, wondering what brought on that strange laughter. Letting out a weary sigh, he asks if Yuri is finally done now. Yuri shakes his head and tells him there is still one more matter to take care of, leaving Hernando baffled. As Yuri heads off, Hernando calls after him in weary disbelief, asking where they are going now. Yuri reflects that the underworld loan shark and the merchant tycoon are already poised to become his allies, and that only one last person remains to be convinced. Soon after, they arrive in a destitute slum, where Yuri questions a ragged beggar while two men at a distance struggle violently over a scrap of bread. The protagonist scans the area, expecting her to be nearby, and soon spots her. He approaches three children sitting on the ground and introduces himself as the third Prince of Briol. The blue-haired girl looks up at him and repeats the word prince, and Yuri affirms it. Deep down, he recognizes her for who she truly is, Asana, a surviving member of the Assassin Order and the one who, in his past life, cruelly killed Goryo. Asana asks what a prince is doing here, and Yuri, with a sigh, remarks that she doesn't need to be so wary of him and explains that he just came here because he thought he could help. He then turns to Hernando and urges him to give it. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Hernando reluctantly hands him the pouch. Yuri's attention shifts to the child hiding behind Asana, and he wonders if it is this child, recalling that in his past life, Asana borrowed a large sum of money from Goryo to get that child the treatment she needed. He reflects that just as all those who borrowed from Goryo had their lives ruined, Asana too had her life ruined by him. This led her down the path of an assassin and eventually earned her recognition as one of the most skilled. Yuri internally resolves to prevent that future from ever unfolding. He extends the pouch toward her, telling her to take the money and have the temple provide treatment. Asana accepts it, asking what he wants in return, clearly startled. Yuri replies that he wants only one thing, then tells her that he is the third prince, Yuri Briol, and urges her to remember that name. As they walk through the slum, Hernando asks curiously why His Highness would give such a large sum of money to a beggar. Yuri, still walking ahead, replies that it is an investment for the future. Internally, he reflects that he has now formed ties with the people he will need later on, and that only one person remains. He then turns to Hernando and says he has something to ask, before questioning him about what he saw inside the founding king's tomb. With a grin, Hernando says it was gambling, adding that he once played a game with his life on the line at the Barthlega's casino in the Empire. His remark irritates Yuri, who finds it oddly fitting. Yuri brushes it off and tells him to keep everything that happened today a secret, and Hernando nods in agreement. The next day, Fiorce Briol summons Hernando and mentions that he heard Hernando went out with Yuri yesterday, urging him to explain exactly what happened. Hernando explains that Yuri persuades him to leave the palace and head to the capital's largest casino. Fiorce stiffens at the mention of a casino and asks whether Yuri gambles there. With a light chuckle, Hernando says that he does, prompting the king to respond with mild surprise. Hernando adds that he thought Yuri was skilled at card games, but Yuri didn't do very well and ended up losing all the money Hernando lent him. Fiorce then asks what happens afterward, and Hernando reluctantly explains that Yuri later takes money borrowed from Goryo and brings it to an old, struggling merchant guild. Then he gave a bunch of money to some orphans, and they wandered around and saw how people lived. With a chuckle, he adds that His Highness was interested in how people live their lives. Fiorce then asks if Yuri returned afterward. Hernando lowers his head, places a hand over his chest, and affirms that that is all. Fiorce rests his hand against his chin and, after a brief pause, asks whether Hernando plans to attend the ball. Hernando answers yes, prompting the king to remark that he thought Hernando had no interest in such events. With a light chuckle, Hernando says people change, and it has been a long time since he last danced. On the other hand, in the training grounds, Yuri lies sprawled on the ground as Bernard stands over him, sword in hand. Suddenly, Yuri notices something and points to the side, remarking that Bernard seems quite popular and gesturing toward the maids who keep stealing glances at him. Bernard turns his head around and sees those maids at a distance, while the protagonist notes that it looks like Bernard is going to have to attend the ball and expresses his certainty that many people will be waiting there for him. Bernard dismisses the idea, saying he is not interested, then shifts the conversation back to training. He admits that Yuri was right about the sword technique, that there is no decisive finishing form to it. Yuri gets to his feet, admitting that he already told Bernard this, and that he simply needs to move with the flow. Bernard sighs, saying he cannot understand a fighting method that doubles as a sword technique. He adds that he would need to watch Yuri fight in a real battle to study it properly, but that such an opportunity is not easy to come by. Tossing a wooden sword toward him, Bernard remarks that His Highness is improving rapidly and has become quite skilled at handling mana as well. He admits that, to be honest, he is surprised, as he never expected Yuri to be so adept at handling mana. Yuri grips the sword, feeling a twinge of guilt as he reflects that it all happened unintentionally while he was trying to erase the traces of the Briol method he learned in his past life. Bernard advises him not to push himself too hard, admitting that he is worried. Yuri asks what he means, and Bernard explains that although Yuri is progressing rapidly and has already achieved a great deal for his age, his body has not yet finished developing. With a light chuckle, Yuri tells him not to worry, assuring him that he will maintain proper balance, before urging Bernard to continue sparring. Bernard startles and asks if Yuri is certain. Yuri confidently affirms, flings the wooden sword aside, and draws his real blade, proposing that they spar with real swords. Internally, he thinks that he needs to grow stronger quickly. Bernard agrees and unsheathes his sword. With a grin, Yuri suggests a bet, declaring that if he manages to land a successful strike, Bernard must attend the ball. Bernard refuses, prompting Yuri to ask why. Bernard confidently replies that he is going to win anyway, and adds that even if Yuri loses, he would invalidate the bet, pointing out that Yuri has zero credibility. The remark irritates Yuri, who insists they will see. He unleashes his mana blade, leaps forward, and clashes swords with Bernard, declaring that he is going to land a hit on him. However, he fails to do so. A few days later, on the day of the ball, a horse-drawn carriage heads toward the castle. Inside, the Empire's second prince, Georg Ivarna Grandzayan, grins and remarks that Yekaterina has not taken her eyes off the window the entire time. Leaning out and gazing at the scenery beyond, the Empire's princess, Yekaterina Ivarna Grandzayan, excitedly responds that she is simply thrilled, as it has been so long since her last visit. On the other hand, Ina helps Yuri dress for the ball. As she adjusts his brooch, she asks how it looks. He replies that it feels excessive, saying all the decorations are too flashy and telling her to remove them. Ina counters that they look good to her and remarks that he used to like such things, wondering if his tastes have already changed. She then tells him she is finished. Yuri calls her name and asks if she would dance with him, startling her. He extends his hand, explaining that he wants to practice and has no one else to do it with. Still taken aback, she asks if they really have to, and he questions her reaction, asking what that expression is about. She places her hand in his, asking if he plans to step on her foot and make her fall. Yuri immediately denies it, clarifying that he is not teasing her. He gently pulls her closer and tells her to follow his lead slowly, which makes her blush. As they dance, she asks if he is making fun of her, insisting that she is actually a fairly good dancer. Yuri asks whether she dances often and with whom. She explains that she is quite popular and dances frequently, but admits that she has never danced with someone so short before. He tells her to wait, assuring her that the height difference will not be a problem for long. He points out that she just stepped on his foot, and she quickly says, "Oops," admitting she took the wrong step. He immediately notes that she does it again, and this time she grins and claims it is just a mistake. Later, at the ball, couples are absorbed in gentle dances as soft music fills the hall, while the king sits on his throne, leisurely enjoying his drink. Yuri stands with his brothers when he notices that Count Sidor is present as well. He reflects that the count feels distinctly different from the other knights, recalling that only Baron Arancia attended the previous meeting. He notices his elder brother Cedric's glasses tucked neatly into his blazer and asks whether his eyesight has worsened, remarking that Cedric seems to be wearing them more often lately. Cedric replies that it isn't serious enough for him to worry about. Shortly after, the blare of a large horn echoes through the grounds as the second prince, Georg Ivarna Grandzayan, arrives with his subordinates. King Fiors steps forward to welcome him and thanks him for coming. Georg shakes his hand, stating that he appreciates the warm welcome. He then gestures toward Yekaterina Ivarna, saying that he has come with his sister. Yuri's eyes widen in surprise at the sight of her, his mind instantly flooding with memories of their past. He soon recalls her apology from before and squeezes his eyes shut, inwardly asserting that he cannot form a rapport with Yekaterina, and that he will not make the same mistake this time, never again. Regaining his composure, he watches as his second brother chats casually with Yekaterina and Georg, while his eldest brother, Cedric, is fully engrossed in dancing with a lady. While eating a cookie, Yuri reflects that, as expected of Cedric, he never treats anyone poorly, which Yuri regards as the quality of a benevolent lord. He begins to compare himself to Cedric, but before he can complete the thought, his eyes widen in shock when he sees Yekaterina glance in his direction. At that moment, Han approaches her, and she shifts her attention to him. Yuri places a hand over his face in frustration, muttering "damn it" under his breath, and internally wonders why he would concern himself with someone connected to such painful memories. At that moment, Ina approaches him and offers a cookie, which he thanks her for. She places the cookies on the table and says it is nothing. He asks if it isn't tiring, and she shakes her head, sighing as she adds that this is nothing compared to taking care of someone she knows. He responds with whatever and urges her to give him a lot of cookies. She walks to the side, telling him to let her know if he wants more, and he replies that she should take care. He stands beside the table with a sigh. At that moment, Georg approaches, and Yuri immediately recognizes him as the second prince of the Empire, Georg Ivarna Grandzayan, who commanded the troops on the field in place of the king and drove Briol to ruins. Yuri bows and introduces himself as the third prince of Briol, Yuri Briol. He reminds himself internally to stay calm since he cannot be openly hostile. Jorg glances at Yuri intently and grins. An ominous aura emanates from him, catching Yuri off guard and making it feel as if something is gripping his body. Jorg glances at Yuri with his green glowing eyes and remarks that Yuri turned 13 this year, noting that it is as expected of Fior's son. He then steps aside with a grin, complimenting Yuri on his talent. Yuri clenches his fist in frustration, thinking that Jorg has been unusually threatening for someone who just came to test him. He knows Jorg is still young, but he cannot believe he is already this strong. Jorg calls both of them brats as he moves aside. Just then, Ina suddenly bumps into him, causing a drink to spill over his cloak. He remarks that the kingdom's symbol is disrespectful. Ina kneels on the floor, trembling as she offers a heartfelt apology. Jorg glances back at Yuri over his shoulder, his expression sharp and unwavering, and asserts that this child, Ina, has committed a grave mistake according to the rules of the crown. With deliberate precision, he brandishes his sword at her, declaring that the fitting punishment for such an offense is death. Yuri clenches his teeth, a surge of rage building inside him, as he thinks that this brat must have done it to Ina on purpose. Jorg accuses her of committing an offense and asserts that, as the law decrees, a beheading should suffice, a declaration that thoroughly infuriates Yuri. At that moment, King Fior steps forward and asks whether Jorg has come to interrupt his ball, adding that if he wishes to see blood spilled, he should do so in his own land. Jorg sheathes his sword and offers an apology with a bow. He then adds that the Empire and Briol have respected one another until now, to which Fiors agrees, yet firmly states that Jorg does not appear to have any intention of showing such respect. With a stern gaze, Fiors asks whether Jorg recalls Gaetensha. Jorg responds that when Fiors executed a knight of the Empire respected his honor and did not demand accountability for the act. He grips his sword once more, asserting that this situation is no different, and that he is acting to protect the peace and honor of both nations. Yuri reflects inwardly, remembering that in the past, his father personally killed a knight of the Empire. Jorg adds that he is not doing this out of personal desire, but simply to settle the matter quickly, and emphasizes that there will be little bloodshed. His words prompt Fiors to clutch his head in irritation. Yuri reflects inwardly that if Jorg is bringing up such matters now, then their honor is clearly being put on the line. Watching Jorg brandish his sword toward the kneeling Ina, Yuri acknowledges inwardly that stopping him now would mean challenging the Empire itself. Yet necessity and circumstance, ideals and reality, reason and power all clash within him, and he remembers that Briol does not abandon honor under any condition, for that is the oath of the Briols. He steps forward, trying to wiggle Jorg's way out of this, and claims she is his maid, so her wrongdoings are his, which startles Fiors. Yuri adds that he, too, is a prince, so he requests that Jorg reconsider and take back his decision to execute her. Instead, he proposes a duel. Yuri internally contemplates that he had forgotten that he was a criminal in the past, and this life is a sentence he was given, and affirms that he never had a choice to begin with. Jorg lets out a low chuckle and asks whether his name is Yuri. Yuri confirms it, addressing him as His Highness, and when Jorg asks if he may call him Yuri, the protagonist allows it. Jorg turns to His Majesty and remarks that the third prince has made a reasonable suggestion, adding that he intends to accept it and asks whether this is agreeable to His Majesty. When Fiors gives a reluctant nod of approval, Jorg offers his thanks before turning back to Yuri. He states that he would have to fight, but he will use a proxy for the sake of dignity. He adds that he will pick out the youngest person from the royal guard since Yuri is young, and the protagonist with a bow thanks him. Jorg walks aside, remarking that he will see him. Yuri then calls out to Ina, who is still kneeling on the ground, trembling. He kneels beside her, helps her to her feet, and tells her to go rest. With tearful eyes, Ina hesitates, asking how she can do that, but Yuri reassures her not to worry about him. As the other maids lead her away, the protagonist moves to the side and is startled to find Yekaterina standing before him. He turns away and walks off, dismissing his thoughts as useless, while Hernando, drink in hand, watches him with quiet interest. Later that night, as Yuri walks down a dimly lit hallway, he passes by Cedric without noticing him, unaware that his elder brother is leaning against the wall, resting in the shadows. Cedric calls out to him, asking what he was thinking, and Yuri startles as he turns around to see him. Yuri walks towards Cedric and says that he could not simply stand by and let Jorg kill Ina. With a grin, Cedric places a hand on Yuri's head and remarks on how kind-hearted he is. Yuri inwardly acknowledges that it has been a long time since he last experienced anything like this. Cedric then asks whether Yuri wants some help, adding that the opponent Yuri is about to face may have seemed like a considerate choice on Jorg's part, but in truth, it is quite the opposite. Cedric begins to say that since their ages are close, an accident could happen during the trial. But before he can finish, Yuri cuts in, saying he understands Cedric's concern. Cedric replies that there is no need to elaborate then and assures him that he will handle the matter. Yuri refuses with confidence, insisting that because he initiated this, he will be the one to see it through, even as he acknowledges inwardly that Cedric could resolve everything himself if he truly wished to. Cedric grins and pokes Yuri's cheek, saying that he trusts him. Yuri asks curiously about the ball, but as Cedric walks to the side, he tells Yuri it is a bit of a mess right now and that he will handle it, urging Yuri to rest. The protagonist thanks his brother and reflects inwardly that if the kingdom had not fallen, he is certain Cedric would have ruled over Briolle. He walks down the hallway, thinking that in this life, he will witness what kind of kingdom Briolle will become under his reign. He resolves to fight, determined to see it through no matter who stands in his way. The following day, Yuri and his opponent from the Empire face each other in the arena as the high-ranking figures take their seats around them. Hernando voices his excitement at witnessing the third prince in a duel and asks for Captain Sane's opinion. Sane observes that the opponent's energy is remarkably stable, and that, despite not yet being a knight, he appears highly proficient with the sword, noting that the Empire's guard is clearly very skilled. He wonders whether His Highness will be alright, but upon noticing the smile on Hernando's face, he asks why he is smiling. Hernando points toward Yuri, who is yawning nonchalantly in the arena, and remarks that he does not think there is any need to worry. The title of Grand Wizard is a rank that no one can attain among the positions granted to mages of the Magic Tower. It is bestowed only upon those who have obtained an origin magic. Among such powers, the ultimate spell that glimpses the fate of the world is known as Fate-Revealing Magic. In the realm of magic, only Hernando has reached this level. Recalling the past, Yuri once taunts Hernando for acting high and mighty despite being unable to win a single round, mocking him for being terrible at the game and even tossing him a tip in ridicule. That moment marks the first time Hernando ever loses money in a game since acquiring his original magic. It could have been dismissed as a simple coincidence, but Hernando knew it was not. With a single glance, he could read an opponent's hand and even perceive the flow of fortune itself. Yet when it came to that brat Yuri, he saw nothing at all. Instead, what appeared before him was an illusion of a mountain of swords. Within that vision stood a boy with black hair and black eyes, the unmistakable symbols of the Briolle royal family, bearing an arrogant gaze that clearly belonged to the third prince. Even with his body drenched in blood, Yuri continued to swing his sword, never once yielding. The vision ended with him collapsing in despair, and Hernando realized that perhaps everything had begun at that very moment, a realization that left him deeply unsettled. The story Hernando once dismissed as a coincidence began to revolve around a single point. However, after witnessing Prince Yuri's erratic behavior during the recent outing, Hernando was convinced that the miracle fate-revealing magic could indeed be used. Back in the present, Hernando internally claims that Prince Yuri is a person with no destiny. In the arena, Yuri rests his sword on his shoulder and states that his side is ready, asking his opponent how long he plans to keep swinging his sword in the air. Jorg asks whether Yuri needs more time to prepare, but the protagonist replies with confidence that he is ready at any time. The opponent echoes the same. King Fjors then declares that the trial by combat has officially begun. As the command to commence is given, Yuri lunges forward with ferocity, swinging his sword and grazing his opponent Hanuel across the face. Hanuel retaliates at once, surging ahead and unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes, all of which Yuri narrowly and vigilantly evades. Their blades clash, and the two separate, standing at a distance as they reassess one another. Watching the exchange, Fjors calls to Hernando, who is seated beside him, and asks what he thinks the outcome will be. Hernando glances at the two locked in fierce combat, noticing Yuri's body being cut by the successive attacks, and with a faint grin, admits that he does not know. Fjors reminds Hernando that he once claimed his arrival in Briolle was guided by the heavens, and Hernando affirms it with a grin. The king asks whether that means it is time for him to leave, but Hernando denies it. Fjors remarks that he is glad to hear Hernando will not be departing just yet. With a light giggle, Hernando replies that the king already honors a lowly mage like him far too much, and that he is humbled. Fjors glances at him and asserts that excessive modesty could bring misfortune, asking if he can take that to mean nothing major will go wrong. Hernando asks what the king believes is stronger. Fiors, observing Hanuel's fierce movements, remarks that the opponent is more vigorous. Hernando notes that it seems the king thinks the same. He reflects inwardly that when he first came to Briol, it was guided purely by heavenly signs, which revealed that the one capable of shifting the fate of the world, the continent's strongest person, was present. Yet the sword had not been drawn, which led him to believe he no longer had a reason to remain. He then states that he had thought his time here was done, but it seems it is not quite time yet, a remark that startles the king. Meanwhile, Hanuel lunges forward with a flash of speed, but Yuri grins and channels sword mana, declaring that testing the waters is over. He lunges with menacing intent, declaring it time to end this. Hanuel notes inwardly that Yuri has suddenly become much faster. Yuri swings his sword with fierce precision, aiming directly at Hanuel's neck. Hanuel internally fears he is about to die. At the same time, everyone around, including Jorg, Fiors, and the others, is startled, unable to comprehend how Yuri managed to twist the sword so perfectly at that moment. Hernando grins, impressed by Yuri's exact control in halting the blade just short of Hanuel's neck. Hanuel stands frozen before Yuri, his sword shattered, and anxiously admits that he has lost. Everyone on Briol's side erupts in excited chants, and Hernando, impressed, rises to his feet. He reflects inwardly that he came here following the heavenly signs and instead encountered someone who defied them. He contemplates how life turned into death and death into life at the tip of the third prince's sword. The destiny once assigned to the attendant shifts alongside the boy, as every step Yuri takes now boldly defies the will of the heavens. Hernando reflects inwardly that Yuri is someone beyond the fate of this world, Yuri Briol, the one who transcends destiny. Everyone, including Second Prince Jorg, claps and applauds, filling Yuri with excitement. Hernando exclaims that His Highness is incredible, and inwardly admits he cannot wait to see how Yuri will go on to reshape the world's destiny from this point forward. Yuri is thrilled with the anticipation of changing the destiny of this world. 5 years later, within the calm atmosphere of Briol Palace, a new maid hurries down the hallway, thinking to herself that she had been wondering why everything had been going so smoothly. Anxiety creeps in as she realizes she may have mixed up her assigned area, and she fears what might happen if someone were to catch her at that moment. Suddenly, she is caught off guard when someone calls out to her. Briol's second prince, Han, asks sternly whether she is new here. She notes his black hair, the unmistakable symbol of Briol's Roya, inwardly. He asks what she is doing there at that hour, catching her completely off guard. She stutters, reminding herself internally to stay calm and to respond exactly as her seniors taught her. Han repeats the question sternly, demanding to know what she is doing there. She reflects inwardly that the one who always wears a dull expression is His Majesty, and that she was told the Crown Prince always greets others with a gentle smile, so this man cannot be him. As Han asks whether she is seriously ignoring him, she notices his sinister eyes and the crooked way he stands, concluding in her thoughts that he must be the third prince. He asks in frustration what she means by third, and she anxiously replies that she has somewhere she needs to be. Growing more irritated, he asks whether the maids share some sort of manual on how to deal with the royals, and whether it instructs them to avoid him. When she hesitates, he sternly declares that he will educate them all today. At that moment, Yuri arrives and calls out to his brother, asking what he is up to this time. The maid recalls that her senior once told her about one more person, saying that if she ever saw someone wearing a confident expression and carrying a sword at his side, that must be the third prince. Yuri appears with a grin and asks his brother whether he is harassing a maid again. Later, Yuri walks through the courtyard, eating a cookie, reflecting on the moment he asked his brother if he was bothering the maid, and how Han immediately shouted that he was not. As a token of thanks, the maid had given Yuri the cookie he is now enjoying. He wipes his mouth, remarking to himself that the food he received from the maid was surprisingly delicious. Brushing his hands clean, he reflects on the unarmed realm, a state where, even while holding a sword, the pressure on one's hands is reduced through the use of mana. He glances at his fists and thinks that it seems he has finally reached that level. He reflects that 5 years have passed since his regression, since the moment he was killed by Laurent's sword. With a quiet sigh, he senses that his peaceful days are nearing their end, certain that they are already stirring trouble somewhere. Later, he knocks on the door and asks whether they are ignoring everything he is saying, raising his voice and accusing them of not listening at all. The lack of response infuriates Yuri, and he glances at his clenched fist, cold and rigid. A guard hesitantly explains that no one can hear him, as everyone inside is fully absorbed in the conference, and suggests that His Highness try knocking once more. Yuri drives his fist into the door, shattering it in an instant. The guard is caught completely off guard, and the conference attendees are startled by the sudden intrusion. With a sarcastic smile, Yuri remarks that he did knock, but since no one seemed to hear him, he simply used more force the second time. The guard drops to his knees in flustered panic, asking how that could possibly be called a knock. The protagonist walks into the room and tells his father that he would like to join the conference, to which the king nods in agreement. He takes a seat and says that they should continue the meeting. During the discussion, one of the blonde-haired attendees asserts that they do not have any spare troops to assist the Allied forces. Another attendee, named Jimin, sharply raises his voice and demands to know whether that means they intend to ignore the Empire's request. The blonde-haired man insists that the other nobles can simply comply with the request instead. Another shouts that such a suggestion is reckless, and the two erupt into an argument. Yuri reflects inwardly that everyone is only weighing their own gains and losses. He recognizes that this is the same period when the incident occurred in his past life. The Empire issues a call to form the Allied forces, requesting troops from multiple nations before unleashing a massive orc raiding force toward the east. However, the Allied forces ultimately fail, and in their fury, the orcs go on a rampage, placing immense pressure on the borders of every participating nation, every nation except the Empire. It is then that he realizes the Empire had orchestrated everything from the very beginning. In the process, they lose many outstanding knights who had joined the Allied forces, including Lion. This time, however, Yuri is determined not to let events unfold the same way. The third member lets out a sigh and declares that they will not be sending anyone, and that is final. Jimin, frustrated, jumps to his feet and shouts, questioning whether they think the nobles are rolling in knights or something. Before he can finish, Yuri firmly interrupts, demanding that he stop, startling everyone in the room. The protagonist declares he will go himself to join the Allied forces, urging the others to demonstrate their own sincerity as well. He challenges them to fulfill their duty so that the name of Briol is not brought to shame. King Fjors rests his hand under his chin, silently acknowledging and understanding the weight of Yuri's move. Later, while Yuri is engrossed in a spar with Bernard, his brother Han arrives, calls his name, and pants heavily, asking if he is seriously heading to join the Allied forces. When the protagonist affirms his decision, Han asks curiously why, reminding him that, as royalty, there is no need for him to go at all. With a grin, Yuri repeats Han's own usual words, saying that it is the duty of a royal. Han lets out a light chuckle and replies that it is fine, adding that today he finally understands Yuri's way of thinking. Yuri tilts his head in curiosity and asks why only today. Han ecstatically urges him to come back safely and assures him that in the meantime, he shall protect the palace, and then he dashes to the side. Bernard comments on their strong brotherly bond, while Yuri mutters that he would be far more relieved if Han simply refrained from causing any trouble. Turning to Bernard, Yuri asks whether he is not worried about him at all. Bernard replies that as long as Yuri does nothing reckless, he believes he will return in one piece. The protagonist thanks him for the generous evaluation. Bernard furrows his brows and advises him to remain cautious, emphasizing that orcs are more difficult to deal with than expected. He adds that they are far stronger and more despicable than most people assume. He urges the protagonist to be especially careful if he encounters an orc bearing a flag on its back, known as an orcvul, as they are exceptionally ferocious and powerful even among their kind. Yuri assures him not to worry, stating that he has his own methods. Bernard then asks whether he has a plan in mind or something prepared. Before Yuri can respond, Ina arrives at the arena, calling out to His Highness as she pants, and informs him that a guest has arrived with something he ordered. Yuri turns toward her, remarking that it is a plan, before looking back at Bernard and adding that he does indeed have one, and that it is a very special plan. On the other hand, the guest, Guillermo, vice president of the Elaine Merchant Guild, sits calmly while drinking tea. When Yuri enters the room, Guillermo rises to his feet and offers his greetings to the prince. Yuri takes a seat across from him and asks about Elaine. Guillermo explains that she is currently on the road, so he has come as her substitute, adding that she still insists on traveling personally and that telling her to slow down is pointless since it is what she does best. Yuri then asks whether that is the only reason Guillermo has come. Guillermo places a box on the table and chuckles, saying that, of course, that is not the only reason, and that he has brought the item Yuri mentioned last time. Yuri opens the box and remarks that it is well done, his gaze settling on the daggers inside. At last, the Elementarian, which excites him. With a grin, Guillermo asks whether they are truly that valuable, noting that they look like little more than decorative daggers. Yuri lifts one of them, stating that they are indeed extremely valuable, explaining that they are artifacts imbued with ancient magic. As the dagger lifts into the air, surrounded by mana above Yuri's hand, Guillermo's eyes widen in shock at the sight of it moving on its own. Noticing his panic, Yuri calmly reassures him that everything is fine, and that he is not going to die. Still utterly flustered as the dagger hovers close to him, Guillermo anxiously asks whether Yuri is controlling it with his mana. He admits that he had no idea His Highness was this strong. Yuri responds by asking whether he truly thought he spent his days merely fooling around. When Guillermo asks what is wrong, Yuri replies that it is nothing, then asks him to pass along his greetings to Elaine and to report back on how the Empire's branch preparations are progressing the next time they meet. Guillermo stands, affirms his words, and states that he will take his leave. After he departs, Yuri leans back against the sofa and states that Asana can come out now. She immediately appears behind him with her face covered, and Yuri asks what happened to Goryo. Asana removes the covering and explains that she sent him a warning as instructed, adding that she left a message beside his head while he was in bed, which completely caught him off guard. Yuri expresses his appreciation, praising her work and remarking that he continues to pursue Elaine's money whenever he can. Asana then asks whether he truly intends to join the Union Army, mentioning that she overheard the servants talking about it. Yuri confirms that he does. With a concerned expression, Asana urges him to be careful. Yuri responds that she makes it sound as though he is going alone, prompting her to pause and wonder what he means. He tells her that she is coming with him and asks whether she can keep up. With a grin, she replies that anywhere is better than where she came from. She then vanishes, saying she will get in touch with him again. A few days later, on the day they depart for combat, Cedric calls out to Yuri, who stands clad in armor, and tells him to be careful. With a confident grin, Yuri assures him not to worry, declaring that he is invincible, and that he will raise the prestige of the Briols. He reminds Cedric to take breaks while studying and to take care of his eyes, drawing a soft chuckle from him. Cedric then pulls Yuri into a tight embrace, saying that he will see him again, and Yuri affirms that he will return. A large horn resounds through the area as the king, standing beside the dais, declares that the ceremony will now proceed. As Yuri ascends the steps and approaches His Majesty, Fiors asks whether he is nervous. Yuri responds with calm confidence that he is not nervous at all. Fiors instructs him to look behind. As Yuri turns and gazes at the gathered soldiers, the king tells him that every one of those men represents a precious life that he must now carry on his shoulders. Yuri closes his eyes tightly, thinking that not all of them will be able to return alive. Still, he resolves that he will ensure they do not meet a pitiful end as they did in his past life. Fiors asks whether he is certain he can shoulder such responsibility. Yuri turns back toward him and affirms that he can. Before he can finish speaking, Fiors urges him to endure it, a command that catches Yuri off guard as he suddenly senses an intense, overwhelming murderous intent radiating from the king. He notes inwardly that his body refuses to move, and instinctively understands that what is approaching him now is death itself. He realizes that if he tries to evade it, he will die, yet he wonders whether he truly cannot reject it. Reminding himself that he can, he activates his inner mana, unsheathes his sword, and swings it forward. His blade collides with Fiors's sword, deflecting the attack just in time. Fiors grins in satisfaction, praises him for doing well, and states that this serves as a replacement for the letter of departure. He sheathes his sword, saying he will not prolong the moment, and urges Yuri to return alive. Yuri affirms, then turns toward the soldiers, raising his sword and declaring that he is Briol's third prince, Yuri Briol. With exhilaration, he urges them to place their trust in him and to march forward. The soldiers raise their arms and chant his name in unison. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit hallway, a menacing orc growls, gripping the pole of the jail, while Count Sidor, standing before him, remarks that they are meeting the third prince again after 5 years. Later, Yuri and his soldiers halt in the forest to rest. He wipes his face and rises wearily, remarking that the journey is quite long before asking Sir Raymond how far they have traveled. Studying the map in his hand, Raymond, a knight of Briol, informs him that they are at the outskirts of Sidor. He adds that they should reach Sidor soon, and afterward plan to pass through Gid on their way to Balshad. Yuri nods, asking if their pace is sufficient, and Raymond affirms that it is. At that moment, someone calls out to the third prince. Yuri turns and immediately recognizes him as Laurent Flander, the man who killed him in his previous life. Count Frances's eldest son, Laurent Flander, kneels before Yuri, greeting him politely and introducing himself. Yuri responds curtly. Laurent then explains that he has wanted to tell him something for a long time. When Yuri asks what it is, and Laurent ecstatically asserts that he admires him, which startles the protagonist. Laurent explains that ever since his father told him what happened 5 years ago, Yuri has been his idol. Laurent excitedly speaks of the moment Yuri raised his sword for a mere servant girl, calling it the very code a true knight should uphold. Yuri responds with a grin, helps him to his feet, and says he has heard of Laurent from his father and is glad to meet him finally. Laurent quickly shakes his head, insisting that he is the one honored by the meeting. Just then, a soldier informs them that it is time to depart again, and Yuri nods in agreement. Raymond warns everyone to stay alert, explaining that Count Sidor is not the friendliest man and advising them not to take it personally if he doesn't greet them with a warm welcome. Soon after, they arrive at Sidor Castle. A large banner welcoming the third prince hangs prominently at the gates, and Count Sidor, Margrave Heim Sidor, stands outside with his attendants, clearly waiting for them. The sight startles Raymond, but Yuri merely grins, remarking that it is a surprisingly warm welcome. Yuri dismounts from his horse and thanks Sidor for the warm welcome. Sidor remarks that he admires Yuri's decision to step onto the front lines at such a young age, then asks whether Yuri has fought orcs before. Yuri answers that he has, then immediately catches himself. Clearing his throat, he corrects himself, saying that he has not fought them personally, but has studied them extensively. He adds that most of his troops have never faced orcs either, so he believes proper study is necessary before confronting them. Sidor finds it impressive and leans closer to Yuri, asking whether he would mind accepting a gift. Moments later, before a massive door, a knight steps forward, unlocks it, and slowly pushes it open. Everyone stands behind him, including Yuri and Count Sidor. Holding a flaming torch, Sidor turns to Yuri and gestures for him to move ahead. As Yuri and several of his knights enter the space, Count Sidor suddenly shuts the door behind them. One of the knights stiffens in alarm, but Yuri remains calm and asks what the meaning of this is. Sidor reassures them that there is no need to be afraid and lights the fire lamps one by one. The dim hallway brightens, revealing rows of prison cells. The knights stiffen when they see a massive orc confined behind iron bars. Standing before the cell, Sidor explains that he prefers to call it a captive for now. He states that to survive against orcs, they must study everything about them, their habits, instincts, and any weakness that can be exploited in battle. As Yuri looks at the orc kneeling inside the cell, its body trembling, he turns to Sidor and asks if this is the gift he mentioned earlier. Sidor affirms and explains that as they are heading toward war with the orcs, there could be no better gift than this. With a faint grin, Yuri thanks him, while internally reflecting that Sidor is even crazier than he had imagined, even torturing an orc as a gift. Yuri glances at the soldier standing behind him, who appears lost in thought, and turns to ask for his name. The soldier introduces himself as Simon Fesch, the son of Baron Balf. Yuri then urges him to speak his mind and say what he is thinking right now. Simon hesitates before admitting that he does not think they need to go this far, and that it feels excessive for a prisoner of war. Yuri shifts his gaze back toward the prison and calmly responds that Simon may think so for now. Yuri then orders Sidor to open one of the cages, and Sidor nods in agreement. Yuri glances back at Simon over his shoulder, and tells him that this is real combat, commanding him to fight the orc. Simon grips his sword and stands before the open cage orc, bracing himself for the confrontation. The orc lets out a menacing growl and violently slams its head against the ground. Startled, Simon shouts in panic, insisting that there is no way he can fight a helpless prisoner. Suddenly, the orc lashes out, punching Simon squarely in the face, leaving him stunned. The other soldiers anxiously shout his name. With its crimson eyes blazing, the orc grabs Simon by the neck, holding him tightly in its arms. Raymond commands everyone to prepare for combat, but Sidor tells them to relax, pointing out that most of the orc's tendons have already been cut. He then walks over to Yuri, calmly stating that this is what an orc truly is. Sidor tells him that if orcs are given an inch, they will try to take a mile. As Simon gasps for air in the orc's grip, Raymond urgently tells His Highness that they need to rescue him. Sidor, however, urges him to stay calm, explaining that nearly half of the orc's tendons have already been severed and that Simon is not in immediate danger. The orc lets out a menacing growl, muttering something in its own language. Yuri asks if it is trying to take Simon hostage. Sidor replies that they should call an interpreter and orders Cory to translate the orc's words. As Cory steps forward, Yuri is startled at the sight of him. Placing his hand on his ears, Cory reveals that the orc says that if they don't lower their weapons right now, he will break the knight's bones one by one. Yuri calls out Hernando, telling him that it's his turn. Stepping forward, Hernando channels his magic and strikes, binding the orc within his spell. He shouts that this is Yuri's opening, and without hesitation, the protagonist lunges in to attack, praising Hernando for the assist. He swiftly pulls Simon free from the orc's grasp and passes him to the other knights. Suddenly, the orc lets out a menacing roar, shattering the magic binding it. Yuri turns to Count Sidor, noting that the orc is no ordinary one. Sidor confirms this, explaining that although it is smaller than most of its kind, it has vast experience in warfare. He adds that when they first captured it, the orc was in the middle of devouring a knight alive, and had already slaughtered many men. Hearing this, one of the knights erupts in fury, calling the creature a brat and declaring that he does not care whether it is holding someone hostage or not, as he intends to kill it regardless. Yuri urges him to calm down, startling the knight. He clarifies that he is not scolding him, then turns and tells him to look behind the orc. Pointing out the many pairs of orc eyes glinting from within the cages, Yuri states that they are all waiting for an opportunity. He adds that this one is not particularly special, and that there will be far worse enemies waiting out on the plains. Placing a hand on the knight's shoulder, Yuri tells him to steady himself, emphasizing that this is training and that he must learn how to kill orcs. As the knights draw their mana-imbued swords, the orc grabs a blazing lamp and hurls it toward them with a menacing roar. Hernando reacts in time, deflecting it with a spell. At the same moment, Raymond charges forward and delivers a decisive slash across the orc's shoulder, causing it to bleed heavily and collapse to the ground. Suddenly, another orc swings its arms at Simon, but he narrowly parries the attack and thrusts his sword straight into its body, making blood gush from its mouth as it falls lifelessly to the floor. Yuri claps and praises them for a job well done, though he notices the discomfort on their faces. He acknowledges that it feels unpleasant because they fought opponents who could barely resist. Still, he emphasizes that this training will greatly improve their chances of survival in the coming war and urges them to remember to show their gratitude to Count Sidor. Sidor remarks that they might believe such actions go against chivalry, but stresses that they must understand these creatures are not worthy of it. He then moves aside and gestures for them to follow, saying he has one more thing to show them. As they walk after him, he adds that, frankly, what they have seen so far is nothing more than an imitation, and that far worse things are happening in orc villages. He leads them into another prison and tells Yuri that what he is about to witness is the result of the orc's actions. Yuri can already sense what is coming, while one of the knights is left stunned at the sight of the half-orcs before them. Yuri remarks that there are more than he expected, and Sidor confirms it, adding that despite how rarely they are born, their numbers here are still significant. He explains that the orcs capture humans and use them for their amusement, and that these beings are the result of such acts. Simon raises a hand to his face, panicked and visibly shaken. Yuri calmly asks whether Sidor despises the orcs. After a brief pause, Sidor replies that he does, and will until the day he dies. Yuri inwardly reflects that Sidor's tone is eerily composed, as though he has long grown accustomed to witnessing such atrocities. He internally acknowledges that everyone has their arch-nemesis, and for him, it's the Empire, and he thinks it's the orcs in Count Sidor's case. He internally reflects on hearing that Sidor retrieved his son's body from an orc village. He thinks Sidor hadn't forgotten the scene he saw on that day, just like how he can't forget the downfall of the kingdom. The following day, Sidor approaches Yuri and tells him to take Cory along before they leave. Yuri, standing beside his horse, turns around and realizes that the man is the same one he saw in the cellar the day before. Cory confirms it and introduces himself. The protagonist immediately recognizes how valuable Cory's ability to speak the orc language is. Cory hesitantly says that he has something he wishes to tell him, but Yuri raises a hand to stop him, calmly stating that he already knows, which leaves Cory visibly startled. Yuri reiterates that he already understands what Cory is worried about and tells him not to dwell on it. He then hands Cory an item, explaining that it can be considered a token of goodwill for their future cooperation. Cory hesitantly says that he does not deserve something so valuable, but Yuri does not respond. Instead, he calls out to Sir Raymond and asks whether this marks the beginning of the borderlands. Raymond confirms, adding that while there may be quite a few bandits in the area, Yuri does not need to worry about an ambush. Yuri remarks that this is not quite right, emphasizing that bandits, much like orcs, are a threat to the borderlands and asserting that they must be eliminated. Meanwhile, in the borderland forest, caravan members stand anxiously beside their carriage as mounted bandits ambush them. One of the bandits yanks the horse's harness upward and swings his sword at the caravan, sending blood splattering across the ground. On the other hand, Yuri and his soldiers move onward, Briol's flags fluttering as they ride. He glances back briefly, internally acknowledging that the platoon will grow restless once they realize Cory is a half-orc. Nevertheless, a grin crosses his face as he thinks that, since he has assigned him as a retainer, Hernando will handle the situation just fine on his own. Pulling a scroll from within his armor, Yuri focuses his attention on the map laid out before him. He then calls out to Jared and motions for him to come over. As Jared rides up on his horse, Yuri shows him the map and says he will be in charge of reconnaissance from now on. He adds that he will mark the location for him, so Jared should go and report back afterward. Jared echoes the word reconnaissance in surprise, then points out that this area is known for bandits. He remarks that they will likely just flee once they are tracked down and asks if Yuri is certain about this decision. Yuri tells him they will chase the bandits down, reminding him that they are the ones harming merchants in the borderland. With a grin, he asks if Jared isn't confident, teasing that such hesitation is not what he would expect from a man of his talent. Remarks from Yuri echo in Jared's mind, claiming that the other soldiers are too nervous for this task, whispers asking if the prince is young and inexperienced, and comparisons painting Jared as a sword genius who cannot understand ordinary people. Each of those words strikes him like arrows. Gritting his teeth, Jared spurs his horse forward, racing to the side as he declares that he will be back shortly. Yuri lets out a chuckle, replying that he had better be and adding that he likes that kind of motivation. At that moment, Raymond rides up beside Yuri and comments that it seems His Highness cherishes Jared. Yuri answers casually that cherish is a bit much. He simply keeps Jared close at hand. Yuri then glances at Sir Raymond and asks whether he would mind answering an uninteresting question. Raymond permits him with a nod, urging him to go ahead. Yuri asks what Raymond fights for. Startled, Raymond admits he hasn't heard that question in a long time. After a brief pause, he answers that it is for Briol's safety. Yuri grins inwardly, acknowledging that it is not a bad answer at all. The protagonist then orders everyone to maintain their current marching pace, stating that he will go check on Jared for a moment. He spurs his horse forward, veering off alone at a faster pace and leaving the rest of the knights behind. Elsewhere, some distance from the bandits' stronghold, a captured bandit lies bound with ropes, writhing on the ground and crying out for help. Yuri, the one who captured him, approaches quietly, dagger in hand. Kneeling beside the man, he tells him to keep his voice down and remarks that he should at least know how to value his own life. Meanwhile, Jared peers through his binoculars and informs Yuri that he has found it, mentioning that the bandit's base lies straight ahead. Yuri praises him for the good work, then glances down and asks if Jared is saying that this man alone was assigned to reconnaissance, confirming that he was not part of a two-man team. Turning to the captured bandit, Yuri questions whether his boss truly sent him off alone. The bandit nervously admits it is true, adding that he is only a rookie and doesn't know much. Yuri then notices a crimson glowing pendant hanging from the bandit's neck and abruptly tears it free, startling him. He studies the object closely, wondering what it is and whether it belongs to him. The bandit quickly denies ownership, explaining that his boss gave it to him and ordered him to keep it while on patrol. Yuri unsheathes his sword, remarking that it looks like an artifact, and demands to know what kind of magic is embedded within it. When the bandit anxiously insists that he knows nothing, Yuri responds calmly that it can't be helped. With a sly grin, he declares that he will simply capture the boss himself and ask him directly. Later that evening, Yuri peers through his binoculars, his gaze fixed on the bandit's base in the distance, carefully observing every movement. As the knights gather around him, Jared steps forward and reports that, just as ordered, all units have been deployed along the most likely escape routes. He further explains that several scouts have been dispatched with strict instructions to focus on identifying the enemy's internal forces and structure. A satisfied grin forms on Yuri's lips as he praises Jared's efficiency, remarking that once chaos is stirred from within, the bandits will have nowhere left to run and will ultimately ensnare themselves. Jared hesitantly asks what exactly he means by stirring things up. Without answering directly, Yuri mounts his horse and declares that they should move at once, adding that if they arrive too late, there will be nothing left for them. He urges his horse forward, quickly pulling ahead. Startled by Yuri's sudden burst of speed, Jared shouts after him, warning that charging in alone is dangerous and telling him to wait. Despite the warning, Yuri presses on, and as he nears his target, he raises his voice and loudly orders the soldiers to charge. Inside the bandits' stronghold, the sudden clamor draws curious glances as they wonder at its source and look up to investigate. Yuri suddenly vaults from his horse and strikes them, greeting them with a casual remark that it is nice to meet them, completely catching the bandits off guard. Later that night, Jared, Raymond, and the other knights rush over in alarm, worried for Yuri's safety, only to freeze in disbelief. Yuri sits by the fire without a single scratch, resting calmly atop the back of an unconscious bandit, while the rest lie scattered across the ground. He looks up at them and remarks that they are too late. Jared, visibly shaken, anxiously asks why Yuri would take such a reckless course of action, stressing that it was far too dangerous. Yuri counters by asking that, if that is truly the case, why they did not follow him at the right moment, adding that at this point, they are simply nagging. He then turns to Raymond and asks whether any of the bandits escaped. Raymond replies that none did, explaining that they have been completely annihilated and that there are no casualties on their side. Holding up a skewer of shashlik with clear excitement, Yuri declares that this is good news and announces that they should steal the bandits' meat and prepare for a proper meal. Yuri places the shashlik skewers over the fire and declares that tonight's dinner is field-style skewered meat. Jared reacts with visible unease, remarking that it probably will not smell very good. Yuri only chuckles, saying that the smell is the best part, and adds that it seems Jared has yet to learn how to truly appreciate the taste. He then decides that they will spend the night here and resume their march the next day. Nearby, the bandit leader slowly rises onto his knees to flee, his movements tense and anxious as he watches the scene unfold. Raymond informs His Highness about their next destination, Gid, adding that before reaching Balshad, the rally point of the Allied forces, they are likely to encounter the army of another kingdom there, as their routes overlap. Yuri fiercely kicks the bandit leader in the face, then asks Raymond whether that is the case and which kingdom it is. Raymond answers that it is the Holy Kingdom. With a grin, Yuri remarks that it is the nation that uses holy magic and says that it is good, adding that perhaps they will even heal them once they manage to befriend them. Raymond remarks he is not so sure about that. He adds that there is a rumor that the commander of the Allied forces is the princess of the Holy Kingdom. However, because she is in a weakened position in the power struggle, she is said to be sensitive about achieving results to secure her spot, and rumors suggest she will do anything within the Allied forces this time. Yuri quietly reflects on the princess of the Holy Kingdom, and when Raymond asks whether he should investigate further, Yuri declines, saying there is no need, since he intends to meet her in person. The assembly point for the Allied forces, Balshad, had a midpoint stop at Gid, which was in charge of supplying provisions for the Allied forces this time. Since it was an independent region, they had to follow the city's regulations while within its walls, so they stationed their troops outside the city and tightened discipline. The following day, Sir Raymond informs the soldiers that they will be dead if they cause any problems, and that if it's judged to violate God's rules, it will be handled under military law, so he urges them to keep that in mind. Yuri backs this stance, urging Raymond to thoroughly educate the troops and stressing that even the knights are not exempt from these rules. He then declares that he will meet the Lord personally. As he approaches, the Lord greets him warmly, saying it is a pleasure to finally meet him. Yuri thanks him for the cordial welcome and adds that, as a representative of Briol, he wishes to express his sincere gratitude for Gid's cooperation. The Lord clasps his hand and replies that there is no need for such formalities, assuring him that Gid will do everything in its power to support the Allied forces. They then take their seats, and the Lord remarks that His Majesty of Briol made remarkable contributions in the fight against the orcs in his younger days. He adds that now, with His Highness present, the orcs must surely be trembling in fear. Yuri lets out a light chuckle and replies that he will do his best to live up to those expectations. At that moment, an aide steps into the room and leans in to whisper something into the Lord's ear. The Lord then informs Yuri that it seems the princess of the Holy Kingdom has also arrived and asks whether His Highness would like to meet her at once. Yuri replies that he would be glad to. Shortly afterward, the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Sibylla Arsaint, enters the room clad in armor, accompanied by her knights, and formally introduces herself. The Lord greets her, saying it is an honor to meet her in such a barren land. Sibylla's gaze shifts to Yuri, and she asks whether he is one of the Lord's vassals. Before Yuri can respond, she says she has a matter to discuss with the Lord and asks Yuri to step outside for a moment. The Lord hesitantly tries to introduce Yuri, but one of Sibylla's knights suddenly shouts, calling Yuri insolent and demanding how he dares remain seated before Her Highness. He barks that Yuri should stand the moment the princess addresses him. Yuri merely grins and replies calmly that he is the third prince of Briol. The words stun Sibylla and her knights alike, freezing them in shock and embarrassment as an awkward silence settles over the room. To break it, Yuri adds lightly that, although he may not look the part, he is the one currently in command of the troops. One of the knights stammers nervously, hurriedly addressing him as His Highness, but Yuri cuts him off, clutching his own head and exclaiming that it is entirely his fault. He remarks loudly that he should have dressed like them, but instead chose to look like some neighborhood brat. The holy knights immediately bow their heads, offering profuse apologies, admitting their discourtesy, and begging him to accept them. Off to the side, Sibylla covers her face with her hand, unable to hide her embarrassment. Later, as they share tea, Yuri asks the Lord with a faint smile whether he truly looks that shabby in his current outfit. The Lord chuckles and quickly denies it. Setting her teacup down on the table, Sibylla offers Yuri a formal apology for what happened earlier, asking him to please stop bringing it up. With a light laugh, Yuri asks if he really should, then suggests they start over with a proper introduction. He introduces himself as Yuri, the third prince of Briol. Sibylla takes his hand and returns the gesture, saying that it is nice to meet him. He then asks her how old she is, and she answers reluctantly that she is 20. Yuri responds that he is 18, adding that a 2-year difference is practically nothing. With a chuckle, he says that they are basically friends now, so there is no need to speak so politely, and adds that it is nice to meet her too, which startles her slightly. Watching them shake hands, the Lord chuckles and remarks that the two of them look good together, adding that it is good to build friendships before having to face those fierce orcs. He asks Sibylla if she's truly okay with that, and she replies that she is. Yuri then glances around curiously and mentions that he didn't notice any troops on the way here, asking if the knights had arrived in advance. She confirms that he's right and adds that the rest of the troops will arrive by tomorrow. Yuri, holding his chin thoughtfully, remarks that he hopes nothing bad happens. Frustrated, Sibylla responds that the rules and discipline of the Holy Kingdom shouldn't be a concern and asks if he's implying that some kind of conflict might occur. Yuri clarifies that he is referring to an external threat, not an internal conflict. He explains that orcs occasionally appear near the borders and can even stage ambushes despite their large size. The Lord nods in agreement, acknowledging that Yuri is right, and adds that orcs are cunning creatures, far more devious than their size would suggest. Yuri points out that they were discussing the Holy Kingdom, so he believes there won't be any problems, but he advises Sibylla to keep the matter in mind just in case. Later that day, as they walk through the streets of the Holy Kingdom, Hernando curiously asks Yuri how he found the paladins of the kingdom. Yuri remarks that they were far too rigid and predicts that the princess will have a difficult time dealing with them. Noticing Hernando's worried expression, he asks if Yuri likes the princess. Yuri shrugs, saying he guesses so, and then, changing the subject, pulls a necklace from his pocket. He asks Hernando if he's certain it came from this place. Hernando confirms without hesitation, stating that this is the only shop around that sells such items. Yuri remarks that the bandit captain claimed that this thing can lure orcs, and to be more precise, he claimed that the orcs would go berserk and run at the necklace's owner once they feel its aura, and asserts it's like a drug for war. Later, inside the appraiser's shop, Yuri wonders aloud whether it is an artifact. After examining it for a moment, Hernando asserts that it is far too crude to be called one and confidently adds that it likely won't perform as impressively as claimed. The appraiser bristles at the comment, grows visibly angry, and shouts at them to get out if they have no intention of buying anything. They step aside, and with a satisfied grin, Hernando remarks that there don't seem to be any items like that here, speculating that the bandits may have already bought them all up. With a faint smile, Yuri comments that it's unfortunate, a response that startles Hernando. Calling out to His Highness, Hernando gestures toward the side, where several soldiers are heading into a bar, and notes that it looks like there's some gambling going on inside. With a glimmer in his eyes, Yuri wonders if soldiers of Briol are really taking part in gambling and asserts that he can't simply stand by and let it happen. Stepping forward, he declares that the army needs proper discipline, and Hernando follows at his side, agreeing with a firm nod. On the other hand, the vice commander of the Holy Kingdom, Fennec, approaches Sibylla along with his knights and asks whether she has a conversation with the Lord. When she affirms, Fennec adds that he has heard the rumors that the prestige of the Briol's prince is at rock bottom. To think that such an eccentric person is in charge, the Kingdom of Knights, Briol, is an old story now. She urges Fennec that there is no need to speak ill of them. Fennec merely scoffs, mocking the prince's attire as that of a lowly mercenary and criticizing his conduct as even worse, adding coldly that he can't help but think Briol may end up short of a prince by the time this orc raid is over. She frustratedly urges him to stop, emphasizing that he is crossing the line and must watch his words. She then asks if there are any issues with the main force. Walking off to the side, Fennec replies that there are none at all and assures her that she has nothing to worry about, as he has everything under control. He adds that they will be patrolling the city, prompting her to sigh. Later that night at the bar, Fennec's attention shifts toward a group off to the side, and he asks who they are. His guard knight replies that they appear to be soldiers from Briol. The guard adds that they are truly acting unruly, letting soldiers enter the city, and that they are now outright gambling. He sighs, wondering if they have no sense of discipline, clarifying with a sly grin that he means, look at their commander, and asserts it's understandable that his men would act like that. Fennec snaps in frustration, remarking that this will not do, and declares that as a paladin of the Holy Kingdom, he cannot simply stand by and watch. He shouts at the soldiers, demanding to know what they think they are doing there and whether they came just to drink and gamble. He sharply adds that even if they are soldiers from another kingdom, he cannot tolerate such behavior, sternly asking if they are treating the allied forces as a joke. Suddenly, Yuri places a hand on Fennec's shoulder from behind. With an easy grin, he asks what he just said and calmly inquires about his name. Fennec dusted off Yuri's hand, calling him the third prince, and asserted that such an attitude harmed not only Yuri himself but the soldiers as well. With a chuckle, he added that they still seemed unaware that what they ought to hold in their arms was a sword, not a card. He taunted them, saying he was not even sure they had ever wielded a proper sword before. Calm yet firm, Yuri repeated that he had asked for Fennec's name and questioned whether the Holy Kingdom's military discipline lacked ranks or order. The remark clearly frustrated Fennec, but before he could respond, Sibylla arrived and asked what was going on. She firmly reminded Fennec that he had claimed to be out on patrol. Fennec reluctantly bowed before her and apologized. Sibylla, visibly irritated, urged him to wait outside. As he departed, she apologized to Yuri on Fennec's behalf, but Yuri dismissed it with a chuckle, saying she did not need to. He remarked that it was difficult to keep all subordinates under control and that only a holy sovereign could truly manage such a task. Sibylla turned toward the door and stated that she would repay this debt another time. Yuri internally reflected on Raymond's words, that Sibylla stood in a weakened position in the current power struggle, and was therefore sensitive about results. He realized this must have been what Raymond meant. Shaking the thought away, Yuri decided it was none of his business and moved to the side, rejoining his soldiers in their game at the bar. Outside the building, Fennec clicked his tongue in frustration and turned to Sibylla, asking whether she had already befriended the Prince of Briol. She calmly asked if that was truly the issue at hand. Fennec raised his voice, reminding her that he had already warned her about Yuri's lack of elegance. At that moment, a knight on horseback hurried toward them, loudly calling out Sir Fennec. The knight anxiously dismounted and knelt, apologizing for the disrespect, but insisting that the message was urgent and came from the main force. Sibylla asked what had happened. The knight reported that the main force had been attacked by orcs. The news startled both Fennec and Sibylla. Right after, Sibylla mounted her horse while an older man questioned her sudden departure, creating an awkward but tense farewell between them. The older noble suggested that the princess had requested support from the Briols before leaving. But Fennec angrily dismissed the suggestion, insisting that the Holy Kingdom had taken care of its own affairs and would never seek help from lowly orcs. The older noble awkwardly clarified his intent and reassured Fennec, while the princess and accompanying knights waited on horseback as the tension quietly eased. Sibylla calmly acknowledged their concerns and expressed her gratitude, assuring them that everything would have ended without trouble. She urged everyone forward and led the charge, riding off swiftly into the night with her knights following behind. The older noble and his aide watched the knights disappear into the night and remarked that the Holy Kingdom's people were stubborn, especially Vice Commander Sibylla. The older noble instructed his knight to go and see the third prince at the Briol army's camp, and the knight bowed respectfully and accepted the order. He urged his subordinate to hurry, warning that there was not much time left. On the other hand, Yuri Brial read a message at the army camp while his knights gathered around and asked what it said. He revealed that the main force of the Holy Kingdom had been attacked by orcs. Yuri Brial stated that, as part of the allied forces, the Lord had requested their assistance in eliminating the nearby orcs. Raymond questioned why the request had come from Lord Gid instead of directly from the Holy Kingdom. Yuri Brial dryly commented that the indirect request existed because someone on the Holy Kingdom's side had been extremely stubborn. He ordered Sir Raymond to prepare to depart, and Raymond formally accepted the command. Yuri Brial asked a kneeling soldier for his name, and the man introduced himself as Roy with respectful urgency. He instructed Roy to go to the bar near the Talisman Market and summon the Brial Knights, noting they would comply once told he alone would accept the task. Roy ran off into the night to carry out his orders as Yuri watched him depart. Yuri Brial set the letter aside, adjusted his gear, and decided it was time to take a walk through the night. He rode out through the night with his men, galloping swiftly along the forest path toward their destination. He remarked with a crooked smile that everyone seemed a little reckless as they rode through the night. The knights loudly denied being tipsy, raising their weapons in spirited response as they rode behind Yuri Brial. He laughed it off but remarked that Jared looked unwell and pale, while Jared insisted that he was fine. Laurent called out to Yuri Brial while riding beside him, and Yuri calmly responded. Laurent expressed renewed admiration for Yuri Brial, praising him for forgiving the paladins who had insulted him and even going so far as to save them. He enthusiastically declared that Yuri Brial's profound insight made it unnecessary to dwell on past wrongs, openly expressing his amazement and admiration. Yuri Brial laughed it off and dismissed the praise, while wondering if Laurent had always been this excitable. He sincerely thanked Laurent for his loyalty while reflecting that his current self felt very different from who he had been in his previous life. Laurent joyfully exclaimed his gratitude for Yuri Brial's recognition, while Yuri quietly wondered if Laurent, too, had been influenced by the same change. A knight urgently alerted Yuri Brial that trouble had appeared ahead, revealing that it was the paladins of the Holy Kingdom blocking their path. Yuri addressed everyone, stating that this had been their first battle against the orcs and that he would have led the charge into the battlefield ahead of all others. He declared that he would be the last to leave the battlefield, reinforcing his resolve as he prepared for the coming fight. He, the third Prince of Brial, boldly commanded his soldiers to fight bravely and not get hurt as he charged forward on horseback. A moment earlier, the paladins of the Holy Kingdom had been advancing across the open field under the night sky. Sibylla realized she had been careless, admitting that she had not expected the Holy Kingdom's main force to be attacked. She remembered when Yuri had calmly remarked that orcs could sometimes appear within the boundary, a warning she had not taken seriously enough at the time. Sibylla bitterly acknowledged that she should have been more careful. She realized in alarm that the battle was still ongoing as orcs continued to clash violently with the paladins. She charged forward on horseback with relief, thanking the god that the flag still stood as proof the paladins had not yet fallen. Sibylla ordered Sir Fennec to charge straight ahead and strike the enemy commander immediately, and he acknowledged her command. Fennec commanded the paladins to form up and charge forward, and they responded in unison as they surged into battle. Sibylla declared her intent to charge ahead herself, asking to be pushed forward into the fray. She urged her mount to accelerate and surged forward at full speed into the battle. As Sibylla led the charge, a sinister skull wreathed in dark magic appeared ahead, signaling the enemy's ominous counterattack. A dark skull unleashed a glowing purple magic circle ahead of Sibylla and the charging paladins, abruptly blocking their advance with hostile sorcery. She realized it had been a trap as the ground collapsed beneath her charge and dark magic erupted around the paladins. Sibylla cried out in horror as she fell into the collapsing pit, surrounded by crashing rocks and dark magic. She had plunged into darkness, haunted by doubt over whether her decisive choice had been a fatal mistake. She recalled her past when she accidentally awakened powerful holy magic and was showered with praise from everyone around her. She basked in the warmth of gentle praise and approval, believing she could live up to those expectations by turning away from miracles and devoting herself to swordsmanship instead. She realized too late that abandoning holy magic for the sword was a fatal mistake when her blade first struck down her own brother. From that day on, her brother began to see her as a threat to the throne and steadily pushed her onto the battlefield. Her brother proclaimed her as the head of the allied forces, urging her to fight in God's name on the battlefield with the promise of divine revelation and salvation. wounded and collapsed on the battlefield. Sibylla scoffed bitterly despite her injuries, refusing to submit even as death loomed. Lying helpless with her sword fallen from her grasp, she accused them of deliberately sending her to die on the battlefield. Bruised and coughing amid fallen soldiers, she forced herself up and ordered everyone to pull themselves together despite the chaos. She gripped her sword in shock, noticed the unnatural slickness coating the blade, and realized too late that the battlefield itself had been turned into a trap with oil. She looked up from the ravine floor to see torch-bearing orcs lining the cliffs above, realizing she was completely surrounded with no clear escape. She realized, as fire reflected in her widening eye, that the situation had turned truly dire. A towering orc raised a blazing torch and snarled down from the cliff, signaling an imminent and merciless attack. Sibylla realized that after ambushing the main force, the orcs now prepared an incendiary attack, leaving her unsure how to respond. She wondered how she was supposed to survive as enemies closed in amid an overwhelming sea of fire. She closed her eyes in fear and questioned what she had been striving for all along as exhaustion and doubt finally overwhelmed her resolve. Yuri arrived just in time, severed the orc's head in a single strike, and called out Sibylla's name. He told Sibylla to open her eyes, calmly reproaching her as he summoned holy fire and questioned why she had not asked for help. He, with a reassuring smile, calmly asked if she was all right after saving her. He threw a rope down below the trapped ground to help them climb out. Sibylla grasped Yuri's hand as he pulled her up from the pit, quietly thanking him while he brushed it off as nothing. She stood close to Yuri, still dirt-stained and unsteady, as he held her firmly by the arms and checked her condition. Finnick formally addressed Yuri, introducing himself as the vice commander of the Holy Kingdom and offering an apology for his earlier rudeness at the tavern. He solemnly pledged eternal gratitude to Yuri, vowing never to forget the grace shown to him, even until his death. Yuri graciously accepted Finnick's apology and lightly remarked that he hoped the Holy Kingdom would come to Briol's aid the next time trouble arose. Orcs crept back into view beyond the battlefield, and one of them signaled their retreat through the blare of a horn. Yuri observed that the orcs were retreating after failing to annihilate the paladins. He ordered his forces to pursue the fleeing orcs and prevent their escape. Yuri recognized the tattered orcs' flag and realized with alarm who they were facing. He identified the banner as Orkvals and realized they were confronting a far more dangerous enemy. Sibylla called out to him in concern because the orc drew back his bow, channeling dark energy as he prepared to unleash a lethal strike. It threw the arrow with a surge of dark, crackling energy straight toward Yuri and Sibylla. Yuri swiftly intercepted the incoming attack, deflecting the dark energy with a powerful swing of his blade. He realized that the orc commander's fury was directed at him alone, blaming him for the failed assault. He smirked and decided that he should answer the orc commander's provocation head-on. Yuri stepped forward, wreathed in blue mana, positioning himself ahead of Sibylla. He surged forward, calmly telling Sibylla he would return shortly. Sibylla anxiously called out, asking Yuri whether he truly intended to go alone. Yuri charged straight toward the remaining orcs alone as he closed the distance at overwhelming speed. An enraged orc hurled his spear with a savage roar, the weapon slicing through the air toward Yuri. The spear hurtled toward him at blinding speed, jolting him with a flash of shock as he barely had time to react. 5 years ago, Bernard taught Yuri the art of soul severance, emphasizing that while countless variables shape a battlefield, true strength comes from mastering the basics through relentless training. He recognized that Yuri possessed a unique resolve, instantly grasped the entire situation, identified the most optimal path, and transformed it into a sword technique. When the crucial moment came, Yuri understood that his body reacted instinctively and moved in the correct direction before he even had to think about it. Bernard told him that instinctive movement allowed him to strike down the enemy in the most efficient way possible. Now, Yuri blocked the spear with precise timing, stopping the attack before it could reach him. Another spear flew toward Yuri, forcing him to react again in an instant. He leapt backward and dodged the spear just in time, avoiding the impact. He twisted midair, landed smoothly, and charged forward with his sword drawn, rushing straight toward the oncoming orcs, who were shocked to see him suddenly rush straight at them. Yuri struck in a blur of motion, his sword flashing as he cut down the orcs before they could react. But the rest of the orcs roared and charged at Yuri all at once, rushing in to overwhelm him. It was a 3-on-1 situation, clearly dangerous to confront head-on. However, that didn't stop Yuri from preparing his next move. It had been a long time since Yuri last stood on a battlefield, and he decided there was no way he would let this chance slip away. Yuri's eyes sharpened as realization struck, and in that instant, he clearly saw the enemy's opening. He identified the most optimal sword path, instantly mapping out the perfect line of attack through the chaos. Yuri followed that optimal path and struck decisively, cutting down the orc in a single, perfectly executed blow. He once again identified the optimal sword path for the remaining orc. Without hesitation, he adjusted his stance and prepared to strike with perfect precision. Yuri moved and cut the orcs in a single, clean motion. Blood splattered across the ground as the orc collapsed, the fight ending in a brutal, silent finish. Yuri became aware that his body was acting on instinct faster than his conscious thoughts could follow, and for the moment, he accepted that imbalance and decided to be satisfied with it. He noticed the spear lying on the ground, its presence catching his attention. He picked up the fallen spear and shouted Orkful as he raised it high, his voice cutting through the battlefield air. He firmly gripped the spear and hurled it forward at Orkful. But Orkful crossed his axes and blocked the attack, stopping the spear before it could strike him. Yuri instantly followed up, his blade flashing forward in a sharp counterstrike that crashed against Orkful's defense. They were shocked, momentarily freezing as they realized Yuri was still pressing forward without hesitation. Orkful's axe shattered, leaving him momentarily stunned as the broken weapon fell from his grasp. The orcs were frightened, their confidence breaking as fear spread across their faces and slowed their advance. Yuri realized that instead of attacking together as he expected, the orcs decided that suffering any further losses was not worth it. Yuri hoped the lesson he taught would be enough to make the orcs flee in fear. Sibylla ran toward Yuri in alarm, calling his name and asking if he was hurt. Yuri smiled calmly and reassured her that he was fine. He remarked that it looked like the situation had finally been resolved. He asked Sibylla how it felt to claim her first victory as part of the Allied forces. Sibylla smiled softly and thanked him, her relief and pride showing after the battle. She credited his success, saying it was all thanks to his efforts. Right after their defeat, Orkful and his allies fled, and in his frustration, he slammed his fist into the wood as he retreated. As he stood in the darkness, he snarled in rage, cursing his defeat. Orkful glared back with burning red eyes, his face twisted with hatred and fury as he vanished into the shadows, vowing revenge. The scene shifted to the inn, where outside, people moved through the streets as life quietly returned to normal. Laurent excitedly spread the story, claiming that His Highness, Yuri, boldly rushed forward and snatched the torch thrown into the pit in a flash. He exclaimed that it was absolutely incredible, his voice filled with awe. His ally admitted he had underestimated the prince, believing rumors of his incompetence, only to realize now that Yuri was far more skilled than anyone claimed. Laurent dismissed the rumors as baseless lies, confidently asserting that the prince's true skill had been deliberately underestimated. He declared with certainty that the king's powerful bloodline flowed strongest through Prince Yuri. He, already drunk, complained that a single story couldn't possibly capture all of Prince Yuri's achievements as others gawked at his state. Asana, who had already present in the inn, reflected that Prince Yuri was far too extraordinary to be merely royal, having seen through her hidden assassination technique that she had concealed her entire life. She thought that Prince Yuri even walked straight into the middle of the battlefield alone and always seemed several steps ahead, as if he already knew the future. She calmly addressed the innkeeper, saying she was searching for someone, while he looked at her with cautious curiosity. She described a man with dark brown hair and a sword at his waist as highly skilled in sword techniques, while the innkeeper admitted he could not recall anyone matching those details. She realized the man was not from the continent because he spoke without a continental accent, which prompted sudden recognition from the innkeeper, who hesitated about the man's hair color but remembered someone who spoke with an awkward, unfamiliar accent. The innkeeper recalled that he ordered risotto without spices and also asked for directions to Balshad. Asana paid the innkeeper with a coin in exchange for the information he provided. The innkeeper accepted the coin with a pleased smile and thanked Asana for the unexpected reward. She realized that Balshad was the Allied forces' assembly point. She inferred that the mysterious man was heading to the same destination as Prince Yuri, and decided to move ahead of time to search for him, who was revealed as one of the 10 strongest on the continent, the legendary swordsman from the east. After the battle in Guild, Yuri moved on with his companions toward their next destination. Although they set up camp at night along the way, his group prepared thoroughly, having learned from the Holy Kingdom's previous example. Yuri noted that everyone had already gotten used to the work, relieving him of the need to explain even the basics. Raymond remarked that they had already set up night camps many times, so the soldiers' bodies remembered what to do. and Yuri credited him for having done great work. Yuri said he would look around and left the camp's management to Sir Raymond, who respectfully acknowledged the order. Right after, he stood among the trees, observing that despite the many people nearby, the forest was strangely quiet. He scanned the surroundings with narrowed eyes, realizing that the unnatural silence meant the chance of a nighttime ambush was higher than he had expected. He suddenly felt a faint but unmistakable presence, as if unseen eyes were fixed on him from within the forest. He saw that the furious soldiers emerged from the forest, shouting insults while beating down a captive who had failed to flee. A hooded half-orc was cruelly insulted and demeaned, enduring the slur in silent pain. The armored man openly expressed suspicion, suggesting that the person in question might have secretly worked as a spy and deceived His Highness for covert purposes. Corey desperately denied the accusation, trembling and insisting that he had never deceived anyone or worked as a spy. The accuser angrily dismissed the denial, violently grabbing the hooded orc while accusing him of lying and likely stealing as well. The frightened orc tearfully insisted that he had stolen nothing and begged for his belongings to be returned. They coldly declared his intent to destroy the seized item immediately. Yuri appeared on the scene, sternly questioning them about not helping set up the camp, while they nervously began explaining the situation involving the hooded orc. Yuri coldly reiterated his command with visible irritation, making it clear he had no patience left before bluntly ordering them to leave at once. The subordinates hastily obeyed the order, responding in unison, and hurried away through the forest while apologizing profusely. After the others left, Yuri turned back to the shaken hooded orc and calmly asked if he was all right. The elderly orc bowed his head in relief as he softly thanked Yuri for his help. Yuri gently offered to reprimand the men, but the weary orc declined, saying it was unnecessary. Corey reflected bitterly that people naturally love what is beautiful and despise what is ugly, accepting this prejudice as an inevitable outcome. It explained that accepting help would bring temporary comfort but would ultimately lead him further away from achieving his true dream. Yuri gently asked what Corey's dream was, inviting him to share it. Corey revealed that his dream was to live among people as an equal after finally earning their recognition. But Yuri quietly reflected that it was a difficult dream to achieve. He reasoned that Corey could temporarily remain with the soldiers under the guise of an interpreter, at least until the raid was finished. Yuri confirmed that Corey was currently with Hernando, and Corey hesitantly acknowledged the question. He instructed Corey to learn magic from Hernando, leaving him stunned and momentarily speechless at the unexpected proposal. Yuri explained with a reassuring smile that living among people would require Corey to develop unique skills to stand out and be accepted. The scene transitioned to nightfall at the camp, where tents glowed by firelight as soldiers gathered and settled in under the forest. Inside the tent, Yuri questioned his subordinates about how much preparation had been completed for the planned night ambush. They reported that all supply depots had been protected with flame-retardant cloth, and that lookouts had been strategically stationed around the palisades and barracks. But Jared questioned whether such extreme precautions were necessary, noting that more troops than usual had been deployed. Yuri firmly reminded them that they were deep in orc territory, where extra caution was justified since any unexpected incident could easily occur. He warned that there was a real possibility of the orcs launching fire attacks again, recalling how they had done the same to the Holy Kingdom in the past. Suddenly, a panicked soldier burst in, urgently calling for Yuri as he announced that critical news had just arrived. He reported that the orcs had launched an attack, shocking everyone in the tent. Upon hearing the alarm, Yuri and the others immediately rushed outside, moving swiftly to respond to the sudden orc attack. Yuri was shocked as the fierce orcs charged, forcing him to realize grimly that the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. A gunpowder box ignited amid the chaos as the orcs unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Yuri, stunned by the explosion, questioned whether the orcs were using gunpowder, only to be told by his subordinate that it was sorcery and that the situation had taken a dangerous turn. Yuri bluntly condemned the enemy's tactics and asked Hernando for a countermeasure, who explained that the attacks were likely sorcery-made bombs and that stopping the throwers was the only solution. He urgently called out to Jared and Raymond, ordering them to disperse and take command of their respective units amid the chaos. Yuri enveloped himself in blazing blue energy and declared that he would confront the sorcerer responsible for the flashy bombardment head-on. He asked Hernando to identify the source of the sorcery, and Hernando immediately pointed out the direction it was coming from. Yuri said he would be back, then launched himself forward in a burst of blue energy and sprinted toward the source of the sorcery. But he paused and recognized Orkvul, who stood behind the battlefield. He glared at Yuri with blazing red eyes, his face twisted with raw fury as killing intent poured off him. Yuri lunged forward in a blur of blue energy, eyes locked on the orc as he demanded an answer mid-strike. Orkvul intercepted Yuri's charge at the last instant, blocking the blow head-on with his axe. It surged forward in a brutal counterattack, swinging its axe in a wide, crushing arc that sent a shockwave toward Yuri. Yuri steadied himself with a sharp exhale as he acknowledged with grim respect just how monstrously strong his opponent was. Orkvul snarled with a sharp-toothed grin, his glowing red eye tracking Yuri, who recognized from its precise movements that this was a veteran hardened by countless battles. Yuri decided he didn't favor close combat and resolved to put some distance between them first. Orkvul raised his axe high and brought it crashing down with brutal force, splitting the ground as Yuri narrowly evaded the devastating strike. It relentlessly pressed the attack, but Yuri evaded each strike with swift, precise movements. It lunged in fury, but Yuri raised his blade in time, barely blocking the crushing blow as sparks burst between them. Yuri descended in a blur of blue light, driving his blade down with crushing force and smashing the Orkvul into the ground as the impact exploded outward in a violent shockwave. He stood calmly amid fading blue flames, sword lowered but ready, even as he acknowledged that his power was on a completely different level from the others. He narrowed his glowing blue eye with calm resolve, silently challenging his opponent as he prepared to see what they had to offer. He thrust his sword straight toward Orkvul with blinding speed. But Orkvul met the thrust head-on, slamming his axe down with brutal force as dark energy flared, shattering the ground and stopping the blade inches from him. Yuri slid back across the shattered ground, and a sharp grin crept across his face, realizing the true intensity of the fight. Orkvul advanced through the battlefield, wreathed in violent purple mana, his massive frame radiating killing intent as he activated a brutal mana method. Yuri's eyes widened as the realization struck him too late that an orc capable of sorcery would naturally be able to wield mana as well. Yuri realized in that moment that the supposed gunpowder was actually twisted sorcery, proving that even the orc warriors were wielding mana-based methods. With a calm, confident smile and blue mana flaring around him, he acknowledged his opponent as an elite unit while tightening his grip on the sword. His eye blazed with cold resolve as he unleashed Soul Severance, binding Orkvul's mana-laced body in glowing lines that signaled a decisive, lethal strike. Suddenly, Orkvul rushed toward him at full speed and launched a fierce attack. Yuri swiftly counterattacked, driving his blade forward with precise timing and slashing into Orkvul's throat before he could recover. But Orkvul barely managed to grip his sword, his fury boiling over as he glared down at Yuri, who realized that Orkvul had deliberately concentrated his mana around his throat, minimizing the damage at the cost of exposing his body. Orkvul smirked menacingly, his bloodied fangs bared as dark mana flickered around the wound in his neck. Yuri's expression tightened with concern, his brows furrowed and eyes sharp as he braced himself, sensing the danger behind Orkvul's unsettling calm. Before he could even react, Yuri instantly sliced off Orkvul's finger in a swift, decisive strike. But Orkvul's axe struck back instantly, slamming into Yuri's shoulder with brutal force. Yuri curled his lips into a cruel smirk, mocking him as he sneered that such a mediocre attack could never work on him. He steadied himself, declaring that the real fight was about to begin. Both of them braced themselves, mana and killing intent surging as they charged in, fully prepared for a decisive duel. Blue and violet energies collided midair as Yuri and Orkvul clashed head-on, their bodies crossing in a violent explosion that split the battlefield with overwhelming force. A blinding explosion erupted as their powers collided, shockwaves tearing the ground apart and swallowing everything in a violent burst of light and force. Dust and shattered stone spiraled upward from the crater as the aftermath of their clash slammed into the ground, leaving the battlefield scarred and eerily silent. Orkvul's axe lay shattered and half buried in the rubble, its broken blade a silent sign of the brutal clash that just ended. Yuri stood calmly before Orkvul, who sat slumped and defeated, his strength and fury finally spent. He launched a final downward strike and ended the fight in a single decisive blow. Finally, Orkvul was slain by Yuri in a brutal finishing blow. Despite being gravely wounded and pinned beneath Yuri's blade, Orkvul still showed signs of life. Yuri realized Orkvul was an elite who still clung to life, implying he possessed knowledge beyond the others, even as he lay mortally wounded. He decided it would be a waste to kill Orkvul immediately, choosing instead to keep him alive for the information he might reveal. Reinforcements rushed toward Yuri, calling out to him, responding urgently as he stood over the battlefield. They urgently asked Yuri if he was all right. Yuri reassured them that he was fine and asked about the camp, learning that his forces had already cleaned up most of the remaining enemies. He ordered the soldiers to gather all surviving orcs in one place and have Orkful brought along as a captive. Yuri declared that from that moment on, they would begin systematically examining the orcs to uncover the truth behind them. Later at the camp, Yuri received treatment while being advised that his injured shoulder needed regular stretching to prevent further damage. Hernando healed Yuri's injured shoulder with an item taken from the orc while teasing him, and Yuri tolerated it while telling him to stop nagging. Hernando finished healing his shoulder, leaving it restored and ready for use. Relieved that the injury was minor, Yuri acknowledged Hernando's work while calmly confirming he was fine. As he prepared to move on, Hernando stopped him briefly to speak, addressing him respectfully as he turned away. Yuri paused and turned back with a puzzled look, surprised by Hernando suddenly calling out to him. Hernando suggested him for conducting the interrogation while seated, dramatically introducing his imposing field commander's chair. Yuri reacted in disbelief at the extravagant chair, while Hernando proudly explained it was only fitting for a commander to appear majestic. Amused despite himself, Yuri accepted the overly majestic chair, deciding he couldn't reject it now that it had already been made. He sat in the commander's chair and admitted it wasn't so bad, while Hernando looked on with clear satisfaction. He raised his hand and solemnly announced the start of the interrogation as the bound orc prisoners knelt in silence before him. Seated confidently, Yuri ordered the prisoners to be brought before him one by one to be interrogated. One by one, the orcs were forced into the flames as punishment, screaming as the brutal interrogation began. Each captured orc was dragged forward in turn and hurled into the burning brazier, their screams serving as a warning to the others awaiting punishment. Yuri warned the orc it had only one chance to answer correctly before coldly demanding to know who ordered the night ambush. The enraged orc roared a defiant, furious response. When a subordinate hesitated over the orc's crude words, Yuri calmly dismissed them as a mere insult, showing his composure and authority during the interrogation. He called for Jared and ordered him to punish the orc who had shouted the insult. Jared dragged the orc forward and hurled him into the blazing brazier as punishment under his command. The remaining orcs watched in horror, their eyes widening in shock as fear spread through the group. Hernando stood calmly among the others, observing the interrogation in silence as the tension and fear among the orcs continued to rise. Another orc was thrown into the raging flames, howling in agony as the fire engulfed him and reinforced the terror of those still waiting. Yuri coldly warned the remaining orcs that he would question them one by one as he summoned a swirling surge of magic to make his threat unmistakably clear. Surrounded by roaring water magic and burning wreckage, he coldly subdued the orcs and warned them that their answers would decide whether they died quickly or suffered. Jared pinned the creature with crackling water magic as he calmly told him to put that one aside. The orc bared its jagged teeth and roared in blind fury. Yuri confirmed that the orcs snarled in desperation, loudly pleading to be spared while accusing the orcful who had given the orders and demanding that he be punished instead. Yuri laughed lightly, leaning forward with a calm, confident expression as he acknowledged the orcs' desperate effort with faint amusement. He coldly questioned the orcs whether the attack had been ordered by Okiwa. The soldiers exchanged uncertain looks, admitting they had never heard the name Okiwa before. Okiwa, the so-called king of orcs, was revealed as the one who had commanded the allied forces and had slaughtered countless knights in the narrator's past life. He was undeniably identified as the single enemy who had to be eliminated at all costs in the war. Corey quietly relayed the orc's plea while Yuri, calm and resolute, said that he would spare him if the answer was honest. Orkful responded in a trembling voice, spitting out harsh words as fear and desperation bled through his growls. Corey explained grimly that the orc chieftain was demanding an oath of loyalty directly from Yuri, who looked stunned and tense. Orkful warned that breaking an oath and attacking afterward would have been a disgrace that dragged one's honor into the dirt. Yuri understood that Orkful had fought many humans before and found it ironic that an orc, of all beings, adhered so strictly to honor. Yuri agreed to take an oath despite the concern voiced by his subordinate. Jared anxiously demanded to know what would happen after the orc was released, but was immediately told to calm down. He asked whether it had been Okiwa's order, and Corey confirmed that the tribe leader had relayed it after receiving Okiwa's command. Yuri calmly pressed the orc for details, demanding to know how the allied forces' route was exposed and who provided the information that led to their ambush. Corey said that Okiwa had a method to obtain the information, but he did not know how it worked. Jared realized that Okiwa somehow figured out their route and ordered the ambush. Yuri affirmed that Okiwa was immensely powerful, capable of gathering intelligence, directing tribes, and engineering large-scale conflicts like the Holy Kingdom incident. Orkvul lifted his scarred face in grim silence as Yuri asked the final question about how strong Okiwa was. It threw its head back and laughed loudly, mocking the question with a deep, echoing roar. Corey trembled as he relayed Orkvul's words, saying that even a dozen orcs like himself would stand no chance against Okiwa. The knights listened in stunned silence as it was conveyed that Okiwa was guaranteed to be stronger and fiercer than any being in the world. Yuri acknowledged Okiwa's overwhelming strength, but warned that humans had been far more vicious and cunning than brute force alone. Orkvul's eyes remained wide with shock as he listened to Yuri's words, realizing the depth of human cruelty exceeded anything he had imagined. Yuri taunted Orkvul with a confident grin, mocking him for wanting a fight while calmly declaring that he had considered keeping the oath. The knights shouted in alarm as the restrained Orkvul began breaking free, drawing their swords in panic. Orkvul slammed his foot down and roared as dark power surged through his arm, shattering the restraints and launching a violent counterattack. Jared shouted for Yuri to stop him, but Yuri only answered with a calm, confident smirk. Yuri calmly commanded his subordinates to restrain Orkvul. He spoke with icy contempt, declaring Orkvul utterly unworthy of honor, even for daring to invoke it. They surrounded Orkvul with drawn weapons, cutting off every possible escape. Yuri gave the order to his companions to kill Orkvul as he walked away without hesitation. In the dimly lit camp, wounded soldiers lay groaning in their beds as others called out in pain and begged for help. The priest of Brial, Germain, moved from bed to bed, channeling healing magic into the wounded as others urgently called for his help. He hurried toward another wounded soldier, shouting reassurance as he prepared to tend to them. Hernando instructed the priest to treat another patient first while he handled the situation himself. Corey brought water to the priest and was praised for doing a good job. Germain stepped forward, unleashing a radiant burst of holy power as he ordered everyone to take a step back. Corey hesitated nervously, clutching the water as he stared in shock at its sudden transformation. Once the priest started chanting, the water started exuding a strange, shimmering aura. Germain instructed Corey to use the holy water to cleanse the wounds, explaining that it would wash away the toxic aura. He was called over urgently and responded that he was on his way. Once Priest Germain started using magic, Corey watched in fascination as the people's frowning faces gradually softened into awe. As Priest Germain continued channeling his magic, the wounded soldier was quickly turning calm. Corey stared at the glowing light with widened eyes, realizing with a twisted grin that it was magic. After finishing the healing, Germain stepped outside the tent to get some air. Hernando remarked that things had settled down somewhat as the priest thanked him for his help. Hernando praised Corey for his efforts, while Corey shyly insisted that he had not done much. The priest remarked that it was fortunate the damage had not been worse, while Hernando explained that this was because the real battle had not yet begun. Germain solemnly acknowledged that far worse events would occur later in the battle and prayed that God would watch over them all. Hernando remarked that he thought the process would not be too bad, prompting the priest to ask him to repeat what he meant. He pointed out that his soldiers have gathered around a campfire after a dangerous battle, finding a brief moment of rest, music, and camaraderie despite what they have just endured. He realized that people helped one another and tended each other's wounds after the battle. Hernando raised his hand and summoned a radiant blade of magic, calmly revealing his strength against the night sky. From his summoning, a towering surge of radiant magic shot into the sky, bathing the camp and night heavens in awe-inspiring light. They looked up in amazement, smiling and marveling at the magnificent display of magic lighting up the sky. Hernando sat calmly and extended a finger, letting his magic gently lend strength and hope to the hearts of the people around him. Corey looked up in stunned silence, his wide eyes reflecting awe and something deeply shaken within him. He humbly asked Sir Hernando to teach him magic, his fear giving way to earnest hope. Hernando repeated the request with mild surprise, amused that it had been so long since anyone had asked him to teach magic. He gently placed a hand on Corey's head and asked what had suddenly driven him to want to learn magic. Corey nervously clasped his hands and explained that the idea to learn magic had been suggested to him by Yuri. He explained that magic makes people smile, recalling how it brought joy, music, and warmth to everyone gathered around the fire. He confessed that he wished he could bring the same light and happiness to others as Hernando's magic had done. Hernando smiled softly and acknowledged Corey's wish. saying that a half-orc who used magic for the people would be very cool. Corey smiled quietly, holding his hands together as warm light reflected his growing hope and resolve. On the other hand, Yuri and his subordinates rested in a quiet meadow, keeping watch with their horses as the journey briefly paused. Yuri was alerted by his subordinate that the Empire's knights had arrived nearby and were formally requesting to meet him. Jared asked whether to meet the visitors, and Yuri replied that he must, since Bashad was right in front of them. Yuri calmly ordered his subordinate to bring the Empire's knights to him, asserting his authority without hesitation. Rapio Artem formally introduced himself as a knight and the second son of Count Zenon, respectfully greeting Yuri, the third prince of Brial. Yuri welcomed Rapio and learned that the Empire's advance party had already arrived at Bashad to confirm orc activity and report it to nearby units. Yuri greeted Rapio, who revealed themselves as the Empire's advance party that had reached Bashad first, confirmed the presence of orcs, and was relaying the information to surrounding units. Yuri asked about the knight standing behind Rapio, prompting a brief, hesitant reaction as the man prepared to introduce himself. The knight stepped forward to apologize for the late greeting, explaining that he was currently not in a position to properly offer formal respect. Yuri reflected on their meeting as a reminder of a past he wished to forget, recognizing him as Graham Hartfall. Graham Hartfall, having lost his title as a Knight of the Empire, formally paid his respects to Yuri, the third Prince of Brial. Yuri recalled that in his past life, he had been forced to beg for mercy just to preserve his own life. Graham responded to Yuri's greeting by asking him to avoid honorifics and clarified that he was no longer a knight. Yuri questioned him whether he, having lost his title, was still serving in the war without any official rank. Graham admitted, with an awkward smile, that he was indeed serving in the war without a title, even though he found it embarrassing. Rapio reassured him that he had done nothing wrong and had simply encountered the wrong senior. He confidently added that Graham was not wrong, emphasizing that no other knight was as widely renowned as he. Yuri reflected that he had heard Graham lost his knightly title for reasons tied to the Empire and never expected to meet him within the Allied forces. He observed that the man he once knew as the most upright knight was now questioning his own worth and doubting himself. Yuri acknowledged the praise with quiet surprise and warmly expressed that he had heard much about him and was honored to meet him. He smiled and said that he had been waiting for the chance to ask Graham something important. He warmly invited Graham to come to Brial, extending an open hand and a genuine offer of belonging. Graham bluntly admitted that he despised the Empire's knights, but acknowledged that Yuri was different from them. He recalled that in the past, Yuri spared his life and let him go, forcing him to bear the cost of that mercy on his own. Yuri asked him if he would come to Brial, promising that he would treat him well in return. But Graham bowed and apologized, silently rejecting Yuri's offer despite the weight and sincerity behind it. Yuri smiled calmly and said he respected Graham's decision, already knowing that Graham would refuse despite everything that had been offered. Subsequently, they looked up at the towering gates of Balshad, marking the moment he finally arrived at a place that may test his resolve and redefine his path. Balshad served as the gathering point where the Allied forces assembled, its fortified city standing ready for war. Yuri remarked that the city was much larger than he had expected, and Hernando agreed, noting that it was remarkably vast for a city situated in the middle of a plain. Yuri wondered if magic had been used to build the massive wall, and Hernando replied that the Duke of Balshad's family had produced exceptional mages for generations. Hernando warned him to be careful as they passed through the city gate, telling him with a chilling grin that anyone who let their guard down would be devoured. Yuri remembered the Duke with unease, sensing that behind the old man's arrogance lurked trouble he couldn't quite ignore. He resolved to judge the Duke for himself, trusting that the truth would reveal itself when they finally met. When they entered Balshad, they found themselves in a grand hall filled with nobles, elegant decorations, and an atmosphere heavy with power and intrigue. They saw a graceful red-haired woman, who formally welcomed them, introducing herself as Mary-Rose Entre, the Duke of Balshad. At the banquet, Yuri and Hernando realized in surprise that the Duke of Balshad was not an old man, hinting that a recent generational change had taken place. Mary-Rose Entre greeted Yuri with a graceful smile, saying she was pleased to meet them. She asked Yuri if he was the third Prince of Brial. Yuri stated that he was the commander in charge of the Brial soldiers. Mary-Rose flirted openly, complimenting Yuri's looks and then casually asking about his age. Yuri revealed that he was 18, prompting the Duke of Balshad to note she was only 4 years older and suggest they might have much to talk about. But Yuri expressed uncertainty about Mary Rose's suggestion and looked visibly uncomfortable. He realized that Mary Rose used her beauty and a charming smile to subtly sway the people around her. Because of his past experiences, Yuri couldn't bring himself to view people like her in a positive light, regardless of her intentions. He stated that age didn't matter, and that people became friends through shared values, leaving Mary Rose quietly taken aback. She rose gracefully and called for the Knights of Brial's attention, her smile hinting at hidden intent. She introduced Yuri and the Knights of Brial to the hall as esteemed guests from the nation of knights. She warmly suggested that since their nations would fight side by side against the same enemy, they should take time to get to know each other better. Jared whispered in confusion, wondering why Mary Rose suddenly acted so forward. But Hernando laughed it off, believing there was no deep reason behind her behavior, and that she simply enjoyed making friends. Jared whispered in surprise, wondering if Brucin was that small nation located on the outskirts of the continent. Yuri Brial confirmed that Brucin lay near the ocean, explaining that the country had many seamen who were known for being adamant and strong. The commander had entered Balshad with measured steps, addressing the Prince of Brial as he took his place at the table. Jonathan, the commander in charge of Brucin, formally introduced himself as he stepped forward, holding a bottle with a confident, easy smile. He courteously offered to pour Yuri a drink, and Yuri accepted with calm appreciation. Yuri calmly remarked that the vivid red liquid splashing into his glass looked unexpectedly intense, making him question whether it was truly wine at all. But he dismissed the refined liquor as out of place in the rough rural setting, wearing a quiet, knowing smirk. Jonathan was shocked to hear that, clearly startled. Yuri laughed and remarked, acknowledging their awareness in a slightly mocking tone. One of them angrily confronted Yuri, accusing him of mocking them for being from the countryside, while another tried to hold him back. Jonathan ordered his subordinates to calm down, and he, with a stern expression and holding a bottle, demanded of Yuri whether his words were intended as an insult directed at Brucin. Yuri, sitting confidently and sipping wine, inquired about his next move. He boldly asked if he was expected to apologize for his disrespect, challenging Jonathan's authority. But Jonathan casually dismissed the need for an apology, his expression confident and relaxed as he spoke. He speculated that the incident could either be true to rumors about the third Prince of Brial being a scoundrel, or something else entirely. He suggested with a confident smirk that the situation might be a test to see if they were truly fit to form an alliance, while one of the others, eager and ready to prove a point, demanded to take matters into his own hands. Yuri remarked that there was nothing more dangerous than having an untrustworthy ally on the battlefield. He smirked, confidently asking Jonathan whether he could prove themselves, challenging his worth. Jonathan confidently replied that a knight proves their worth through their sword, implying that actions speak louder than words. Mary Rose, with a playful and confident smile, offered to guide them to the training ground, extending her hand graciously. A moment later, the two figures stood facing each other in a grand setting, seemingly prepared for a confrontation. Yuri and the others sat together, looking composed and confident, observing the events unfolding before them. Mary Rose, with a playful smile, asked if the fight had been deliberately instigated, casually admitting that, crude as it was, she didn't mind since it provided entertainment. Yuri teased Mary Rose, pointing out that she was pretending to be innocent despite being the one who had orchestrated the situation, while Mary Rose playfully countered, suggesting that Yuri had taken advantage of it without hesitation. Yuri reflected that while proving Brucin's skill was important, there was something else he needed to confirm, as he looked at a group of men, predicting that one of them would be given a title that was only bestowed upon the strongest of the continent, like his father. 10 Strongest was revealed, implying that one of the ambushers was destined to have their name etched onto that infamous list. Yuri calmly decided that it wouldn't hurt to know about the threat in advance. Proin introduced himself, and Laurent responded in kind as they exchanged names with a formal handshake. Proin casually teased him with a confident grin, suggesting they have some fun, while Laurent stayed silent and unreadable. Yuri watched in silence, thoughtfully resolving to learn from this encounter. 10 Strongest had been recognized as an elite certification granted to those who had come closest to absolute strength among countless people across the continent. They were known by names that had spread across national conflicts and wars throughout the continent, as they possessed overwhelming power that served as a supreme deterrent. Yuri believed that true bonds were formed through conflict, and that nurturing those with potential would one day yield great power. Proin recognized Laurent Flander as a famed genius whose name was often heard, renowned for an impressive tournament-winning history. He mocked him by implying that he had only taken part in noble games and ceremonial events before striking with force. He insulted him by declaring that his swordsmanship was no better than that of a simple noble. Laurent responded with cold focus, unleashing a swift counterattack that overwhelmed Proin before he could react. Proin observed that, as expected, Laurent's swordsmanship and movements were textbook perfect. He concluded with a confident grin that Laurent's approach was far too obvious. He confidently declared that he would claim the first victory as he launched a decisive strike. Laurent calmly deflected the attack, sending Proin's strike soaring harmlessly away into the air. Jonathan and Maryrose reacted with surprise as they observed the sudden turn of events in the duel. Yuri calmly noted that the outcome was exactly as he had expected. Laurent pressed the advantage with precise control, leaving Proin visibly shaken as the blade closed in. Yuri observed that Laurent deliberately revealed a brief opening to draw an attack, then instantly twisted Proin's wrist to neutralize his strength and secure the advantage. He noted that Laurent shifted Proin's center of gravity with precise timing, turning the clash decisively in his favor. Laurent deflected the attack while seamlessly shifting his momentum into the next strike, maintaining complete control of the exchange. Yuri acknowledged that the knight from Brusen had fought skillfully, noting that an average knight would have exposed Laurent's weakness before reacting to his speed. He observed that the precision with which Laurent read the attack and immediately formed an efficient line of offense placed him at a level above the average knight. Proin admitted defeat with grudging respect, acknowledging that Laurent had outmatched him. He conceded defeat and praised Laurent's skill, and Laurent returned the respect by acknowledging that it had been a great fight. The onlookers burst into laughter, clearly entertained by the unexpected but respectful conclusion of the duel. Yuri remarked that Brusen's knight had been excellent as well, while Jonathan calmly affirmed that, as expected of Briol's nation of knights, his skill had been surprisingly good. Yuri declared with a confident smile that the score stood at 1-0, and made it clear he had no intention of backing off. Jonathan promptly called for Jose, who answered immediately, signaling that it was now his turn to step into the fight. Yuri remarked that Jose looked quite strong, noting his imposing build as Maryrose admired his muscles. Jose Ardor, the Knight of Brusen, stepped forward in obedience, presenting himself calmly and confidently for the next fight. Jonathan stated that Jose was the strongest in their unit and was striving to become the strongest knight in all of Brusen. Yuri thoughtfully acknowledged Jose as Brusen's strongest knight, then immediately shifted the momentum by calling Jared forward for the next match. Jared reacted with surprise and hesitation when called forward, while Yuri impatiently urged him to hurry up and step into the arena. He stepped forward with a weary sigh, nervously preparing for battle as the crowd loudly cheered him on. Jose Arader confidently introduced himself to a visibly nervous Jared, and their formal handshake set the tense tone before the duel. But Jared saw trouble no matter how he looked at it, recognizing in his eyes the unmistakable face of a fighter who longed for victory. Jose remarked that Jared seemed like the kind of man who carefully gauged his opponent, his faint smirk hinting at confidence and experience. He declared that he would go first as he lunged forward, swinging his weapon with decisive speed to seize the initiative. Jared's eye widened beneath his helmet as sweat traced his cheek, revealing his sudden tension in the face of his swift attack. Jose raised his sword high overhead, his armored figure drenched in red intensity. Jared tried to raise his sword to block, but the sheer force of Jose's attack overwhelmed him, making it clear he couldn't withstand the blow. Jose unleashed a sweeping, crimson arc of power that sent Jared crashing back, leaving him gasping in pain as the blow clearly landed. He coldly remarked that Jared seemed distracted. Jose unleashed a relentless flurry of sweeping strikes, his blade carving red arcs through the air as it drove his opponent into a desperate defense across the arena floor. His heavy downward strike crashed into Jared's raised sword with a shower of sparks, forcing a strained grunt from Jared as the sheer power of the blow overwhelmed his guard. Jared grimaced as Jose's relentless pressure ground his blade aside while he struggled to withstand the overpowering force. Yuri calmly observed that Jose Arader possessed brute strength comparable to an orc, while simultaneously displaying refined and exceptional combat technique. He concluded that Jose's complete control over diverse combat movements marked him as a knight destined to earn the title of the strongest in the future. He overpowered Jared at close range, locking him down from behind and slamming him into the ground with overwhelming force, sending him crashing down. Jared lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and shaken, desperately shouting for the fight to stop as he struggled to push himself up. Jose loomed over him, calmly praising his endurance while making it clear the outcome of the fight was never in doubt. Jared admitted with a faint smile that he learned a great deal from the fight, despite his defeat. Yuri announced with a satisfied smile that the match ended in a draw and praised both fighters for their performance. The knights clapped and cheered as it was decided that the sparring match would end there. Mary Rose delicately held her glass, calmly suggesting that now the spar was over, it might be a good time for them to properly get to know each other. Yuri agreed calmly, saying that being able to trust one's allies was extremely important. Mary Rose calmly admitted that she felt slightly disappointed in Yuri. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder, emphasizing his words about how truly understanding one another mattered in Brusen. With a soft, knowing smile, she pointed out that Yuri seemed to be deliberately delaying getting to know her, her tone both teasing and quietly reproachful. Mary Rose leaned in close and softly addressed Yuri, her intimate gesture leaving him momentarily caught off guard. Yuri paused in thought, his expression sharpening as he processed Mary Rose's words and touch with quiet intensity. Jonathan casually addressed the Mage Duke with a knowing smile, reminding him that he had promised to show them his office. Mary Rose gracefully admitted she had said it, brushing it off with a playful air as Yuri watched her with visible confusion and suspicion. Jonathan politely urged the Mage Duke to show them his office at once, noting that many people were eager to see it. Mary Rose coolly agreed, her confident expression suggesting she was already in control of how things would unfold. Yuri awkwardly declined the invitation, explaining that he had pressing matters to attend to with the knights. Left behind, Mary Rose blushed in flustered frustration as Yuri's sudden escape amused Jonathan, prompting her to snap that the prince was unbearably irritating. Not long after, all of the allied forces gathered at Balshat. When news spread that even the Empire's supreme commander had arrived, the allied forces quietly assessed one another's strength, except Briol. Hernando questioned whether they should focus solely on training, and Yuri firmly confirmed that it was the right course of action. Hernando pointed out that the other forces' commanders were already exchanging strategies and forming alliances, voicing his concern to Yuri. But Yuri acknowledged the other commanders' cooperation but dismissed it as a fragile, half-hearted alliance unlikely to last. He observed that only each nation's strongest had gathered, making it obvious that their pride would prevent any genuine humility or unity. He reasoned that since everyone believed themselves to be the strongest, words alone would never be enough to resolve their conflicts. In the end, Yuri concluded that the only way to resolve the standoff was to prove their worth through strength and skill rather than words. He confidently proposed a sparring match, ready to settle matters by testing strength directly. Lawrence stepped forward with respectful confidence, accepting Yuri's challenge and expressing his honor at sparring with him. Yuri warned him not to hold back as he raised his weapon, signaling the spar was about to begin in earnest. Lawrence accepted the challenge with a calm smile, releasing his power and assuring Yuri that he had no intention of holding back. Yuri observed that Lawrence's mana was exceptionally pure, recognizing him as an excellent and worthy training partner. Lawrence launched forward in a swift attack, and Yuri met him head-on, their blades colliding in a sharp clash that marked the true start of their spar. He steadied himself after the clash, gathering swirling mana around his blade as he prepared to strike with greater force. He unleashed a swift, precise attack, sending waves of blue mana surging toward Yuri. Yuri recognized Lawrence's strikes as exceptionally precise, noting that his flawless blade control left no room for even the smallest mistake. He recalled that even at the moment of death, Lawrence's blade remained perfectly pure, as though untouched by his turbulent emotions. He imagined a future where, without hesitation, he would entrust his life to Lawrence's unwavering and pure blade. He resolved that if he were to entrust his life to Lawrence's sword, then it would be his duty to stand unwaveringly in the same future beside him. He pressed forward with a decisive strike, unleashing a powerful wave that forced the battle toward its explosive climax. Lawrence was pushed backward by his powerful attack. Both of them clashed blades with unwavering precision, pushing each other back in a clash shaped by trust, resolve, and their shared history. The onlookers celebrated together, cheering loudly as relief and shared triumph replaced the tension of battle. Jared watched quietly and wondered whether their sparring had always needed to be so brutal. The guy appeared behind him and remarked that the Prince of Briola possessed remarkable skill, prompting Jared to pause in mild surprise when he was addressed. Jared recognized Jose, his sharp gaze hardening as surprise flickered at the sudden confirmation. Jose addressed the Prince Yuri after witnessing a brutal spar, praised his exceptional skill, formally requested an audience, and asked to spar with him himself. Yuri smiled calmly and readily agreed to the spar, showing confidence and quiet enthusiasm. Jose abruptly declared he would lend Jared out, catching Jared completely off guard and leaving him shocked. He cheerfully sent Jared off to spar while Yuri laughed it off, wishing them a good time as the match was set in motion. Laurent respectfully thanked the prince for granting him the opportunity to learn, expressing humility and determination before the spar. Yuri casually reassured him, smiling as he said he looked forward to their next spar. He watched Laurent walk away, gripping his sword with quiet satisfaction. After the spar ended, Yuri wandered alone into the quiet forest, lowered his guard, and paused as a faint sense of unease stirred within him. He asked for updates on Asana, who suddenly emerged from the shadows. They acknowledged each other's improved abilities and calmly shifted the conversation toward the results of the investigation into the foreigner. Asana reported that she had discovered traces of the foreigner in Balshad. Yuri reflected that the foreigner, one of the continent's strongest from the east, had once opposed Okua and fought alone in his past life. He concluded that although the reason the foreigner once opposed Okua was unknown, their shared enemy had ultimately made them allies. Asana agreed that they needed to find the foreigner first before beginning their fight against Okua. Yuri realized they had to find the foreigner quickly, because in the battle against Okua, that man would be the one who would be forced out of his place among the 10 strongest. Ragnar Gustav Granzian was revealed as the Emperor's half-brother and the current supreme commander of the Allied forces, a figure of overwhelming authority and power. He was a powerful man from Yuri's past life, now standing as a formidable figure tied to the Empire and war. In his past life, Ragnar Gustav Granzian's niece secretly worried about the implications of sharing a kiss with him. Yuri calmly reassured her that there was no one around, dismissing her worries as unnecessary. She hesitated with visible concern, but he firmly cut her off, assuring her it was fine and that he would take full responsibility. Yuri leaned in and shared a quiet, forbidden kiss with Ragnar Gustav Granzian's niece as her fear and hesitation melted into fragile resolve. They were abruptly interrupted when Ragnar Gustav Granzian barged in and ordered them out, exposing the secret moment and leaving his niece stunned. He dismissed the situation, while Yuri's presence made the niece realize who he truly was. Ragnar calmly stepped forward and addressed the nervous Yuri, who immediately responded with respectful obedience. He bluntly asked Yuri if he truly liked her, and despite the awkward tension, he admitted without hesitation that he did. With a resigned smile, Ragnar stepped away, telling them to handle things on their own before quietly leaving the room. Now, Yuri calmly observed that Ragnar was someone deeply impressive even after a brief encounter, then shifted his attention back to everyone present. As the meeting unfolded in the Balshad Castle conference room, the group realized the man they discussed was Ragnar, the Emperor's half-brother and the Supreme Commander. One of them said Ragnar was not someone one could meet easily, that this was a great chance to form ties with the Imperial royal family, and that even during wartime, politics were still being played. Ragnar appeared behind Yuri and remarked that it seemed like they were having a good time, catching him off guard. He, the Supreme Commander of the Allied forces, sat composed on his throne, his presence asserting unquestionable authority. He asserted his overwhelming authority by calmly confronting them and warning everyone that he despised cowardice. The onlookers realized in shock that the man before them was the Lionheart Prince of the Empire. Yuri remarked with a sharp smile that it was a truly dynamic entrance. Ragnar declared that he would personally stop anyone who tried to run away and promised to reward people strictly according to their skill and achievements rather than treat them as mere knights. He asked them if there were any questions. But Yuri knew the man's tendencies very well and quietly observed him from close by. Yuri raised his hand and said that he had a question. He understood Ragnar well and knew that Ragnar favored individuals who confidently raised their heads and showed boldness, even when they lacked actual skill. He asked what the Empire's assessment of the orc's strength was. Ragnar narrowed his eyes and asked who the boy was, who calmly introduced himself as Yuri Brial, confidently declaring that he was the commander of Brial. Yuri Brial understood that, above all others, Ragnar loved most those who possessed both true skill and unwavering composure. Ragnar remarked that he had been wondering who Yuri was and realized that he was the one Jorg had been talking about. He acknowledged it as a good question and explained that the Empire had confirmed the emergence of an orc named Okua, who had already subjugated the 3 great orc tribes. He stated that the orcs' growth in power had reached a threatening level. He added that the enemy's vanguard had been confirmed to be setting up a camp around Balshad. He declared that they would go to battle the day after tomorrow, and that it would be the first battle of their allied forces. He asked whether Yuri Brial would like to take charge of the vanguard and give it a try. Afterward, they fell into silence as they stared at the map. Yuri lifted his gaze with a calm, resolute expression and firmly answered yes, sir, accepting the order without hesitation, declaring that he would gladly stand at the forefront. After taking responsibility, he sat alone by the campfire under the night sky, quietly preparing himself for the coming battle. Mage Duke Maryrose approached with a gentle smile and asked Yuri what he was thinking about so deeply. Yuri asked what had brought her to the military camp. Maryrose praised him for winning the vanguard position despite everyone coveting it and admitted that his troubled expression made her curious. Yuri remarked that she seemed overly interested in him, and Maryrose replied lightly that it could not be helped since she had never had the chance to get to know him. She confessed that the lives of Balshad citizens were at stake and that she was too worried to trust just anyone and follow them. Maryrose asked him to set aside his worried expression and give her a serious answer, addressing him directly as Prince. She promised that she would assist Yuri on the battlefield if he agreed, and Yuri immediately asked her how she intended to help. Maryrose reminded him of her power by conjuring flames and declaring that she was the Mage Duke. She assured him that she would be far more useful than Fernando on the battlefield if he followed her plans. After a moment of silence, Yuri stated calmly that there would be casualties the day after tomorrow. He reflected that the vanguard was the most dangerous place on the battlefield, where the greatest number of soldiers died. He grimly observed that the people who were eating and laughing together there at that very moment would eventually die and turn into corpses. He admitted that it was because he had made that decision. He said that he did not mean to be sentimental and that he simply wanted to take full responsibility and properly bear the weight of the decision he had made. Maryrose smiled with clear emotion and sincerely told Yuri that his honest answer had deeply touched her heart. She confronted Yuri closely and said she disliked that he was still acting as a man who shielded the soldiers instead of putting himself first. Maryrose, the Mage Duke of Balshad, stepped forward and declared that she would personally help Yuri in his first battle. Yuri thanked her and said that he looked forward to fighting alongside her. A few days later, the first day of the Allied forces' first battle arrived. The Orc army charged forward in force, wielding spears and riding fierce beasts as the battle began. On the other hand, the supreme commander of the Allied forces stood firmly at the front, calmly leading his troops as they prepared to face the enemy. Standing before the assembled army with flags flying behind him, Yuri addressed all the soldiers and firmly ordered them to prepare for battle. Ragna firmly declared that the moment had come for the vanguard to move out and begin their advance. Ragna questioned why the Mage Duke was present, and she calmly replied that she had been asked to handle a task. She smiled confidently and confirmed that she had indeed been asked by the Prince of Brial, Yuri, who stepped forward on horseback after the horn sounded as the Allied forces watched in tense anticipation. He stood at the forefront in full armor, gripping his sword as soldiers across the battlefield mirrored his resolve, while he locked his gaze forward and demanded in a commanding voice if they were ready for battle. He spurred his rearing horse forward as the soldiers shouted their affirmation, signaling the army's decisive advance into battle. The Allied forces charged across the battlefield in full formation, surging forward with raised weapons to meet the enemy head-on. Ragna watched grimly as Yuri rode straight to the very front of the battlefield, judging his fearless charge as reckless bravado that could easily get him killed. Maryrose stepped forward, flames spiraling around her staff as she politely excused herself. She unleashed a towering vortex of fire into the sky, carrying out the task she had been ordered by Yuri to do. She stood calmly amid roaring flames, her staff blazing as fire spiraled around her, signaling the overwhelming power she brought onto the battlefield. Her firestorm attack crashed down on the charging Orc army just as the Allied vanguard surged forward beneath it, turning the battlefield into chaos in a single explosive moment. Ragna shouted in alarm that the firestorm was too close and warned that at this rate, even their own soldiers would be swept away. Maryrose calmly smiled as she explained that risking the soldiers' lives, including Yuri himself, was intentional, because this dangerous maneuver was exactly what Prince Yuri planned to turn the battle. Yuri fearlessly charged ahead on horseback, leaped into them, and deliberately drew the battle's danger onto himself. He swung his sword at the Orc and cleaved through its body in a single, decisive strike as blood sprayed through the air. The firestorm attack destroyed the Orcs in a single, overwhelming blaze. With a sharp command, Yuri led the charge as the Allied forces surged forward in a roaring wave, striking the Orcs who still stood alive on the battlefield. Ragna was taken by surprise as he stared in shock at the blazing battlefield, realizing how decisively the tide of battle had turned. Yuri led the surviving Allied forces forward, charging through fire and water as he rallied them into the next assault. They cut through the attacking orcs with sweeping fire and water strikes, knocking them back. The orcs roared and charged forward in fury, swinging their weapons as they rushed into the fight. He hurled his spear forward with full force, sending it flying toward the orc. That spear struck the orc's head with devastating force, shattering it instantly. The enraged orc leapt down with its jaws wide open, but Yuri remained calm and unshaken beneath the attack. They swiftly cut through the attacking orcs, his blade flashing as he struck them down in a single decisive motion. Jose praised the soldiers as worthy knights and urged them to pick up the pace as he moved to press the attack. The Holy Kingdom's soldiers advanced fiercely, protected their allies, and exploited the moment when the enemy's formation collapsed, sparing none as they pressed the attack. Ragna observed the battlefield with a calm expression and remarked that the outcome was surprising. He could not believe how Yor stood at the very front and crushed the enemy, which caused the soldiers' morale to reach its peak. Furthermore, Yuri asked the Mage Duke to strike the enemy with her magic, while she protected the allies by creating a defensive barrier with water magic. He criticized Maryrose for recklessly cooperating with the Mage Duke despite knowing everything, as she admitted that he initially intended to stop him as well. Maryrose remarked that, in the end, Yuri carried it out with style. She declared that Yuri, with a twist, proved awesome as he swept through the battlefield with a powerful strike. She felt hopeful, believing the first battle of the Allied forces had not been so bad. When the battle ended at Balshad, Maryrose calmly returned to the castle and resumed her duties, reviewing reports with quiet composure. She signed the document with steady resolve, formally concluding matters after the battle. She felt relieved and pleased that the Prince of Brial emerged victorious from the battle. She coldly questioned his intrusion, then recognized Hernando as he appeared casually, asking her not to be so distant. He complained that although he had once been her teacher, she coldly dismissed him without even asking how he had been. When she asked why he was there, Hernando replied that he had come to check on his old student's progress. Hernando explained that he was talking about what she was currently researching, the Transcendental Interpretation Formula. He obtained some results, explaining that his research linked magical languages to their meanings and had already connected them to ancient magic, and asked to be informed of any further progress. Maryrose questioned him skeptically, asking why she should share her progress at all. Hernando asked her whether she was not interested in Prince Yuri and explained that he needed her help because of Yuri's situation. Maryrose lightly teased him, remarking that Prince Yuri's fate seemed quite important to him. She reminded him that a grand wizard could not intervene in human history, and he acknowledged it calmly. Hernando pointed out that many people were already becoming entangled in Prince Yuri's fate, including the commander of the Empire. After the victory, Yuri stood before the commander of the Allied forces at night. He reacted with surprise as the commander proposed a reconnaissance mission after their victory. Yuri questioned in disbelief whether the commander was truly assigning him the reconnaissance mission. Ragna confirmed that Yuri would be sent on a reconnaissance mission to the Eastern Plains and Orc territory the next day. He warned that they would face ambushes and that the entire army would be moving under great tension. Yuri quickly grasped the plan, stating that a detached unit would be formed to protect the Alliance's formation, which the commander acknowledged. He fell silent, his expression turning serious as he carefully weighed the danger of the mission. Yuri politely acknowledged the commander's words, but argued that since Brial's forces had already taken the vanguard, the opportunity should be given to others to maintain fairness. Ragna told him that he only trusted skills he had personally witnessed, implying that, among all candidates, Yuri was the best choice. He stated that he would rather have Brial stand at the forefront, showing his firm confidence in Yuri and his nation. Yuri confidently proposed an alternative plan with a faint, assured smile. Other allies explained that, as Ragna ordered, a reconnaissance unit would support and protect the main force during the march. Jonathan explained that Yuri was not merely accepting applications, but would select reconnaissance units through a competition among the troops of the applying nations. Jose remarked with a grin that His Highness seemed eager to see some competition among the troops. Jonathan noted that Yuri did not want mediocre troops taking the position, noting that it had been a long time since he had felt such fire and excitement. Now, Hernando calmly relayed the orders, instructing them to search for orcs along the marching route and cut off their right ears, making it clear that future mission assignments would depend entirely on their performance. Yuri confirmed without hesitation that he was indeed the one who had suggested the idea. He explained with quiet confidence that since the order came from the Supreme Commander, every nation would participate, allowing them to truly gauge each nation's real strength and skills. Jared respectfully pointed out that a reconnaissance mission is fundamentally different from ordinary battles, implying greater risk and complexity despite the command. Yuri acknowledged their lack of specialization in reconnaissance, calmly assuring Jared that it would be fine despite the concern. With a confident, knowing smile, he revealed that he already had a plan in mind to handle the situation. He announced his departure toward the plains with the main force. Ragna sternly issues orders to advance into the vicinity, track down the orcs, and eliminate them as armored soldiers stand ready behind him. He declared that whichever nation brings back the most orc ears will earn priority in future mission assignments, motivating the gathered forces through competition and reward. Within the assembled army, Sibylla, Jonathan, and Yuri were present among the ranks, each resolute and awaiting the final signal. With a firm expression, Ragna declared that the reconnaissance mission had begun. The three of them moved off in 3 different directions, each heading toward a separate path to carry out their assigned mission. At the same time, Ragna wore a confident smile, his sharp eyes, and a relaxed expression. The subordinate remarked that Ragna seemed to rely heavily on the Brial prince, and Ragna calmly asked if it had been obvious. He remarked that although Prince Yuri was still young, he caught his attention. He thought that if the prince brought definite results this time as well, it would further prove his worth. He realized that he might end up taking a liking to Yuri, who charged forward. As the armored cavalry charged forward under flying banners, a knight urgently asked Yuri for a plan, and Yuri responded that they needed to locate the orcs first before taking any further action. Jared angrily shouted that merely finding the orcs was not enough, expressing urgency and frustration. Yuri laughed confidently and reassured them that everything was fine because he already had a method in mind. A knight urgently called out to Yuri and reported that the orcs were detected moving in the northeast direction as the riders galloped across the field. They suddenly reacted in shock as orc cavalry burst into view, charging fiercely across the battlefield and confirming the imminent clash. Yuri calmly declared it was time to act and unleashed his power, planning to lure the orc cavalry toward his chosen position. The orc cavalry charged forward in a furious rage, snarling menacingly as they closed in on their target, ready for battle. Yuri held the glowing artifact while riding at the front and calmly reminded his knights to remember what truly mattered as they advanced together. He warned his soldiers to secure the right moment carefully and not overextend as he prepared his sword for the coming clash. Yuri shouted the order to charge and led the attack, cutting down the orc with a powerful downward strike as the battle erupted. A knight galloped at full speed and leapt toward an orc, overpowering it in close combat, striking it down decisively as blood spilled and the fight continued around him. They fought through multiple orcs at once, slashing fiercely as one orc was wounded and another lunged forward with murderous intent amid the chaos of battle. An enraged orc rider mounted on a monstrous beast charged forward violently, roaring with bloodlust as the ground shook beneath its advance. Yuri urged his horse forward with fierce focus, charging ahead to confront the onrushing enemy as the battle reached a critical moment. As the orc was about to attack him with an axe, Yuri absorbed his violent power into his glowing red crystal, turning his attack into energy under his control in a decisive moment of battle. Yuri stared ahead with cold determination and revealed that he had prepared 2 things in advance for this mission. One of his preparations was a crystal necklace he had taken from bandits, hinting that another plan was still to be revealed. A knight reported that they had secured 10 crystals and stated that, with that amount, they believed they could defeat the other nations. Yuri coldly judged that securing 10 crystals was not sufficient, gripping his blade as he dismissed the report with firm resolve. Jared looked shocked and confused, asking for clarification after hearing His Highness say that the number of crystals was not good enough. Yuri drove his sword into the ground and unleashed a massive pillar of golden energy that shook the battlefield and stunned everyone present. Jared was shocked and froze in disbelief at what he saw. Yuri calmly but menacingly vowed that they would hunt down all of the orcs in that area before they ever returned. Soul Severance was introduced as a strange mana method that could become anything depending on the user's will. It was the technique where the user detected vibrations through an earth-imbued earthquake sword and spread that sensation by infusing the pulsation with Soul Severance. Yuri could sense every enemy crawling across the battlefield by reading the vibrations transmitted through the ground. Using that awareness, he positioned himself precisely and prepared to counter their attack before they reached him. He stated that it was not good enough and declared that they would begin hunting the enemy down, all of the orcs in that area, before they went back. Ragna announced that the time had come and began confirming the results of the competition. He ordered the knights to submit the pouches containing the orc's ears for verification. Ragna questioned which nation the knight came from and pointed out that he was supposed to be part of the reconnaissance, not the scouts. But he dismissed the knight as pathetic and ordered the next person to step forward. He continued dismissing the submissions one by one and lamented that so many nations had failed to kill even a single orc. Ragna recognized the submission as coming from Brusen. Jonathan explained that they had shown the best performance so far because they were lucky enough to encounter and eliminate the orcs' scout unit. Ragna stated that luck was also a skill, acknowledged that many died due to lacking it, and explained that the Imperial Army had likewise sent a scouting party that managed to return with results. He concluded that there were 12 successful returns in total and remarked that the result was not bad. Jonathan acknowledged the Imperial Army's strength but criticized them for selectively reporting the mission timing, while Sibylla remarked bitterly that they were being treated like mere decoys. Ragna told everyone not to be disappointed and emphasized that what mattered most was the results they would achieve from that point onward. He asked if that was all, then noted that one more submission remained and identified it as coming from Brial. Jonathan remained silent, watching tensely as the final submission was presented. Ragna reacted in confusion and asked about the final submission. Yuri was the one who displayed it and downplayed his success by saying there was no secret and that they had simply worked very hard. As night fell over the camp, Yuri instructed that the item be removed with care to avoid dropping it, and the subordinate promptly responded and carried out the order. Jared flinched as Yuri's shoulder brushed his arm. When Yuri turned back to look at him, Jared met his gaze in confusion, wondering what was causing Yuri's strange behavior. Anyway, he reported to Yuri that knights from other nations had been picking fights with them recently, prompting a calm but curious reaction. Jared remarked that people had been talking behind their backs, and Yuri agreed it was unavoidable since they were the center of attention and others were likely jealous of their reconnaissance success. As they spoke, Yuri emphasized that what truly mattered was that they had captured the orc sorcerer, revealing the bound prisoner hidden below. Yuri asked Corey what he had discovered, but the captured orc sorcerer suddenly screamed and reacted violently before an answer could be given. Yuri asked what the orc was saying, and Corey explained that it was repeatedly uttering the words, "Black Dog." It revealed that there had been a spreading rumor circulating among the orcs. It was said that a rumor described a knight who smelled orcs like a dog, prompting Yuri to wonder if it was referring to him. Corey remarked that the orcs considered it an honor to name their enemy, while Yuri wryly accepted the alias despite questioning why he had to be compared to a dog instead of a wolf. Yuri asked Jared if he was enjoying himself, and Jared bluntly replied that he was not having fun at all. He smugly remarked that his terrifying reputation had clearly spread among them, taking it as proof that he had been quite impressive lately. Corey clarified that, more precisely, the Emperor's black dog had been targeting Okua's life lately, leaving Yuri momentarily taken aback by the title. Yuri coldly concluded that the rumors meant people believed he was the Empire's dog, revealing his grim amusement as his ominous aura flared. Jared urgently stepped forward, insisting on handling the interrogation himself while warning that Yuri would kill them all at this rate. Yuri reluctantly agreed, lowering his guard after a brief pause. Corey reported that the orc barracks in the Gurung region were centered around Okul's direct subordinate, the chief of the Gurung tribe, Kirui. It said that Kirui had already finished preparing to receive the allied forces and that Kirui, who unified the tribe by force alone, was reputed to be an incredibly strong warrior. Corey reported that Kirui would swallow the allied forces before they even reached Okua. Yuri calmly acknowledged Corey's intelligence report about Kirui and the orc forces and praised Corey for his report, and Corey thanked him in response. Yuri dismissed the camp, entrusted Jared with handling the aftermath, and decided to report the situation directly to the Supreme Commander. When he came to the commander's tent, Yuri was taken aback by his direct question, and admitted that he didn't have a lover or a girlfriend. When asked about his age, he replied that he was 18. Yuri questioned the relevance of his age while Ragna hesitated and began to speak cautiously despite the wartime setting. He froze in shock, his eyes widening and sweat forming as Ragna unexpectedly mentioned having a very pretty niece. Ragna firmly dismissed the conversation, telling Yuri to leave for now and saying they could talk about it another time. Yuri froze in shock as the realization hit him, silently repeating Ragna's words about having a pretty niece. He froze as he looked at her in the past, realizing with shock that she might be Ragna's pretty niece. When he came outside the commander's tent, Yuri panicked and blurted out his disbelief, clutched his head in panic, and resolved to avoid her at all costs. When the knight approached him, he froze and panicked as he tried to hide his shock. Yuri finally found her and, overwhelmed by recognition, stared at her in stunned disbelief as she questioned his intense gaze. To avoid meeting Ragna, Yuri decided to pretend that he was dating someone, even though he had no one in mind. He decided to pretend he was dating someone to avoid Ragna, choosing a woman who owed him a debt and couldn't refuse his request. Yuri resolved to pretend he was dating someone who did not truly love him but owed him a debt, choosing a person, Sibylla, who could not refuse his request. When Sibylla urgently asked what was wrong, Yuri gripped her shoulders, called her name, and searched her face as he sensed her sudden unease. Yuri smirked as he reminded Sibylla of the time he saved her, and she calmly acknowledged it without hesitation. He told Sibylla urgently that he would soon need her help, and that it could be no one else but her, leaving her visibly startled and confused. He waved goodbye and ran off with a promise to meet again, while Sibylla reached after him in flustered frustration, demanding an explanation he did not give. Sibylla wondered what was wrong with him when Sir Fennec suddenly appeared behind her and addressed her, startling her into turning to him in confusion. Fennec's warm smile and teasing remark that they looked great together left Sibylla flustered and irritated, reacting sharply while sensing something unsettling beneath his cheer. He cheerfully declared that he would genuinely root for the two of them, leaving Sibylla caught between embarrassment at his overly enthusiastic support. Sibylla stood frozen and overwhelmed, silently wishing that everyone would leave her alone as the situation spiraled beyond her control. The next day, Ragnar rode at the head of a disciplined column of knights, leading them out at dawn with a calm, resolute expression as they advanced toward their next objective. Jared addressed Yuri respectfully from horseback, informing him that he had heard everything that was said. He calmly explained that the prince kept summoning Yuri because rumors were spreading that he was discussing marriage. Yuri stiffened in disbelief, brushing off the rumor with an irritated glare as he muttered that it was absurd and told himself to wake up from the nonsense. He scolded the soldiers for being bored and wasting time by getting caught up in pointless gossip. A swarm of crows suddenly filled the sky as Yuri rode forward and wondered why there were so many of them. Yuri noticed something was wrong and urgently asked what the matter was as his horse reacted. Jared decided to ride ahead to investigate the situation, and Yuri firmly joined him. Before they advanced together toward the unknown danger, Ragnar rode ahead swiftly through the narrow pass as a knight urgently called out to him. Yuri realized the truth in shock as he saw dark figures and crows gathering ominously within the narrow ravine. Jared feared the worst and hoped desperately that what he was seeing was not what he thought it was. But Ragnar mocked the scene with a cold smile, finding the orcs' ceremonial gathering darkly amusing. Yuri realized with grim clarity that the orcs used human bodies as ornaments, having skewered them on shafts without even finishing eating them. He explained that the orcs were mocking human worth and warned that the sight would crush morale unless they were allowed to deal with the scene. Ragnar gave his approval with a calm, decisive response, granting permission to handle the situation. He commanded the allied force to prepare the torches as the knights advanced through the narrow ravine to carry out their grim task. The knights lit their torches and burned the gruesome display, cleansing the ravine of the orcs' mockery. Jared struggled to comprehend the cruelty of the act, but Yuri calmly told him not to let it affect him. Ragnar warned Dyke and Gaius not to go too far into the ravine and to come back out safely. Dyke and Gaius acknowledged the order respectfully and promised to return right away. Both found the place strange when they noticed arrows pointing into the ground from the opposite direction of where the orcs had impaled the bodies. They realized with unease that the arrows suggested the victims had been shot from above rather than from the front. From above, an unseen attacker suddenly struck down, impaling the soldier and killing him before he could react. A sudden attack from above killed Gaius, prompting his comrades to scream his name in horror. Dyke shouted a warning of an enemy attack and drew his sword to respond immediately. The orcs launched a sudden ambush from above, as a deadly rain of arrows flew at them. Dyke realized the battle was lost and thought of fleeing, but hesitated in anguish over what he could do for Gaius. Yuri lunged forward and shouted for Dyke to brace his shoulder, preparing to shield him from the attack. He unleashed a powerful surge of energy and intercepted the falling arrows, shielding Dyke as he charged through the deadly barrage. He called out to Gaius and realized with cautious relief that he still seemed to be alive despite the attack. He ordered Dyke and Simon to request immediate help from the Holy Kingdom. He told them to mention his name, Yuri Brial, explaining that it would help secure assistance from the Holy Kingdom. Yuri realized with grim clarity that the orcs had completely outmaneuvered them this time. The orcs' condescending demeanor showed that they were retreating confidently, as if they had already done everything they needed to win. Yuri implied that they could kill the knights at any time they wanted. Yuri decided to endure the provocation but resolved that he could not let it pass this time. A moment later, after Yuri killed the orcs, Ragna calmly concluded that the enemy had prepared a hidden ambush from above on the right side. He judged the situation as unfavorable and decided that, with no way around it, they had to eliminate the hidden unit. He asked Yuri what he planned to do in response to the situation. Yuri calmly replied that there was really nothing else they could do. He asked Ragna for the archery units so they could pressure the hidden enemy and force them out of their ambush. Yuri declared that, while the archers pressured the enemy, they would seize control of the upper right position themselves. The orcs lay in wait atop the cliffs, crouched along the edges as they maintained their ambush positions above the ravine. The orc leader was startled into action and stepped forward onto the cliff, revealing himself at the edge of the ambush. A volley of arrows rained down from above, striking the orc leader on the cliff and making him cry out in pain. Standing behind the archers, the allied forces released a volley of arrows toward the enemy. Ragna sternly warned them not to let the orcs come out, knowing the consequences would be disastrous. Yuri led his knights down the cliff, charging straight toward the orcs to keep them from breaking through. Ignoring his knight's warning, Yuri hastily leapt ahead and climbed the steep cliff alone, determined to seize the high ground before the enemy could react. As Jared struggled to climb and catch his breath, Yuri mocked him from above, teasing his poor stamina while reminding him to conserve his strength for the coming battle. While the archers bought them time, Yuri realized this was their chance to act and worried that being even a moment late would cost them dearly. Just as they advanced, a sudden attack struck from above, drawing a shocked cry of alarm for Yuri's safety. Yuri drew and prepared 3 daggers, ready to unleash them at once. As a precaution, he embedded the daggers into the cliff. Yuri launched himself forward, surrounded by blazing blue energy, moving swiftly along the cliff with deadly focus. With blue flames surging around him, Yuri hurled himself upward, eyes locked in calm resolve as he closed in on the falling rock and broke it. Yuri slammed his dagger into the cliff and held firm, stopping the rock. He urgently called out to check on his men, and the knights climbing the cliff quickly answered that they were safe. Satisfied that everyone was safe, Yuri urged his knights to keep up as he continued leading the climb. He dashed up the steep cliff, swiftly closing the distance without hesitation. Yuri leapt forward at full speed, launching himself into the air with unstoppable momentum. Landing before the gathered orcs, he calmly thanked them for the reception, unfazed as they surrounded him. As the orcs roared, Yuri stepped forward without fear and coldly acknowledged them as they closed in. The enraged orc threw back its head and roared furiously, baring its fangs as it charged forward. Yuri lunged forward with cold focus and cut the orc's left arm in a single, blazing arc of his blade. But the orc refused to fall, snarling as it braced itself and raised its arm for a brutal counterattack. Though the orc thought it had only lost an arm, Yuri coldly revealed that the injury robbed its strikes of any real power. Despite crippling one foe, he realized the situation was still dangerous as multiple enraged orcs closed in on him at once. With a swift, powerful strike, he sliced through the orc's spear, rendering it useless. With a decisive swing, Yuri cleaved through the charging orc, blood spraying as the blow sent it reeling. When another orc attacked him powerfully, he blocked the attack and steadied himself, refusing to fall even in the face of a brutal counterattack. As Yuri struggled against the orc's relentless assault, his subordinates shouted encouragement, urging him to hold on because they were almost there. Clawing over the cliff's edge under the crimson sky, they finally hauled themselves up, battered and gasping but refusing to fall back. They rushed in from both sides and struck the orcs simultaneously, slashing them in a coordinated assault. Yuri drove his blade forward with fierce resolve and struck his enemy at close range. He ordered the knights to ignore pain and charged forward without giving the enemy time to recover. The subordinates rushed forward together, shouting as they launched a fierce charge at them. They clashed violently with the enemies as chaos erupted, and both sides fought fiercely. Below the battlefield, Ragna observed their victory in silence, his expression calm and quietly satisfied. At night, after their victory, Jared reflected that because they focused too much on hidden enemy units, the main force managed to pass through the rift without suffering any damage. He reviewed the map and identified the stronghold of Kirui's subordinate ahead, and Yuri acknowledged the report by praising the good work done. He informed Yuri that the princess of the Holy Kingdom wished to rely on him, and Yuri reacted with surprise by asking if it was Sibylla. It was conveyed that the Holy Kingdom's princess complained about Yuri taking all the contributions and offered to send priests if he needed them. Jared cautiously suggested a reason for the situation, but Yuri immediately cut him off and firmly stated that his guess was wrong. Yuri dismissed the meeting by telling Jared to leave if he had nothing more to report, and Jared respectfully bowed and wished him a good rest. Yuri fell silent in thought, resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated the situation. He reflected that he had hoped for a break, but then noticed Asana's presence and asked how long she had been standing there. She announced that he had found the foreigner, surprising Yuri. Yuri asked where the foreigner was, and Asana answered by pointing to the map, revealing that the foreigner was located right there. Yuri asked in disbelief whether the foreigner was currently inside the orc's territory, confirming the dangerous implications of the discovery. He wondered if the foreigner might be cooperating with the orcs, but Asana firmly replied that the situation was actually the complete opposite. She explained that she couldn't advance any further due to the heightened alert, but the conclusion was clear. The foreigner had already been captured and was now being held as a prisoner. She warned the prince to be cautious, implying that the foreigner's capture was intentional and part of a larger, deliberate plan. She revealed that if the foreigner was interfered with by the allied forces, it was possible that he deliberately opposed them in response to their actions. In a tense exchange, Asana reported that the foreigner had become a prisoner of the orcs, but Yuri calmly dismissed her suggestion to reinvestigate, implying the situation was already under control. Yuri stated that it was better for him to meet the captive himself, believing that since the man only sought Okua's head, he could be persuaded as long as their goals aligned. He instructed Asana that when the battle began the next day, ordering her to enter the orc barracks immediately and monitor the foreigner's condition until he arrived. He asked Asana what the matter was as he watched her hesitate in silence. Asana insisted on accompanying him, warning that the foreigner was dangerous and vowing to protect Yuri despite the risk. Yuri called out to her as he turned toward her, his expression serious and resolved. He stated firmly that he had not hired Asana as his bodyguard, emphasizing that he was fully capable of protecting himself without her assistance. Asana lowered her hood in silence and calmly acknowledged his words, accepting his decision without further protest. Yuri casually offered her some late-night snacks, mentioning with an easy smile that he had received them earlier. He remarked that the snack was surprisingly good as he set the plate of neatly stacked pieces down. But he noticed the dark swirl fading into the air and realized she had already disappeared, leaving him alone with the plate in his hands. A few moments later, Jared told his allies how he appeared silently behind Yuri as the knights sat around the campfire. Jared admitted that at that time, he stood at the forefront and protected Yuri, confidently boasting about his role as the senior of the order. Yuri immediately realized that Jared was lying, seeing through his exaggerated boasting. He immediately realized that Jared was lying, seeing through his exaggerated boasting. One knight eagerly asked whether Sir Jared's claim was true, and Yuri calmly confirmed that he had indeed done his duty. They laughed and marveled that Jared dared to face the terrifying Death Knight, only for him to reply that, unlike an abstract fear, it was a tangible enemy he could fight with his sword. Jared warned that the most terrifying enemy wasn't a tangible foe like the Death Knight, but an insubstantial threat, like a ghost, that couldn't be struck down with a sword. Yuri noticed the group relaxing by the fire, sensed something off, and then realized a ragged, ghost-like figure was silently standing behind Jared, watching from the darkness. The orc loomed silently behind Jared, its single red eye glowing with malice as Yuri sensed the threat a heartbeat too late. Yuri suddenly stood and ordered everyone to raise their swords, having sensed the orc's presence and imminent danger. The orc, who had been lurking moments ago, suddenly disappeared into the darkness before anyone could react. Jared scanned the dark forest with a puzzled, slightly tense expression, then turned back and quietly suggested that Yuri might be tired since there's nothing there anymore. Yuri stiffened in disbelief and argued that the orc stood right there, while Jared insisted he saw nothing. The orc suddenly revealed itself from the shadows, looming directly in front of them. Yuri dashed forward to catch the orc, leaving the others behind in shock. He realized that only he could see the orc, confirming it was a scout that could not be seen by others. He lunged forward with blazing determination and swore that he would not let the orc get away. Yuri lunged after the orc, struck with glowing force, but it vanished into the darkness as if it had never been there. He grimaced in irritation just as a sudden surge of blue energy exploded beneath him and blasted him backward. He felt an impure aura spread through his body, instinctively tried to shake it off, and stared at his tainted hand in shock and confusion. As he went into Hernando's tent, Hernando remarked that the unseen avatar was suspicious, while Yuri seriously agreed that the enemy had been right under their noses all along. He explained that he had come late at night to visit the renowned royal family's personal mage because the matter was urgent. He remarked that it seemed he had arrived at a very busy time as he noticed the cards and coins spread across the table. Hernando suggested that the orc had likely concealed itself with sorcery to remain undetected, but Yuri's sharp senses had still allowed him to notice it. Yuri said that the real problem was the orc being a variable in the upcoming battle and asked whether there were any countermeasures, citing how Mariros had once dropped a massive fire bomb. Hernando replied that such a tactic had only been possible because the battle took place near Balshad, warned that blatant magic could be easily interrupted. As Yuri asked him what he thought about the suspicious use of sorcery, Hernando explained that the enemy had likely concealed themselves with sorcery and used forbidden power mixed with black magic, which made them difficult to detect and posed a serious threat in the upcoming battle. Yuri worried about the danger, but the other said that the magic tower had already studied such threats and that by responding quickly and dispelling the enemy sorcerer's tricks, they could counter it effectively. Yuri agreed and said that he would count on him. He addressed Hernando, and Hernando respectfully responded to him. He warned Hernando to inform him before gambling next time, and Hernando nodded and agreed. The soldiers teased each other. One said he usually swept the table whenever he played cards. Another said that the only reason he lost that time was that he deliberately hid his true skill. Under the cold moonlight, black birds circled above a desolate land where skeletal figures stood like sentinels, creating an ominous and foreboding atmosphere. Nearby, a grim ritual site filled with bone totems, spikes, and skulls lay frozen in silence. The orcs knelt in a dark mass before their leader, their red eyes glowing with obedience as they awaited his command. The orc leader emerged as his followers knelt before him in fearful submission. He unleashed a surge of sinister red power, asserting absolute dominance as his warriors roared beneath him. He blazed with crimson fury as a terrifying surge of killing intent erupted from the darkness. The orcs roared in savage unison, their blood-red eyes burning with loyalty and fury as they answered their leader's command. The next day at Kirui's camp, a soldier sounded a horn to signal the start of a coordinated, full-scale attack led by armored troops advancing under battle flags. Yuri rallied his troops by shouting commands, urging them forward with fierce determination as the battle intensified. He led a cavalry charge, raising his sword, unleashing a decisive assault on the battlefield. He charged ahead, racing down the road toward the enemy's stronghold, soldiers close behind. The orcs unleashed a deadly volley of arrows from behind their spiked barricades, filling the sky as they opened fire on the charging forces. Yuri ordered a retreat as arrows rained down, pulling his forces back to avoid further losses. One soldier was struck by arrows during the retreat, crying out in pain as he fell from his horse amid the chaos. Yuri realized the retreat was a trap and urged his troops to keep moving forward, recognizing the enemy's bait while orc archers prepared to strike as they focused on him. Ragnar roared and led the assault, commanding them to break open the orcs' gate with overwhelming force. The soldiers charged forward with a battle cry, hauling a heavy siege weapon as they advanced to smash through the enemy defenses. The front gate was forced open, and the Imperial army surged forward, charging into the stronghold as the battle spilled inside. Yuri halted his cavalry after hearing that Ragnar had begun attacking the front gate, assessing the situation before advancing further. He decided their role as bait was over and resolved to regroup with the main force, despite concerns from Jose about returning to the battlefield. Jose argued that with the enemy focused on the front gate, they should exploit the distraction and attack from the rear to break the orcs more quickly. Yuri agreed with the idea but pointed out that without a battering ram, and with the rear heavily fortified for defense, attacking from behind would be difficult. Jose confidently declared that he could breach the defenses himself, revealing a powerful ability that made siege weapons unnecessary. He approached the towering rear gate alone, advancing toward the spiked barrier with his weapon ready to break through it. Yuri watched Jose advance and quietly marveled at his confidence and power, calling the sight incredible. Jose unleashed a massive surge of mana and struck the rear gate with overwhelming force, smashing through the defenses like a raging tidal wave. The rear gate was obliterated as Jose's mana-fueled strike shattered the wooden barrier and blasted debris outward in a cloud of dust. Inside the shattered gate, a furious orc warrior emerged, roaring as it charged forward to confront the intruders. Yuri rushed toward it while praising his feat, closing in to support him as the enemy emerged from within the gate. He swiftly severed the orc's head in a single decisive strike, ending the threat instantly. He shouted for Brial's army to seize the moment and open a path forward, rallying the troops to press the advantage. Yuri urged the troops to charge through the opening and engrave the power of the allied forces into their enemies as they surged forward. He invoked Brial's power as a group of enraged orcs surged forward, charging into the clash with spears raised. They instantly sliced through the orcs' spears with a swift strike, leaving them defenseless before they could react. With a rallying cry for Brial, Jared spurred his horse forward and charged straight into the enemy ranks. Yuri noted that Jared seemed unusually excited compared to his normal demeanor, watching him in silence. Laurent decided to join Jared in the fight and spurred his horse forward, leaving Yuri calling out to him in surprise. Laurent charged headlong on horseback toward the mass of advancing orcs, plunging straight into the heart of the enemy lines. He leapt through the air from his mount and descended toward the orcs, preparing to strike as they roared up at him. He landed amid the orcs and unleashed a powerful downward slash, cleaving through them as debris and blood burst into the air. He finished the strike, then raised his sword and rallied the troops by shouting his loyalty to Prince Yuri Brial as the battle surged on. The allied forces surged in with renewed fervor, shouting not to be outdone as they cut down orcs and pressed the attack with overwhelming momentum. The orcs' defenses had thinned, and the momentum of the battle had clearly shifted in favor of the attacking forces. Yuri found it strange that the main forces had not yet arrived, noting that they should have reached the inside of the camp by now. A horde of enraged orcs surged forward with blood-curdling roars, signaling a sudden and dangerous counterattack. The orcfuls suddenly charged into the battlefield, catching the allied forces' attention as a new threat emerged. An orcful swung its blade in a brutal arc, striking down soldiers with savage force as blood sprayed and chaos erupted in the ranks. Laurent reacted in shock as he realized just how many orcfuls were flooding onto the battlefield. An enraged orcful lunged forward with a blazing slash, bringing its weapon down toward Yuri in a ferocious attack. Jared looked up in alarm as the orcful raised its weapon high, realizing a split second too late that the attack was already coming down on him. Yuri burst forward through the chaos, teeth clenched and eyes blazing, forcing himself between Jared and the descending blow as he shouted him back to his senses. Locked blade to blade with the snarling orc, Yuri braced under the crushing force. Defiance burned in his stance as he dared the monster to strike him down. He ordered Jared to get into stance as he tightened his grip on the reins and prepared for the oncoming attack. The orc lunged forward with a furious roar, but Yuri raised his blade in time and blocked the devastating strike. Yuri locked eyes with Jared, then surged forward as Jared followed on horseback, and together they struck in perfect sync, cutting down the orcs in one decisive sweep. Jared apologized to Yuri as they regrouped on horseback, and Yuri calmly warned him not to lower his guard. The superior orc was ready to emerge from the dark tent, gripping the knight's severed head, his presence heavy and deliberate as he surveyed the ruined battlefield. It made it clear that the clash so far had only been the beginning. It loomed in crimson light, gripping a crushed, blood-soaked helmet as his glowing eyes and scarred body conveyed ruthless power and impending slaughter. The knights pressed forward as the enemy's formation broke, shouting orders while clashing steel and bodies surged together in the chaos of close combat. Yuri sensed an ominous presence, confirmed it with Jared, and calmly led the way toward the dark tent where something unseen awaited. He charged ahead with his sword ready while Jared followed close behind, warning that whatever lay inside might still be resisting and that they had to move fast. Suddenly, a knight was hurled toward them, his body spinning helplessly. Both dodged aside just in time as the thrown knight streaked past them, skidding across the ground in a spray of dust and sparks. The superior orc appeared from the dark tent and put his leg with crushing force, shattering the earth beneath it. Jared looked stunned as he processed what had just happened, while Yuri clenched his jaw, already bracing himself for the next move. The superior orc lunged forward with a brutal downward strike, its red eyes blazing as it brought its weapon crashing toward them. It leapt into the air with a furious roar, raising its axe high as the knights shouted a desperate warning to dodge. It attacked them head-on, swinging its weapon down with brutal force, and the shattered bodies flew behind it from its attack. The superior orc stood amid the battlefield, surrounded by fallen knights. Yuri calmly ordered the soldiers to step back, asserting control in the face of looming danger. With his eyes hardening beneath the helm, he stepped forward and declared that he would no longer hold back and advanced across the blood-soaked ground, sword lowered to face the threat. Jared shouted in alarm as he rushed forward, calling out to his lord. Jose warned Jose not to waste time, saying their leader likely couldn't hear them anymore as the situation worsened. He declared that he would fight alongside the prince, gripping his weapon with firm resolve. Yuri clashed head-on with the charging orc, meeting its brutal assault with a powerful counterstrike. He locked eyes with the orc, but he was struck in a single, decisive blow, shattering the ground as the impact landed. With grim resolve, he determined to bring the orc down instantly before it could land even a single blow. Yuri halted mid-charge in shock, realizing Jose's interference as he called out urgently for him. Jose stood tall with his sword in hand, calmly admitting with a faint laugh that he had only pretended to be in trouble. He stepped forward and offered his assistance, and Yuri accepted without hesitation. Yuri recognized those eyes and confronted the terror that had once been abandoned like a mother leaving her child at the edge of a cliff. He understood that standing his ground before the beast and choosing to protect others had stripped away the fear and terror that once ruled his heart. Yuri, though still young, experienced enough of war to fully understand its brutal realities. The orc, in a skull helmet, with glowing red eyes and a menacing grin, exuded a terrifying presence, ready for battle. Both Yuri and Jose rushed toward the superior in the heat of the battle. Jose attacked the orc with his sword, but the orc blocked the strike with its massive axe. The orc's axe struck with force, causing a wound, and then it delivered a devastating blow in return. Jose thought the orc was a monster as he stared at its terrifying appearance. He swung his weapon fiercely, causing explosions of impact as he clashed with its defense. Yuri lunged forward with full speed, swinging his sword with intense precision. But his attack was blocked by the orc, which then grabbed his shoulder tightly, preventing any further movement. It launched a powerful counterattack, striking with incredible force, sending Yuri flying back. Yuri, with a determined expression, acknowledged the situation. He, standing confidently with his sword, remarked that the situation was annoying and threatened that their proud orcs would be wiped out by the knights. He, with a confident smirk, taunted the orc, challenging it to see how long it could stand against the combined force of the two of them. Jose, with a determined expression, unleashed a powerful attack, enveloping his sword in a blue aura, as he prepared for a decisive strike. Both attacked simultaneously, their blades clashing against the orc, creating a powerful impact. The superior orc, enraged by the attack, roared in pain and fury, letting out a violent scream, catching Jose's attention, and he turned in confusion, wondering what was happening. Yuri reacted with shock and confusion, questioning the strange energy he was feeling. The orc, surrounded by a dark, ominous energy, as Yuri reacted with disbelief and suspicion, wondering if the energy he sensed could possibly be the source of his unease. He urgently warned Sir Jose to fall back just as an attack was struck at him, causing a violent impact. He desperately called out for Sir Jose to dodge, warning him just as an attack was about to strike. Jose had vowed not to fall, rallying his strength as he prepared to strike back against the enemy. The orc overpowered him, causing a forceful clash as he struggled to hold his ground. Jose struck the orc with a powerful blow, pushing back against it with intense force. Yuri leapt through the air from behind to attack the orc, but the orc blocked his strike and locked eyes with him. The orc swung his axe at Yuri, but he dodged it and asked Jose if he was still able to fight, to which Jose replied affirmatively. Jose remarked that ever since the black smoke appeared, the orc's physical abilities had been drastically enhanced. Yuri confirmed that he saw it too, acknowledging the strange occurrence. He recognized the same sensation he felt from the phantom sorcerer last time, realizing that Hernando must be dispelling the black magic at that moment. He saw that a large number of orcs had appeared, surrounding him with an overwhelming force. He saw a monstrous figure with glowing eyes emerge from the darkness, and in his shock, he questioned what was happening. A storm raged as lightning struck, and the orcs, their eyes glowing with red intensity, let out a menacing growl as they advanced. They let out a deafening roar, charging forward with intense fury as his red eyes burned with rage. A few orcs had recovered from the assault, slowly reassembling as dark energy surrounded them. They lifted their weapon high, preparing to strike, while the knight cried out in pain, struggling to defend himself. Yuri entrusted the task to Sir Jose, declaring that he would leave it to him, and Jose responded affirmatively, ready to take on the challenge. The orc had launched a powerful strike at Yuri, causing sparks to fly as their weapons clashed mid-air. He grunted in pain as he clashed swords with the orc, the force of their strikes creating sparks in the air. He unleashed a powerful strike, cutting deeply into the orc, who screamed in pain as blood splattered from the wound. Yuri had been overwhelmed by the dark energy, grunting in pain as he struggled, his face showing fear and disbelief. The orc had displayed an eerie ability to regenerate its wounds, shocking and confusing those who witnessed it, as if it were using sorcery. The dark energy had spiraled violently, and Yuri was caught in its grasp, twisting around him as he grunted in frustration. A dark, commanding voice instructed Yuri not to resist, while a mysterious presence seemed to call his name in an eerie, drawn-out manner. Yuri realized that the aura surrounding him was even more ominous and dark than before, recognizing it as a powerful form of black magic. He had been confronted by his conscience, who questioned why he was still alive while the kingdom had fallen, accused him of abandoning them and bearing the blame for their downfall, and then scornfully remarked on his shame for surviving. They accused Yuri of being the mistake and disgrace of the Brial family, condemning him for running away and abandoning his honor and responsibility. In disbelief, they questioned how Yuri could still use the family's name after such actions. A dark voice called out Yuri's name with an eerie authority, declaring that there was nothing he could do and that this was his inevitable fate. The ominous eye and swirling darkness had intensified as the force grew stronger, and Yuri, standing amidst the chaos, questioned the vision of his future that seemed to unfold before him. He questioned the concept of a predetermined fate as he stood resolute against the overwhelming darkness. The elder Yuri coldly questioned him whether he truly understood the era he was living in, whereas the younger one mocked Yuri for still clinging to the notion of fate. The sorcerer mage looked at Yuri, who was engulfed in the dark energy, a sinister expression crossing his face as he observed Yuri's struggle. He broke through the dark energy, unleashing a powerful surge that cut through the oppressive force, signaling his defiance and strength. He gathered his strength, propelling himself forward with a burst of energy, his form surrounded by a blue, electrifying aura as he advanced with unstoppable force. The sorcerer mage orc unleashed a terrifying wave of dark energy toward him, roaring in fury. He swung his sword with full force, attempting to counter and finish off the terrifying wave of dark energy that surged toward him. Yuri successfully struck, his sword cutting through the dark energy, while the sorcerer mage recoiled in pain as the force of the attack reached him. The domain had shattered, and the sorcerer mage stood, wounded, appearing with bloodied, grotesque features as he recovered from the devastating blow. It had fallen to the ground, blood splattering as he lay defeated, while Yuri stood solemnly, watching the aftermath of the battle. Yuri noticed the black energy disappearing and seized the opportunity, realizing this was his chance to strike. He declared triumphantly that the sorcery had been broken, standing victorious as the dark magic dissipated around him. The soldiers had rallied together, shouting with determination as they charged forward to finish the orcs. A powerful strike had landed by an orc, causing sparks to fly as Jose was struck down, while the remaining forces looked on in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. It charged forward with force, striking down Jose, the impact sending him flying. Jose gritted his teeth in pain, blood dripping from his mouth. Yuri called out urgently to Sir Jose, his face filled with concern as he realized the dire situation Jose was in. The orc had risen, its monstrous form exuding immense strength and rage as it roared, preparing for its next move. He urgently shouted for the orc to stop killing Jose as it advanced, and he, lying on the ground. Jose pleaded in fear, telling him not to come here. Yuri stepped in between, bravely positioning himself to protect Jose from danger. He resolved to stand his ground, vowing not to run away anymore and to face the battle with unwavering determination until the very end. But the third party interrupted and delivered a swift and precise strike, severing the orc's arm with deadly accuracy, causing blood to splatter as the orc recoiled in pain. The orc had let out a deafening roar of pain and rage, its wounds still fresh as it staggered, its fury undiminished despite the loss of its arm. Yuri turned toward the figure responsible for the orc's severed arm, his expression filled with recognition and disbelief. Moyoung Chan, the last direct disciple and sect leader of the Chengxiang sect, appeared and responded with confident amusement, openly enjoying Yuri as a cool, capable guy, standing relaxed and unshaken in the moment. He struck down the orcs with decisive force, cutting through them in a single, relentless motion. He seized the weapon with his bare hands, halting the attack through sheer strength and unyielding resolve. He silenced the orc with cold contempt, expressing his resentment that it had never even fed him properly. Yuri noticed Moyoung's Chan foreign accent and sturdy build, quietly assessing him with a sharp, experienced gaze. Moyoung Chan was recognized as an entirely different oriental sword technique, sharply distinct from his own. Yuri realized that the foreigner, Moyoung Chan, who stood calmly after slaying the orc, was the very one he had been searching for. Yuri approached him, who explained that he had stepped forward only out of a brief interest in something impressive, but that decision had ended up complicating his life. He began to speak again, but Yuri bowed his head and thanked Moyoung-chan for saving him and openly acknowledged his overwhelming technique, commanding presence, and exceptional skill. Moyoung-chan reacted with brief confusion, quietly questioning his sudden praise and bold words. Yuri had identified him as the famous foreigner known as one of the 10 strongest on the continent. Moyoung-chan confronted him directly, asking why he approached him, while Yuri revealed that he knew Chan had deliberately allowed himself to be captured by the orcs for a specific purpose. Yuri proposed an alliance with him, stating his belief that Chan was targeting Okua, the Orc King, and suggesting they work together to achieve that goal. After Kirui's death, the orcs quickly lost the will to continue fighting and fell into disarray. A massive slaughter occurred, and after killing most of the orcs in the barracks, the battlefield was left drenched in blood and silence. Ragna displayed Kirui's severed head on a spear, marking a grand victory that the allied forces had never achieved in Yuri's previous life. History changed as the course of events was rewritten forever. After the victory, Yuri entered his tent, exhausted and bearing the marks of the battle he had just survived, and Jared congratulated him respectfully, praising his success and addressing him by his high rank. He asked about the damage report, and Jared replied that it was still being compiled but appeared manageable. Jared reported that many soldiers had become mentally shaken after witnessing the inside of the barracks, and Yuri acknowledged that the reaction was understandable. Yuri reflected that the horrors inside the barracks mirrored what he had once seen in Sidor, if not something even more unbearable. He instructed Jared to ensure the shaken soldiers were treated carefully, and Jared acknowledged the order with respectful compliance. Yuri asked about the foreigner, Moyoung-chan, and Jared replied that his requests had been granted exactly as ordered. Moyoung-chan complained lightheartedly while eating again after bathing and shaving, prompting Yuri's men to remark on his endless appetite. Jared remarked that Moyoung-chan was a nuisance, recalling how he complained about the soup, flipped the table in anger, and refused to eat unless at least 5 plates were set out. Yuri decided to handle Moyoung-chan himself and asked where he was at that moment. Jared guessed that Moyoung-chan was probably sitting by the campfire at the center of the camp, enjoying the quiet warmth. Yuri found him by the campfire, asked if he had enjoyed his meal, and received a casual reply that it was not so bad. Moyoung-chan relaxed and remarked with satisfaction that he was finally full. Yuri said that if Moyoung-chan had finished his meal, he wanted to ask him a few questions. Moyoung-chan raised his hand, calmly but firmly declaring that he would be the one to ask questions first. He demanded to know how Yuri had managed to bring down the sorcerer, his sharp gaze fixed with intense curiosity. He pressed Yuri to answer honestly, reminding him that if he truly knew his goal, then he should reveal the truth without deception. Moyoung-chan drew his weapon with a cold warning, stating that Yuri's answer would determine whether he lived or died by his hand. Yuri fell silent, realizing with unease that Moyoung-chan had suddenly begun speaking with unsettling fluency and intent. He explained that he did not know the exact reason, only that his mana method reacted, and he cut the sorcerer down, while Chan recognized it as an inner energy cultivation technique. Yuri revealed that the power he used was a mana method inherited from his ancestor, Erich Brial. Chan watched in shock and declared that they had been destined to meet. When asked what it meant, he explained that the inner energy cultivation technique passed down through their ancestors was special. Moyoung-chan declared that, as the last direct disciple and sect leader of the Qingxiang sect, he offered his respects to Yuri, the descendant of the ancient benefactor who once shared the heaven-crushing swordsman technique with the sect. Yuri reacted in shock at the word benefactor, unsettled by Moyoung-chan's archaic manner of speech. Moyoung-chan calmly silenced Yuri and dismissed the moment as nothing more than echoes of the past. He revealed that Yuri's ancestor, Erich, had been known as the heaven-crushing swordsman, recalling the fearsome figure with solemn respect. He explained that Erich had been a friend of their sect leader at the time and had greatly aided them in bringing down the demonic cult. Yuri repeated the demonic cult with a tense, focused expression, as the foreigner explained that the demonic cult were evil people who practiced human sacrifice. Moyoung-chan stated that they exterminated those who followed the demonic path and that he had come west to eliminate the ominous star that appeared there. Yuri noticed that the foreigner only ever spoke fluently when the matter was serious. He understood now, realizing that the obsession with extermination was why Chan had been so fixated on killing Okua in his previous life. Chan scoffed and scratched the back of his neck, remarking that his sect had already long since disappeared anyway. Yuri gazed ahead with quiet resolve, thinking that he could not send such a precious resource out into the world alone. The foreigner stared in surprise as Yuri suddenly suggested that they go together, catching him completely off guard. Moyoung-chan had been offered by Brial the position of an honorary knight, inviting him to join the allied forces and pursue his goal of exercising. Yuri told the foreigner Brial would grant him provisions, food, and baths, and a status of knighthood that ensured no one would look down on him. He discussed that, after the war ended, he would secure Moyoung-chan a position in a large-scale merchant union. Moyoung-chan agreed to the offer, but added that he also had a condition of his own. He casually declared that since he had taken a liking to Yuri, he would henceforth call him teacher, leaving Yuri visibly taken aback. From that day on, he declared Yuri would become the sect's unofficial disciple. Yuri looked momentarily stunned, a bead of sweat slipping down his face as he processed the sudden declaration. He reacted in disbelief while Moyoung-chan laughed it off, teasingly declaring the role an unpaid but special honor. Yuri calmly declined the offer by smiling and stating that he already had a teacher, who was the infamous demon sword. Moyoung-chan angrily shouted that the infamous sword demon could share him as a disciple at the same time. He snapped at Yuri, angrily declaring that Yuri had no idea how priceless his time was. He told Yuri that he would have to meet the commander of their allied forces to guide the way, leaving Yuri blinking in confusion. He reminded Yuri that he had promised to help him achieve his goal, and then told him there was something important he needed to know about the orcs. The scene shifted to the allied forces camp. Ragnar had learned that an orc named Okua was involved in human sacrifices and had expressed his disbelief and concern over the situation. Chan stated that the orc's act of sacrificing human lives for sorcery was clear evidence of the corruption that took root in him. Yuri realized that the enemy orc's combat power had drastically increased for a moment during the latest battle and concluded that sorcery was the cause of this sudden surge. Yuri realized that if the conditions were in place for the orcs to continue using sorcery, they would need to implement some kind of countermeasures. Ragnar expressed his concern, stating that they were doing some terrible things. Chan explained that he disguised himself as a sacrifice to reach the person in question. He expressed frustration, saying that their actions had ruined his plan. But then Yuri informed the Supreme Commander that the foreigner had decided to work with them this time. Yuri acknowledged that Chan's goal to eliminate Okua would make him a great asset to the allied forces. But Ragnar looked startled and concerned. He decided to have his men investigate how they could fight against the sorcery, expressing his understanding of the situation. He entrusted the foreigner to Yuri, who thanked him for the responsibility. Yuri reflected that many things had happened, but he had managed to have the foreigner join the allied forces. Ragnar asked him about bringing a half-orc along with him, to which Yuri confirmed that it was true. He, looking slightly concerned, explained that he had left the half-orcs they captured to Graham, but there had been much discussion about how to handle them. He then told Yuri that he would like him to make the decision about them. Yuri acknowledged that it wasn't a bad thing that Ragnar trusted him, but he appeared to be concerned about the responsibility, especially with the situation involving the half-orcs. He felt that Ragnar had passed him the responsibility of handling the half-orcs because it was something he didn't want to deal with himself. He suddenly noticed the knights arguing about Brial potentially outdoing them, which highlighted the pressure of the situation. One of the soldiers angrily questioned why the other was being so frustrating. They suggested that by using the half-orcs, their empire would have the largest number of orc language interpreters. One of the knights pointed out that there were many survivors who had suffered terrible things at the hands of the half-orcs and argued that they should also listen to the victims. Yuri appeared and understood the situation and, after considering the opportunity, decided to ask a crucial question regarding the matter. Yuri asked them if they could be certain that the half-orcs would be useful on the battlefield. The knight quickly assured Yuri, claiming that the half-orcs were docile and could be useful if trained enough. Yuri questioned them, asking if they could truly trust the half-orcs in an emergency, putting his life in their hands. He pointed out that on the battlefield, one needs someone they can trust with their back, implying doubts about the half-orcs' reliability. Yuri emphasized the importance of being able to care for each other when vulnerable, a bond that may be difficult to establish with the half-orcs. He turned his attention to the woman, addressing her and asking her to tell them about what she witnessed, specifically regarding how the half-orcs treated vulnerable humans. Trembling, she spoke about her injured little sister, who was unable to move, and recalled how she was horrifically ripped to pieces, leaving behind a bloody scene. She described how it felt as though the half-orcs were tearing her sister apart like wings off an insect, while they laughed, enjoying her screams. she tearfully revealed that to the half-orcs, her little sister was nothing more than entertainment, and that was the true nature of the monsters. Yuri, in a firm but gentle tone, asked the woman for her name and where she was from. The woman introduced herself as Jane from Sidor, and she, noticing his hair color, asked him if he was a prince of Brial. Yuri revealed that he was indeed a prince of Brial. Jane, with a desperate plea, asked Yuri to avenge them, and Yuri solemnly responded that she had his word. He, addressing Sir Graham, declared that today he would be acting as the Prince of Brial rather than the commander of the Allied forces. Yuri, with intense emotion, described how the vermin had murdered the innocent people of his country, leaving deep, unforgettable scars on the survivors. He expressed that those who trampled on humans had no value, frustrated by the fact that the orcs would never change and that there was no point in considering such an idea. Yuri, with a resolute expression, declared that they should kill every single one of them. Graham, with the authority bestowed by His Highness, declared that he would dispose of the half-orcs. The next morning, a knight frantically shouted that the orcs were coming, as others rushed in panic at the news of the incoming threat. As the orcs marched, the soldiers wondered what they were plotting, raising suspicion about their intentions. Ragna was informed that the orcs had arrived to negotiate, claiming they had something to offer in exchange for opening the gates. He, visibly frustrated, questioned what the orcs were plotting this time and then commanded the gate to be opened. The orc, wielding a flag, stormed through the open gate, charging toward Ragna. It, looming menacingly above them, approached as Ragna and Yuri stood firm, ready for the impending confrontation. As the orcs entered the gate, their laughter and conversation stirred concern among the nearby soldiers, who anxiously observed the unsettling scene. Yuri, noticing Ragnar reading something, inquired about the purpose of the documents, seeking clarification on the matter. The Supreme Commander, looking weary, asked Yuri why he thought he had become the commander of the Allied forces. Yuri replied that while it might seem like he became the commander because of his tactical skill, Ragnar said he wasn't referring to the obvious reasons. Yuri, with a questioning expression, asked Ragnar if he was referring to a political reason for his position as the commander. Ragnar confirmed he meant a political reason, revealing he wasn't on good terms with the Emperor. He explained that, as the Prince of the Empire, with the strength that comes with the position, it seemed reasonable for him to be the Supreme Commander of the Allied forces. But he noted that the state affairs of the Empire were not that simple. He reflected that while things seemed to flow logically, there was always the Emperor's scheming behind it all. He realized that if they won, his name would be known throughout the continent as a hero, paving the way for a life filled with praise and guaranteed support. He sighed, acknowledging that the knight's dream of glory would only be achievable if they won. In Yuri's previous life, Ragna had been forced to take responsibility for the failure of the Allied forces, which led to the Emperor seizing control of the Empire, ultimately resulting in Ragna's downfall and the failure of the Allied forces from the start. He asked Ragna if he believed the situation was a trap. Ragna handed him a document, and upon reading it, Yuri was visibly shocked and exclaimed in surprise. Yuri read the document, which revealed that the Emperor had made a secret pact with Okua, and that the outcome of the war had already been decided, leading him to feel betrayed. He, with a look of disgust, realized the Emperor's betrayal and harshly remarked on the scheme. Ragnar revealed that the letter was from an anonymous organization opposing Okua, explaining that the Allied forces were set up from the start with no intention of survival, and then asked Yuri for his thoughts. Yuri stood silently, holding the letter, lost in thought as he processed the shocking revelation. He asked Ragnar if he could make a proposal, and Ragnar, with a calm demeanor, gave his consent to proceed. Yuri, with determination, crushed the letter under his boot, declaring that regardless of its authenticity or any schemes, they must return victorious. He, with a composed expression, remarked that the already difficult war had become even more challenging. Ragnar burst into laughter, enjoying the unfolding events. He acknowledged the point with a nod, then stated that no matter what schemes the Emperor was plotting, they would have no place if they didn't return victorious. He, with a smirk, declared that the only task left was to deal with those who had brought the letter. Yuri, with a confident smile, asked Ragnar if he could take care of those who brought the letter. As the orcs, who had come for negotiations, noticed Yuri outside the tent, their reaction was one of immediate recognition and tension, signaling an impending confrontation. He drew his sword and silenced them with cold, overwhelming authority. Yuri cut down the orcs with swift, decisive strikes, leaving none standing. The knights realized with shock that the Prince of Brial had slain 3 orcs in a single strike and possessed extraordinary skill. They remarked that despite his young age, Yuri's growing skill was astonishing but possibly too extreme. Ragna explained that Yuri had sworn a grim promise to pursue ruthless revenge and personally make those who wronged him suffer the consequences. In the evening, Ragna and his subordinate stood together under the setting sun. Ragna ordered his knight to bring Aizen, and the command was immediately acknowledged and carried out. Aizen, the imperial court mage of the Granzan Empire, arrived respectfully before Ragna and asked whether he had been summoned. He demanded that Aizen reveal everything he knew about black magic, signaling his serious intent to understand its nature and dangers. Aizen explained that black magic had become an obsolete art rarely used anymore, as it could be easily countered by dispel magic, prompting Ragna to ask about the most terrible form of it known. Aizen stated that although black magic once included rumors of reviving the dead and was now dismissed as superstition, intelligence suggested that Okuo was currently absorbing a form of sorcery derived from it. He warned that this form of black magic had its power amplified through human sacrifices, making it especially dangerous and forbidden. Ragna reflected that since they had already encountered this dark power in the previous battle, it was only natural to expect the orcs to grow even stronger. Aizen pondered the situation thoughtfully and suggested that the orcs might have acquired a forgotten black magic tome from the past, prompting Ragna to react with concern at the possibility. He elaborated that many secrets of the land remained hidden, citing the ancient country of Adelvine and a powerful black magic creation, one of the strongest of its kind, that continued to guard the land to this day. He revealed that the entity guarding Adelvine was the Death Knight Gert. Ragna asked what Okuo would intend to do if he truly wielded black magic, while Aizen cautioned that such conclusions were still based on assumption. He speculated that if Okuo truly possessed black magic, he would most likely attempt to use it to summon something dangerous. Ragna realized that Okuo was deliberately stalling their advance and wearing down his own forces in order to buy time to complete a summoning. Aizen agreed that if Okuo had already obtained a tome, he might have discovered a dungeon hidden within the ruins of an ancient kingdom, implying that something dangerous lay beneath. A hidden dungeon deep beneath the ruins revealed itself as ancient magic flared to life, illuminating the dark passage and confirming the presence of something long sealed below. The next day, Yuri and his army advanced in unison with their flags held high. He was informed that the supply unit in Balshad had been cut off, and he calmly acknowledged the report. He concluded that repeated attacks had occurred and confirmed they were ordered to prioritize securing supplies. Yuri realized that even though enough supplies had been stocked, the situation was worse than he had expected. He realized that their forces were deep in the plains near Okuo, that the enemy could soon launch a war of attrition, and that they needed to stop it before a full-scale attack began. A sudden disturbance caused panic among the troops, prompting him to urgently order everyone to dismount their horses in response to the unexpected threat. The sudden tremor was not an ordinary earthquake, but something far more unusual and dangerous. Yuri noted that something massive was emerging from beneath the ground, confirming that the tremors were caused by a hidden palace rising to the surface rather than a natural disaster. Ragna observed as mages unleashed powerful magic, revealing that the massive structure rising from the ground was being actively summoned rather than naturally formed. He acknowledged Yuri's arrival as Yuri turned his attention to the strange ruin that had suddenly emerged before them. Ragna reported that they had found no link to the orcs, and that, despite its sudden appearance, the structure seemed no different from an ordinary ruin on the surface. He noted that it was strange they could not see inside the ruin, and Yuri decided to investigate it themselves. Yuri realized that because the ruin had appeared so suddenly, it was highly likely something was hidden inside, and that the only way forward was to confirm it directly. Ragna agreed and ordered him to take the Empire's knights with him. Reborn introduced himself after informing Yuri that he and the knights had been assigned to serve the prince. Yuri realized that despite his hesitation, he had no choice but to accompany them since it was Ragna's direct order. He wondered why the Imperial Knight had suddenly chosen to accompany them, and cautiously hoped that he had no hidden motives. He observed the towering ruin looming before them, its immense scale emphasizing how formidable and mysterious the structure truly was. They identified what appeared to be the entrance to the ruin, and decided to check the surrounding area for any hidden devices. Yuri cautiously advanced with the knights, remaining alert as they prepared to investigate the entrance and watch for any hidden threats. He decided that if necessary, he could simply force the door open himself to gain entry. He attempted to break the door by force, but was suddenly repelled by a powerful, unseen reaction. He was startled when the sealed door suddenly opened on its own after repelling him, leaving both him and the others confused about what had just happened. Yuri realized that the door had opened effortlessly at his light touch, as if the ruin had been waiting for someone to arrive. He paused in silence before deciding to move forward and lead the others inside the ruin. Yuri noted that it was too dark inside the ruin and discovered that none of them had brought any torches. He realized that none of the knights, including those behind them, brought any torches into the dark ruin. Yuri realized that the stone door outside had likely reacted to mana, which explained how it opened so easily despite resisting brute force. He reasoned that if the interior of the ruin was designed in the same way, it would likely respond to mana rather than physical force. He illuminated the dark corridor using mana, astonishing the knights and prompting them to ask if he had been there before, which he calmly denied. Yuri warned the knights to stay alert as they ventured deeper into the ruin, and they promptly acknowledged his command. They sensed something unusual as they advanced, pausing thoughtfully while remaining on guard. They noticed scattered bones and a skull beneath their feet, realizing that others had died inside the ruin long before their arrival. They realized that the ruin was littered with the remains of a fallen warrior, which were still present in front of them. Jared recognized the danger ahead and chose to move forward alone to investigate first. Yuri was warned that the path ahead was blocked and turned his attention to the sealed area where the obstruction lay. He realized that, unlike the surrounding orc skeletons, the human corpse had died after a fierce battle while guarding the sealed door. Yuri concluded that among the many orc skeletons, the lone human had fought and died defending the sealed door, as indicated by the traces of a nearby battle. Jared reported that even when mana is injected, the door doesn't react at all, confirming it's unnaturally sealed. Yuri decided they couldn't proceed, ordered everyone to fall back, and told the group to prepare for any dangers that might arise. Suddenly, the human skeleton lunged forward and struck, catching him completely off guard. Jared shouted in shock as the sudden attack unfolded, while Laurent cried out in alarm, both realizing their lord was in immediate danger. Redain and his subordinates rushed forward in shock, reacting instantly to the sudden danger ahead. Yuri stood at the center of the shattered hall as his subordinates closed in from all sides, surrounding the sudden threat amid scattered bones and debris. He was overwhelmed as the fallen guardian's skeleton, who confronted him with the grim truth that only death stood as their salvation. Yuri awakened in a strange, radiant place high above the ground, disoriented and questioning reality as an unfamiliar tower and sky greeted his eyes. Yuri was suddenly pulled into a new world, where a young boy urgently pointed something out to an older man, who confronted him, demanding to know where he had been. The boy cheerfully explained that he was simply reading a book. Yuri realized that the armor the elder man wore had once belonged to the skeleton, and he concluded that what he had experienced then was the lingering memory of him. He wondered what the powerful magic behind the memory wanted to show him as he looked toward the two figures standing ahead. The memory revealed its owner as a gentle moment where the child leaned into the man who had protected him. Yuri saw a quiet moment where the memory's owner gently taught a child who admitted he had only been reading instead of preparing. The boy complained that reading books was not fun at all, and the man scolded him, asking how he was going to become a proper hunter that way. Yuri quietly crossed his arms, feeling a wave of nostalgia as the scene reminded him of Bernard and the days they had spent training together. The guardian calmly showed the glowing orc hunter's mark, explaining that possessing it would allow one to truly become a proper hunter. Yuri realized what the object did and accepted it as something that made sense in hindsight. But the boy hesitantly voiced his confusion and moral doubt about why killing orcs was necessary. He earnestly suggested that they might be able to talk instead of fight, while the older man responded with silent hesitation. The memory owner grew serious and told him that it was time to finally learn the truth. He revealed that orcs were humans who had been transformed after being contaminated by black magic. Yuri reacted in shock and disbelief as the truth about the orcs suddenly sank in. A long time ago, a noble obsessed with murder indiscriminately killed his own citizens for countless twisted reasons. Even after royal orders banned murder, a warlock approached the grief-stricken noble, offering him a path that defied the law and deepened his darkness. The warlock twisted the king's decree by arguing that while humans could not be killed, nothing forbade turning them into something else. The noble, pleased by the warlock's idea, drove his own people into black magic so they could be transformed into beings he was allowed to kill. A warlock's black magic corrupted humans into monstrous beings, violently stripping them of their humanity and turning them into creatures hostile to mankind. The orcs of today were originally humans who were transformed into monsters after being contaminated by black magic. Yuri stood frozen in shock, realizing with horror that the orcs he had been killing were once humans and possibly the descendants of those transformed by black magic. When asked whether the warlock was punished, the door's guardian replied that he had already gone into hiding before the noble's evil deeds were revealed to the world. He explained that people tried and failed to turn them back into humans, and in the end, the kingdom gave up on them. He said that their duty as hunters was to take the cursed lives and grant them the salvation of rest. Yuri realized that black magic was connected to both the orc sorcerer's power and the human sacrifice mentioned by the foreigner. He suddenly sensed something wrong as the surroundings trembled and the figures before him were vanishing. He realized that the flow of time within the memory had begun to change, causing the scene and its events to distort unnaturally. Yuri found himself floating inside a vast ruined structure, questioning whether this strange place truly lay within the ruins. The student grabbed his teacher in panic, and the teacher shouted for him to let go as tension suddenly erupted between them. He angrily warned that fighting alone was madness and insisted they could not wait for meaningless backup while someone would die for nothing. The knight sharply declared that Edelvine was already finished and beyond saving. Yuri reflected that nearly a decade had passed and vaguely remembered the name Edelvine, suspecting it might have belonged to a past kingdom. The teacher argued that being used as bait for the orcs was absurd, but realized they were already approaching, and that delaying any longer would only make him the target anyway. He told the guy to survive and carry their purpose forward, reminding him that this was the role of those who came after. The disciple admitted that he would not get far even if he tried to run away. He declared that he chose to leave their purpose properly recorded in the ruins and pass it on to future generations as the memories of orc hunters. Yuri understood that this was the reason the memory had been left behind. He realized that they had left behind the secrets of the orcs and the knowledge of the strongest orc hunters of Adeline for future generations who would one day reach this place. He reflected that even if the orc hunters fell and died there, they entrusted their skills and experiences to the next generation in the hope that their long-held wish would be fulfilled. The apprentice gritted his teeth and grasped the glowing staff, struggling to endure the overwhelming power surging through him. He collapsed under the crushing force, hearing the lingering wish that their deaths would not be in vain. Yuri wondered whether the lingering figure was looking directly at him as he lay there helpless. He trembled as a warning echoed in his mind, urging Yuri to beware of the Devil's Tome. Yuri repeated the words in confusion, questioning what the Devil's Tome was as the ominous power still surrounded him. Yuri watched in shock as the glowing crystal shattered into fragments, releasing a surge of mysterious blue energy. The flash of memory ended, and he returned abruptly to the real world as his subordinates urgently called out to him. Yuri asked where he was and learned that he had awakened inside the ruins. Laurent explained that the skeleton had started shining, and Yuri suddenly disappeared, and the prince expressed relief that everyone was safe. He felt that the hunter's memory was not merely something he experienced, but a vivid, long-forgotten recollection buried deep within his unconsciousness. He casually asked his knights how they managed to break through the door, and they replied with a laugh that it had given them quite a hard time. Yuri admitted that he was not sure he could say he had simply seen something when asked about it. Suddenly, they felt the ground shake violently and realized that an earthquake had struck the ruins. But Yuri sensed that the rumbling was unlike the previous ones and realized that this disturbance was something far more dangerous. He realized that the true cause of the violent disturbance was the orcs launching their attack. Jared wondered why the orcs were attacking now, questioning whether they had noticed them or if it was a trap set in advance. Yuri calmly told them to stop making a fuss despite the approaching danger. He explained that the ruins were once home to the orc hunters, and that their sudden reappearance would naturally provoke the orcs into attacking immediately. He judged that, from the intensity of the vibrations, the orcs must be riding Komodo drakes. He first thought it was a small recon unit, then realized in alarm that there were far more, at least 10 orcs approaching. Laurent suggested they return to the main force immediately, and the prince agreed that doing so would be the right choice. Yuri ordered them to come with him and declared that they would prepare for battle. Jared questioned whether they should retreat, but Yuri confidently dismissed the idea, making it clear that he intended to stand his ground and face the approaching threat head-on. He placed his sword into the skeleton's hand and realized clearly how to fight against the orcs, his expression sharpening with confidence as a plan formed in his mind. At sunset, a mass of orcs advanced across the land in a relentless, thunderous march toward their target. An orc leader shouted a furious command as he pointed toward the fortress, signaling the start of the assault. The orcs advanced confidently, but the sudden red glowing lights appeared before them, confusing and unsettling them as they hesitated in puzzlement. The orcs screamed in pain as violent red energy struck them. Blazing red beams suddenly shot from the tower, striking the advancing orcs and making them recoil in shock and pain as they realized they were under attack. Yuri stepped forward without hesitation and gave the command, signaling the exact moment to launch the attack. His soldiers burst forward through the bushes in perfect coordination, charging ahead with focused expressions as they moved to execute his command. They surged forward while the orcs roared back and charged head-on. Laurent roared as he brought his weapon down with all his strength, smashing into the orc in a single, decisive blow that sent blood and force bursting outward. He swiftly followed through, slashing past the charging orc and carving a deep, fatal wound from behind. Jared raised his blade high and struck the orc's throat in a powerful arc, cleaving through its neck with a precise, crushing blow that dropped it instantly. The wounded orc screamed in agony as blood poured from its torn neck, its red eyes wide with shock and pain just before it collapsed. Yuri calmly observed the battlefield and realized that the mark of the hunter was still effective, as the orcs fell exactly as he had expected. He realized that sensing the number of orcs through ground vibrations and laying traps was an ingenious method he had never even considered before. He wondered if those memories were shown to him precisely so he could understand and apply this strategy at this very moment. The enraged orc charged forward with glowing red eyes, muscles tensed as it raised its weapon to strike in a furious assault. Yuri realized it felt as if he had refined these combat skills for decades, allowing him to instinctively identify the most effective point on an orc to attack. The orc raised its axe high above its head, muscles tensed, preparing to deliver a devastating downward strike at Yuri. Yuri stepped in calmly and countered in a single motion, his blade flashing blue as it sliced upward and cleaved through the charging orc before the strike could land. He instantly severed the orc's arm with a swift blue arc of his blade, realizing that there was no need to struggle against the orc or use soul severance, as a simple, precise strike was more than enough. He swiftly slashed across the orc's neck, the glowing blade cutting cleanly through as blood sprayed, and the creature's roar was abruptly silenced. It fell to the ground as blood pooled on the earth, the battle already decided beneath the fading sunset. Yuri quietly vowed to carry on the will of the hunters of Adeline, honoring the fallen hunter through his resolve and actions. However, as he came to his headquarters, he was praised by Ragna, who appreciated his efforts, telling him that the perimeter around the ruins was safely secured. Ragna asked if the ruins were where the hunters once lived, and Yuri confirmed that the place still bore traces of the hunters' final battle. Yuri hesitated before speaking, hinting that a lingering question weighed on his mind as Ragna listened attentively. He cautiously asked Ragna whether he knew anything about the Devil's Tome. Ragna admitted that he had never heard of the Devil's Tome before and calmly asked whether it had any connection to the ruins. Yuri replied that he only knew the Devil's Tome was connected to black magic and nothing more. He nodded and thanked Ragna, who promised to inform him if he uncovered anything about the Devil's Tome. Yuri was stopped at the doorway when a knight addressed him as the Prince of Brial, catching him off guard and drawing his quiet attention. Rodain greeted him and introduced himself as a representative from the Empire. He praised Yuri's performance in the battle, and Yuri returned the compliment. Yuri noticed his rare smile, and Rodain explained that his former stiffness came from the Empire's strict military rules. He observed Yuri's calm expression during the aftermath of the battle and remarked that, unlike most who feared their first fight, Yuri carried himself with the composure and experience of a seasoned veteran. Rodain jokingly wondered if Yuri had left a lover behind in his homeland because of how composed and distant he seemed. Yuri seriously asked him whether the order had come directly from His Highness. Rodain claimed he did not understand the question, while Yuri teasingly suggested he was actually trying to figure out the status of his romantic relationship. He remarked that Yuri did not seem to welcome the proposal, and Yuri replied that he would hate to be tied to the Imperial Princess, leaving Rodain puzzled since she was admired throughout the Empire. Rodain described the Imperial Princess as beautiful, kind, and beloved by everyone, while Yuri acknowledged his words without enthusiasm. Yuri thoughtfully recalled how the princess's warmth and kindness made everyone feel uniquely cherished, and his mind drifted to Yekaterina as he reflected in silence. He calmly revealed that he had a girlfriend, leaving Rodain utterly shocked by the unexpected confession. He firmly stated that he and his girlfriend cared deeply for each other, then quietly apologized to Sibylla in his thoughts. He firmly declared that he had a girlfriend and refused to say more, leaving Rodain awkwardly accepting his statement. He said he understood Yuri's situation because he planned to propose to his own lover, and Yuri reminded him that such talk was inappropriate on the battlefield. Yuri warned that speaking confidently like that on the battlefield was a bad omen and could invite misfortune. A barrel of gunpowder was hurled behind Yuri and Rodane and exploded in a fiery blast as they turned to face the sudden danger. As the flames rose, Yuri pointed out the explosion as proof of his warning and identified it as an enemy attack. Soldiers shouted in panic as the tents caught fire, and they rushed to protect the supplies from the spreading flames. Hernando realized that the enemy had used an underground tunnel to infiltrate the camp as dozens of orcs suddenly appeared amid the flames. He noted that the situation was worse than before because the spell used last time was no longer working. Yuri urgently asked whether the dispel magic was still working. Yuri rushed toward Hernando amid the chaos and failing magic. Hernando said the enemy sorcerers had prepared in advance, and Yuri told him to wait for the dispel to wear off while he went to handle the attackers. Yuri glanced back at Hernando and told him he was counting on him. Hernando called out to him as he leapt forward into the burning battlefield to confront the enemy. He shouted after Yuri, asking how he planned to identify the enemy sorcerer amid the chaos. Yuri admitted he could not be certain how to find the sorcerer as he charged forward and faced a group of advancing orcs. He remembered a hunter once teaching his disciple that orc sorcerers lose their sight to black magic, so the one with an awkward gait would reveal their identity. He recalled that his knowledge came only from memories he had inherited as a faint blue figure appeared behind him. Yuri spotted the orc sorcerer moving awkwardly among the others and declared that he had found his target. He raised his sword and prepared to hurl it toward the identified orc sorcerer. He forcefully hurled his sword, sending it flying past the orcs toward the hidden sorcerer. The sword struck the orc sorcerer down, knocking him to the ground with a pained cry. Yuri dashed forward through the smoke and chaos, closing the distance after felling the sorcerer. He retrieved his bloodied sword and stood over the fallen orc sorcerer, confirming the kill. He wiped the blood from his blade and calmly announced that he had taken down the orc sorcerer. He realized he was now surrounded by hostile orcs and admitted that he had put himself in danger. Two snarling orcs with glowing red eyes advanced toward Yuri, raising their weapons to attack. Yuri's calm gaze sharpened as Hernando appeared, summoning a blazing spiral of fire to turn the tide of the fight. He hurled a massive wave of fire toward Yuri, the flames roaring across the battlefield. Yuri answered with a single, precise slash that split the blazing attack cleanly into two and sent it towards the opponents. He stood firm as the split torrents of fire surged past him, turning the battlefield into a blazing corridor. The orcs recoiled and shielded themselves from the falling flames as he taunted them. Yuri smirked confidently and taunted the orcs by claiming they no longer had the advantage. He realized he had spoken too boldly as flames raged behind him and muttered that his loose mouth had gotten him into trouble. Two orcs climbed forward through the smoke and debris as Yuri remarked, but there seemed to be no end to them. He urgently called out to Hernando to launch another fireball, but Hernando apologized to him and warned him that more sorcerers had appeared on the battlefield. Yuri muttered a frustrated curse about hearing that. He stood his ground with his sword ready as a crowd of orcs closed in on him from the front. Yuri realized he had overextended himself by charging into the middle of the enemy to kill the sorcerer, and now found himself surrounded by orcs. He gripped his bloodied sword and calmly reflected that he had already faced death once before. He steadied his breath, gripped his radiant blade with resolve, and vowed that even if he fell in this battle, he would face death with honor rather than disgrace. He boldly challenged the mass of red-eyed orcs to come at him as they surrounded him from all sides. Moyoung-chan suddenly intervened, crashing into the battlefield with a fiery strike as he praised Yuri's determination. Standing back to back amid the battlefield, Moyoung-chan spoke calmly about life and death, declaring that only someone with such resolve could become his disciple. He smiled confidently and declared that he would demonstrate the true Sword of Chengxiang on the battlefield. He invoked the technique Azure Cloud Crimson Glow Sword Art, Half Moon Momentum, as his blade ignited with blazing energy for a powerful strike. He swung his blazing sword in a wide, crescent arc that surged forward like a wave of fire toward the enemies. Surrounded by orcs against a blood-red backdrop, Moyoung-chan stood firm as his strike erupted outward, cutting them down in a violent burst. Yuri, battered and wide-eyed, realized in awe that this overwhelming strength rivaled that of his father, one of the continent's 10 strongest. Moyoung-chan confidently took command of the battlefield, telling Yuri he would eliminate half of the enemies himself, while ordering Yuri to deal with the remaining half without hesitation. Yuri charged forward through the smoke and embers toward the orcs. Moyoung-chan observed that Yuri's swordsmanship looked rough and messy, yet was actually precise, efficient, and highly practical in battle. Yuri's exceptional talent made him stand out alone now, but would naturally draw followers to him in time. He observed the darkening sky and warned that the celestial order was collapsing as ominous stars spread across the heavens. He, standing calmly between the orcs, declared that meeting someone who still carried a small light within was surely a sign of celestial guidance. Surrounded by swirling flames, he grinned with interest and admitted he couldn't help but feel curious. He wondered whether the child would one day be consumed by the world-covering black star or rise to become a new star that changes fate, whereas Yuri clashed blades with the towering orc, sparks flying. Moyoung-chan observed Yuri's rough yet practical swordsmanship and recognized the rare talent that could draw followers around him. The knights cut through multiple orcs in a swift, rising slash. A stern knight stood firm amid the chaos as a fiery blast erupted behind him, and another soldier rushed forward to continue the fight. Two red-eyed orcs emerged through the swirling dust, snarling as they advanced with a raised blade. Yuri shouted at Jared and Laurent and urged them to stop as both leapt into action to intercept the enemy. Both swiftly executed the orcs as they burst from the earth, cutting them down before they could launch a counterattack. Jared warned that there were too many underground tunnels and that the orcs were emerging at an alarming speed. Yuri, noticing the unusual movement of a large group, felt that something was wrong, prompting him to be alert and cautious. He noticed that, in addition to the orc sorcerer, there was something else down below, which raised his suspicion. Jared called out to him while rushing to his side. Yuri, clearly frustrated, demanded to know where the tunnel was being dug, trying to pinpoint its exact location. He discovered the source of the disturbance, finding the tunnel and realizing what had been hidden there. He urgently called out to Jared, telling him to follow him. As one of the group questioned whether they were heading the right way, another person firmly told him not to question Yuri's decisions, emphasizing trust in his leadership. Laurent confidently declared that Yuri was always right, showing his trust and admiration for him. Yuri and the group noticed that the center of the ground was continuously shaking, signaling that something significant was occurring beneath their feet. The orc mage appeared before them, raising his staff to cast a powerful spell. As the orc mage cast the powerful spell, the ground before him cracked and split open, causing the earth to break apart violently. The orcs emerged from the cracked earth, leaping into the air with their weapons raised, ready for battle. Yuri, with a smirk on his face, prepared for the upcoming battle, recognizing the challenge before him, while he taunted them, declaring that he wouldn't go down without a fight. They, marching forward with their flags waving, approached them, drawing their weapons as they prepared for a clash. Jared teased Yuri, noticing that the orc seemed to be targeting him specifically, to which Yuri responded with a calm acknowledgement, knowing that he was being chosen for the fight. He commanded his group to each take on one orc, emphasizing the importance of not losing, to which they responded with determination. He, realizing there was something more dangerous than an orc hidden below, determined that eliminating it was the key to ending the battle. Yuri, visibly frustrated, shouted for no one to interrupt him as he prepared to strike, invoking Orcful to unleash his attack. However, the Orcful managed to block Yuri's powerful attack, halting his strike with its own force. They clashed fiercely, their weapons meeting with a loud crash as they exchanged powerful blows. As the Orcful swung its weapon toward Yuri's throat, he swiftly blocked the strike just in time, avoiding a lethal blow. After the intense clash, Yuri, frustrated and injured, clicked his tongue and swiftly retreated. He muttered how bothersome it was, recognizing that the orc knew how to use a curved blade to its full advantage. Yuri stood tall, his subordinates fighting bravely behind him, battling the remaining orcs with determination. He, with a determined expression, muttered to himself that he needed to end the fight quickly so he could get back to his comrades. The Orcful grinned menacingly, showing off his teeth and preparing for the next strike with a confident and sinister expression. Yuri, with a fierce expression, charged towards the Orcful, ready to deliver a finishing blow. It swiftly dodged Yuri's strike, narrowly avoiding the powerful blow as the battle intensified. Yuri, frustrated, realized that the Orcful was skillfully parrying all of his critical attacks, making the fight far more difficult than he expected. He, struggling in the fight, noticed how the orc skillfully dodged every attack with minimal movement, as if it were anticipating his every move. He, noticing the orc's tactics, began to suspect that the orc was stalling for time, realizing that if this continued, the soldiers behind him would be in danger. As Yuri struggled with the battle, he recalled his teacher's words, who stated that when the mind becomes scattered, the sword begins to stray from its intended path. The teacher explained that no matter how urgent the moment was, if Yuri's sword couldn't keep up, it wouldn't reach the enemy, and Yuri asked what he should do. He suddenly attacked Yuri, who angrily told him to speak up if he had a complaint. The master instructed Yuri that he had to make a choice, signaling a pivotal moment in their interaction. He explained that combat is fluid, and beyond what's intuitive and clear, there are many different paths, emphasizing the need for Yuri to remember this. He stated the reason Yuri was fighting on the battlefield. Now, Yuri reflected that remembering his master's nagging had snapped him back to his senses, as expected of his master. He leapt into the air and descended towards the orc with great force, ready to strike. The opponents were shocked, reacting with surprise as they faced Yuri's swift actions. Yuri realized that his enemies were likely trying to provoke him, but he reminded himself of his original purpose as he prepared to act. He realized that his actions had been part of his plan all along, and the ground cracked under the force of the strike. A colossal worm emerged from the cracked ground, its monstrous form rising from the earth with a terrifying roar, intensifying the battle. Yuri, determined and resolute, prepared to charge forward, believing that it's always best to tackle challenges head-on with a swift and direct approach. He stabbed his sword into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the earth around him. As Jared was too busy fighting with the orc, he was shocked to witness Yuri struggling against the powerful orc in the midst of the battle. Yuri, exhausted and drained, revealed that he had used all the mana in his body, including the mana stored in his core. He, struggling with the effects of his actions, muttered that the backlash was worse than he had anticipated. He, breathing heavily, realized he would need time to heal, but believed that the underground tunnel would provide the escape he needed. Locked in combat with the orc, Lawrence suddenly twisted around mid-strike, his eyes widening in shock as the massive worm burst out of the ground with a wet, rumbling churn, tearing through the earth as soil and debris scattered in all directions. As the monstrous worms erupted from the ground, he urgently warned Yuri, who braced himself, cursing under his breath as the sudden ambush closed in. Jared tackled him aside just in time, shielding him as a violent shockwave tore through the ground where they had been standing. Laurent charged straight at the worms and cleaved its massive body cleanly in two with a single decisive strike. Both of them landed safely on the cracked ground. Yuri thanked Jared, who calmly reminded him to give a warning next time before acting so recklessly. Jared asked Yuri if he could still fight, but Yuri admitted his body was too exhausted to move. As monstrous orcs closed in, Yuri grimly realized their situation was dire and questioned whether any of them would make it out alive. Lawrence smiled calmly despite the danger, declaring that dying alongside them would be the greatest honor of his life as he stood ready to fight. Yuri tightened his grip on his blade, declaring with steely resolve that they would fight on and take their enemies' lives until their very last breath. He commanded everyone to spread out, and his companions immediately obeyed, rushing into formation. He surged forward with a fierce cry, gripping his sword tightly as he charged ahead to carve a path through the enemy ranks. But Graham's calm, commanding voice echoed in his ear, halting his reckless momentum. Graham suddenly cut in, unleashing a brilliant yellow strike that tore through the charging worms and interrupted the attack mid-motion. Yuri turned in surprise, recognizing Sir as he emerged calmly amid the swirling golden light. Graham announced that, by Prince Ragnar's order, his troops had arrived to assist Yuri and the others from that point onward. They regrouped in a temporary camp, assisting the wounded soldiers. When asked if the orcs ran away, Graham confirmed that the orcs had fled, explaining that by the time they arrived, Prince Yuri had already brought down the giant sandworm. He reasoned that the orcs retreated after realizing they couldn't win once their escape was blocked, while Ragnar regretted missing the chance to capture and interrogate them. He praised Graham for his timely intervention, noting that a delay would have cost the Allied forces a comrade, and Graham humbly accepted the thanks. He dismissed Graham, signaling that the report was over and he was free to leave. Ragnar half-jokingly complained that Yuri always caused a scene, making it feel as though the entire Allied army was there only to emphasize his presence. Yuri lay injured and unconscious, while Ragnar reflected that enduring such ordeals was only natural for someone destined to stand as Yekaterina's partner. Yuri jolted awake at dawn with a sharp cry, clutching the bed as pain surged through his body while the new day broke outside. He rubbed his aching head, shaken by the nightmare, with a lingering dread that felt like a foretelling of a grim future. He jolted awake on the bed as Sibylla appeared before him, confirming that his unsettling nightmare had ended but left his mind restless. She reassured the anxious Yuri that the battle had ended successfully and everyone was safe, urging him to calm down as he sat up in bed. She explained that while Yuri was unconscious, the Allied forces advanced for 2 more days, allowing him the time and care needed to focus entirely on his recovery. Yuri examined the faint flow of mana around his hand as Sibylla calmly asked how he was feeling and whether his mana had recovered. She teasingly took credit for Yuri's recovery by reminding him of her holy treatment, and he laughed it off, thanking her with an easy smile. He calmly asked Sibylla about their current location, trying to understand where they had ended up after the battle. Sibylla confidently invited him to step outside, hinting with a knowing smile that what awaited him would come as a surprise. He followed Sibylla outside, walking beside her through the quiet camp as the aftermath of battle settled around them. He paused at the sight before him, quietly awed as Sibylla smiled and asked what he thought. She pointed to Okiwa's fortress ahead, the final destination of the Allied forces, standing vast and resolute on the horizon. Standing together beneath the crimson sky, Yuri and Sibylla acknowledged their long journey's end as they finally arrived at Okiwa's fortress. Sibylla thanked him, saying the Allied troops had gathered at the camp, acknowledging that without his actions, they would not have reached the fortress and would have suffered far greater casualties. Sibylla warmly expressed gratitude to Yuri, acknowledging how fortunate everyone was to have him after everything they endured together. Yuri looked thoughtful and gently asked her if she would grant him a favor in return for her gratitude. He appealed to her for a favor, explaining his request while holding her hand and looking unusually serious. He then suggested that they pretend they were dating, catching her completely off guard and leaving her flustered. Sibylla questioned him in confusion, and he explained that he wanted to pretend they were dating to avoid an unwanted marriage proposal from someone else. Yuri suggested that pretending to date would benefit Sibylla as well, implying it would stop her brother from trying to arrange her marriage once she returned home. She reluctantly agreed, surprising Yuri and making him light up with excitement at her acceptance. Sibylla agreed to the arrangement but firmly added that it would only happen under one clear condition, catching Yuri off guard and shifting the balance of the moment. Sibylla explained that the condition involved an act done under her name, meaning it carried real responsibility and could not be treated lightly or without consequences. She proposed a simple condition by cheerfully suggesting a wish token. She teased Yuri by questioning his hesitation, bluntly asking if he feared she might make a strange wish. Yuri reacted with surprise, caught off guard by her direct and playful challenge. Sibylla told Yuri that if he did not like her condition, he could look for someone else, saying it with calm, teasing confidence. Yuri fell silent, rubbing the back of his neck as he looked conflicted and unsure how to respond. He realized that the person who went to such extreme lengths to avoid the marriage proposal was the crown princess of the empire. She reacted in shock and asked why Yuri was not thankful, but Yuri calmly replied that he was a prince too, so he had no reason to be grateful. Sibylla explained that the empire held higher national prestige than Brial, emphasized that the princess possessed beauty and an excellent personality, and insisted that Yuri should have felt grateful for such a proposal. Yuri fell silent, crossing his arms as he listened with a tense and unreadable expression. He firmly stated that he did not want to get married, dismissing the princess's praised personality as merely a mask. Yuri changed the subject by mentioning the wish token and decided to postpone the matter while seeking a different solution. Yuri was startled when Ragna suddenly called out to him, snapping him back to awareness. Ragna approached him, praising his extraordinary performance and swift recovery, admitting he expected Yuri to be unconscious for days, and declaring he would report this achievement to the homeland. He leaned close to Yuri and revealed that his niece had shown a strong interest in Yuri's situation, leaving Yuri visibly tense and unsettled by the implication. Ragna cheerfully struck Yuri while calling it a great occurrence, treating the situation lightly, as Yuri was caught off guard. Overwhelmed and panicking, Yuri desperately shouted about using the wish token and called out to Sibylla for help as the situation spiraled out of his control. Sibylla politely asked Ragna to be considerate, explaining that Prince Yuri had only just awakened and needed more time to rest and stabilize. Ragna asked the princess of the Holy Kingdom for her name, and Sibylla formally introduced herself with respect. When Ragna remarked on their closeness, Sibylla firmly held Yuri's arm and declared that they were not just close but were in a relationship. Ragna and his subordinate were left utterly stunned, reacting with shock and confusion to Sibylla's sudden declaration of a relationship with Yuri. When questioned, Yuri confirmed that it was true, standing beside Sibylla as she held on to him despite the tense atmosphere. After clicking his tongue in resignation, Ragna acknowledged their claim and remarked that Yuri and Sibylla looked good together. He postponed further discussion, noted that Yuri and Sibylla were already awake, and announced that they would soon face a final battle against Okua. He explained that, after enduring relentless battles and a long march, they would rest briefly before advancing fully prepared for the long-awaited final battle. He warned that while they rested, the orcs would conversely try to exploit their vulnerability in a new way. However, Ragna emphasized that they had assembled strong individuals from across the continent, giving them confidence despite the looming threat. He declared that with forces united from the Empire, the Brials, and the Holy Kingdom, they could not afford to lose to mere orcs, and would now move to exterminate those filthy creatures of unknown origin. Ragna clenched his fist with fierce resolve and proclaimed that through this decisive war, they would make the entire continent come to know their name. Yuri realized that he joined the Allied forces to atone for his past failures and advanced all the way to Okua's doorstep without suffering a single defeat. After regressing to his 13th year, he trained his body and technique for 5 years and reclaimed the legacy of his ancestors. Yuri kept those who were destined to share his fate close by his side, bound together by the fetters of destiny. After clearly improving the course of his new life and rising to stand shoulder to shoulder with the continent's strongest, he finally came face to face with the very first culprit who had caused Brial's fall. Yuri resolved that his sole purpose was to stop the fall of Brial and vowed that this time he would protect his nation. At night in the Granzian Empire's imperial palace, attendants prepared and served stacked glasses of red wine inside the grand hall. Inside the imperial palace hall, a silver-haired man slumped in his seat while a blonde woman leaned against him, both appearing drunk after the banquet. During the banquet, guests raised glasses of red wine while discussing news about the Allied forces. They were lounging on a couch, casually discussing the Allied forces, and mentioned that a final battle would happen soon. A guest sipped red wine while remarking that the Allied forces were undefeated and praising His Highness as expected. They drank and joked nervously about how His Majesty paid no attention to the Allied forces. A woman holding a glass of wine steered the conversation away from the Allied forces and brought up the Brial Prince's impressive performance in the war. The guests acknowledged the Brial Prince and asked if there was any new information about him. A woman's high-heeled shoes clicked softly against the floor as she walked through the hall. The maid paused with a tense expression as she looked to the princess, placing a hand on her chest respectfully. Princess Yekaterina entered the hall, her long golden hair flowing down the back of her elegant white dress. The nobles mentioned hearing that Yuri Brial had been discussing a possible marriage proposal with the princess of the Holy Kingdom, and gushed that Yuri Brial's rumored marriage sounded like love born on the battlefield, and found it romantic. Yekaterina stood behind them and remarked that they seemed to be discussing an interesting topic. She confronted the startled nobles at the table, while the attendants watched the tense scene from behind. They panicked at the sight of Yekaterina and quickly bowed, greeting her with formal respect. Yekaterina stood gracefully before them, her calm yet commanding presence leaving the room in awe. With a gentle smile that turned sharp, she calmly asked both nobles to explain in detail the news they had just been discussing.